The story begins with a common cliché. A girl transmigrates into a romance novel. However, the only difference is that Lana didn't transmigrate into a rich noble lady, but a prisoner. She opened her eyes to find herself in a dark and cold cell. She realized the male and female leads hadn't met yet, so she decided to help the male lead for the time being. In the process of helping him, she gradually realized that her identity wasn't as simple as she thought, and the male lead became increasingly dependent on her. So, who is this pink-haired girl? Will she be able to live her second life peacefully? Let's follow this exciting story. In the darkness, the silver-haired boy tightly gripped the arm of the girl beneath him. Why are you avoiding me? The girl was stunned, unable to believe her eyes. The boy's expression was sorrowful. Don't go. The girl struggled, but couldn't break free. Let me go, I have to leave. The boy, rejected, didn't budge. Are you avoiding me? Pure tears streamed down the boy's face. He tightened his grip on the girl's wrist, then suddenly took that small, soft hand and kissed it gently. The boy pressed her hand against his face. His eyes were full of pleading. Don't go, please. The man had the yearning gaze of a beast, as if to say, what he wanted he must have. The girl recalled her own identity. After all, I'm caught up with the male lead of this novel. That's right here in the Empire prison. In a cell, a loud shout rang out. 4886, get up. The person inside still hadn't woken up, so the jailer picked up a stick and banged it hard against the doorframe. Prisoner 4886, you have an emergency package. The prisoner inside stirred slightly. Her eyes were somewhat hazy, so cold. After fully regaining consciousness, what unfolded before her eyes was a dark and unfamiliar place. The girl sat up in shock. A cell. She looked around in confusion. What is this? Why am I here? Questions kept swirling in her mind. Why? This place wasn't even the modern world, but a strange place with ancient architecture. The girl thought to herself, opening my eyes to a strange prison cell. Her face contorted, and she clutched her head, complaining, what if I open my eyes to find myself in a strange prison cell? The answer is this a dream? Please, but there's only one truth. Unfortunately, this isn't a dream. The girl began to gather her thoughts. This place, it's in the novel I read. Resting her chin in her hand, she pondered, so I've entered the body of a nameless side character in this place, and I'm even wearing prison clothes. Realizing this painful reality, she burst into tears. Why? How could this happen? She often imagined what transmigration would be like. Other transmigrators either ended up in paradise or woke up in luxurious beds. I couldn't even get into a palace or a castle, and now I'm directly at the bottom of society. Why am I the only one in a cell like this? The girl slammed her fist on the table. After the panic subsided, Lana accepted it. Lana clutched her head in despair. This is so unlucky. Why did I have to transmigrate into such a racy 19-plus romance novel? She began to recall the contents of the book. The beginning of that once popular, racy romance story went like this. Lana remembered that the female lead was depicted as incredibly beautiful and extremely kind, which left a deep impression on her. The female lead, Prancha, but life isn't a dream. She was imprisoned in Cambakum, atoning for her father's crimes. In the original plot, this innocent and curious young lady, one day, secretly wandered into the prison's basement. The female lead wandered around the prison and encountered a man imprisoned deep underground. The man asked the female lead, "Who are you?" That man was. The man's name and appearance immediately surfaced in Lana's mind. The male lead, Ricardo, ran pawn. His name in the original story. That man had a vast family background within the Hernam family, possessing a powerful ability passed down through generations. But with it came great risk. Those who couldn't control this power were imprisoned in the depths of Cambricum. Such individuals weren't allowed to come into contact with anyone and couldn't leave until someone who could control it was found. The male lead was one of those unfortunate individuals, because that power could turn a person into a beast. He himself was a monster without reason, possessing power far surpassing that of a human. But someone told him he was human. The female lead appeared just in time and grabbed the male lead's arm. Hearing the situation, the innocent and kind protagonist freed the man from his chains. At that moment, the released male lead transformed into a beast. After that, there were some scenes between the two. Lana chuckled softly. I'll omit some details. She remembered there was another extremely popular character in the story, a sexy and depraved villain who would make you nosebleed. Those two were satellites revolving around the female lead. Lana stroked her chin, thinking the male lead is aggressive, while the villain is completely obsessive. Then she thought of the blush-inducing scenes in the story, and the more she thought about it, the more she felt it was true. Lana thought, as far as I know, the male lead and the villain are from two feuding families, and later they openly engage in a love triangle. She sighed. In any case, the story was set in Cambridgeshire, where Lana currently was. Night fell quickly, and there was only a flickering bonfire in a corner of the prison. Lana held a deck of cards, and a prison guard sat opposite her. They were playing cards together. Lana glanced at the corner. She looked towards a dark place, where the male lead cell was. Lana sighed inwardly. Even if it's a dungeon, there should be a window. It's too dark here. I can't see anything. She suddenly felt sorry for the male lead. I understand why the male lead's initial personality was so gloomy. Lana complained her heart. I've never seen such a dark place. Suddenly, she slammed the cards on the table. Lana smiled brilliantly and said, I won. A full house. The person opposite immediately shouted, Ah, I can't believe it. He lamented tearfully, No, Lana, how can an ordinary young lady be so good at cards? This person was named Hans, a prison guard here. Lana was also very thoughtful. She took out a bottle of wine to appease him. Although I won, I'll give you a gift. In exchange, let me come again next time. Hans said helplessly, Why is it always my favorite thing? Lana picked up a card, pretending to examine it, and said, This is the Loyal Merit Cave where the nobles are held. She handed Hans another pack of cigarettes. This is for you too. He immediately beamed, thinking it should be okay to play for a little while. Have fun. Hans held the gifts in his arms, reluctant to let go, but still reminded Lana, only for a little while, okay? She chuckled, I know. Hans suddenly became curious, but how did you get such high-end wine and cigarettes? Lana paused as she inserted the key into the lock, then hesitantly said, How should I put it? I wrote a letter to my brother, and he sent them. She opened the cell door and turned to look at Hans. I'll be out in a moment. Lana quickly walked in. The room was filled with dust and cobwebs, as if it hadn't been cleaned in a long time. The condition of the room was terrible, not to mention the cracks and damage inside. It was almost uninhabitable. Lana suddenly stopped. In front of her, a figure collapsed on the ground. Lana was immediately stunned. She looked at the handsome man in front of her, and a familiar name immediately came to mind. That unlucky male lead, Ricardo Lana. Lana stared intently at him. Suddenly, she turned her face away shyly. Lana thought awkwardly. Ricardo Lana is ridiculously handsome. The man, who had been closing his eyes, suddenly opened them. He sat up weakly. Lana was immediately startled by Ricardo Lana's movement. He gently rubbed his sleepy eyes. Then he slowly raised his head. Ricardo Lana quickly made eye contact with Lana. He suddenly gave her an extremely cute smile. Ricardo Lana's expression was very friendly. Lana was stunned by his handsome face. Oh my God, his looks. Suddenly, the person in front of her let out a cry. Woof. She froze. Huh. He barked enthusiastically. Woof. 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 Lana looked incredulously at the perfect man in front of her. She suddenly became a little timid. Ricardo Lana happily barked a few more times. Woof. Woof. Lana was speechless. The legendary male lead was indeed different. So, it's true that people turn into beasts. She looked at the carefree man in confusion. Can he really turn into a dog? Lana pondered for a long time. Ricardo Lana's behavior was no different from a dog's. He was happily licking his own hand. Her gaze began to scrutinize him. Looking at this appearance, it must be true. Is that an imprisonment seal on his neck? Lana raised her hand and approached Ricardo Lana. This is something I've seen in novels before. His eyes suddenly widened. Ricardo Lana suddenly became alert, a stark contrast to his previous cute image. He stood up and lunged forward. Lana was immediately frightened and leaned back. She covered her face with her hands, so she didn't see a magic circle appear in front of her. After waiting for a while, seeing that nothing happened, Lana put down her hands. Separating the two was an invisible barrier with the pattern of a magic circle on it. Lana calmed down. She looked at Ricardo Lana, who was pushing hard against the barrier. Lana took a breath, still with a trace of fear on her face. That scared me to death. She thought. I was still wondering why he didn't have any chains as a prisoner. It turns out he's trapped behind a magic wall. Lana clenched her fists in frustration. Sure enough, it was like this. The image of Ricardo Lana in her heart gradually crumbled. What kind of male lead is this? Lana held her head and complained. He's just a dog. Also, Why did he suddenly become so fierce? She looked at her hand and speculated. Could it be because I reached into his controlled area? Suddenly, Ricardo Lana continued to bark and whine. Lana quickly looked up, saw his furious appearance, and sighed inwardly. First, I have to calm him down. I need to find something to distract him. Lana suddenly noticed a small twig at her feet. She held the twig out to Ricardo Lana. Hey, look at this. He immediately perked up. Then, without hesitation, he snatched the twig and started gnawing on it. Lana felt something was wrong and hurriedly tried to take the twig back. Hey, puppy, give it back. Puppy, I was just playing. I didn't think you'd actually take it. I was just playing. I didn't think you'd actually take it. But Ricardo Lana ignored her. Lana was a little annoyed, but she couldn't let him keep chewing on it. Hey, can you understand me? Oh no, spit that dirty thing out first. So she took out a small rope with 2 white cotton balls attached to entice him. Come, what's this? Cotton ball's a cotton ball. Ricardo Lana immediately became more interested in what she was holding. Seeing him captivated by the rope, Lana skillfully retrieved the twig from his mouth. Wow, good boy, huh? Ricardo Lana suddenly reached out and grabbed her wrist. Lana was startled and the twig fell to the ground. Ricardo's expression turned serious again. He frowned slightly and stared intently at her. Suddenly, Ricardo Lana opened his mouth and moved towards Lana's arm. Her mind went blank, and she didn't have time to react. Wait a minute. Are you going to bite me? As if he heard Lana's words, he suddenly stopped. Just as Lana was confused, she suddenly heard Ricardo Lana say, Stop. He swallowed hard, his face flushed. What are you going to do to me? Ricardo Lana's face was completely red as he quickly backed away. His face was filled with extreme embarrassment. Lana froze, not knowing how to react. Ricardo Lana panicked. Know this. My first time. You're the first person to bite me like this. Faced with his drastic change, Lana was confused. What's going on now? After a moment, she said, Are you calm now? Ricardo Lana wiped his teary eyes. Because it's the first time, I'm a little overwhelmed. Lana held her head in exasperation. But saying first time like that, anyone who hears it might misunderstand. So that was. He hesitated. No, isn't a misunderstanding. She immediately corrected him. It's just a misunderstanding. Ricardo Lana stared blankly at Lana, then lowered his head, looking dejected. Lana suddenly noticed. She looked at Ricardo Lana's sad face and thought. So, when he's sane, this is his personality. Lana had to say, I'm sorry. Ricardo Lana's eyes suddenly filled with tears, and he looked at her excitedly. You're also the first person to apologize to me. Lana panicked. No, this is crazy. She took a deep breath and then suddenly rushed forward, tightly grabbing Ricardo Lana's wrist. Lana looked seriously into his eyes and said, Listen carefully, the first time isn't important. Ricardo Lana was stunned and could only remain silent. She continued to look at him. In the future, you won't even remember this kindness. Understand. The hand holding his wrist tightened slightly. What's important isn't this first time, because in the future, you'll take this kindness for granted. Ricardo Lana was dumbfounded, his expression blank, not knowing what to say. Lana hurriedly released his hand. Sorry for suddenly grabbing you. Anyway, did you hear what I just said? Ricardo Lana hesitated, as if wanting to say something. Suddenly, someone shouted from outside. Lana. Both of them were startled. Lana came back to her senses. Hey, I have to go now. The person outside shouted again. Time's up. She quickly replied, Yes, I'll be right out. She didn't know how much longer he would have to stay in this place, only that the faint light could barely penetrate through the cracks. It was a darker and gloomier place than Lana had imagined, and the man was younger than she had expected. Lana touched the invisible barrier. I'll come again. She was curious about his expression, but through the flickering candlelight in the distance, Lana couldn't make out his expression. In a luxurious and magnificent room, a man was reviewing documents when someone suddenly rushed in, panicked. Warden, he anxiously reported. They say someone broke into the prison. The man stirred slightly, broke in. That place holds the most dangerous prisoners. He sternly asked his subordinate, Or have you been negligent in your duties? The other person retreated in panic, not daring to look directly at the icy gaze. This matter is. The man placed the documents on the table. Then he looked seriously at his subordinate. Go and investigate this matter immediately. Find out who the intruder is. In another room, though not luxurious, it was still very airy but the people inside wearing prison uniforms could move freely. Lana looked around, thinking, the more I look, the more amazing it seems. What kind of prison is this? Thoughts began to swirl in her mind. Although this is a prison, because this is a society with a king and nobles. So, all the amenities for the nobles were fully provided, including lavish meals and desserts. There were also walks and activities arranged according to individual preferences. Lana sighed, looking at her own clothes. It was still a bit strange, everyone wearing prison uniforms. Suddenly, a cheerful voice broke her train of thought. This is the first time I've ever seen this. Two prisoners were talking excitedly. Is this the new perfume? Yes, it's right there. Lana was startled. Their conversation reminded her of something. Many people have been talking about first times these last few days. Last night, Ricardo Lana had said she was his first time, his eyes glistening with tears. Lana thought that if everything went as planned, it might have been romantic, but that kind of thing couldn't happen in this story precisely because of the seal. The seal that magically imprisoned Ricardo Lana in the prison. Ricardo Lana had to break this seal to leave the prison, and there was only one person chosen to break it. That person was the female lead of the story. The plot flowed naturally through Lana's mind. Thanks to her, he was able to leave this place after 4 years. But I opened my eyes to find myself in prison with no idea when I'll be released. I don't even know what crime I committed. Suddenly, someone came up to her and started talking. Sighing like that, thinking about getting out of prison. It was Baron Pilot, accused of fraud. Lana was a little discouraged. Don't even mention getting out. It sounds like I actually committed crime. Pilot teased her. So you're a criminal. What's the big deal? Can I sit next to you? Lana readily agreed. Only if you tell me an interesting story. Of course, the Baron said without hesitation. Oh, I have plenty of interesting stories. He complimented her. If I were you, miss, I'd be happy just sitting around all day admiring myself in the mirror. That sparkling appearance. Lana wasn't fooled. Haven't we gotten to the interesting part yet? She sighed. What's the use of appearances? I'm just an ordinary prisoner. Two people passed by and greeted her. Hello, Lana. She quickly turned and smiled at them. Hello. Pilot looked puzzled. Ordinary. Lana turned to him. Old man, is there really nothing interesting to tell? Pilot thought for a moment. Let me see, what is there? I'll tell you about the Damalets. Hearing the name, she was slightly startled. Damalet, the Damalet ducal family, one of the 3 great ducal families of the Empire, and also the most villainous family in the original story. Lana thought, if I want to get out of prison and live a peaceful life, I have to grasp the direction of the story. Having found a topic, Pilot began to talk incessantly. Oh, the Black Rose of the Empire, Damalet. But recently, another black rose has bloomed. He began to recount the rumors he had recently heard. It said that not long ago, Damalet bought a chest of jewels at a secret auction. Right, Pilot whispered to Lana. It said that it even contained His Majesty's lost crown. She immediately remembered where that came from. If it's the Emperor's crown, then that's the one the female lead goes to find at the villain's house in the original story. Pilot continued his story. As soon as the rumor spread, the royal family searched the Damalet house, but they found nothing. This means he anticipated the royal family's arrival. His voice was full of admiration. What a perceptive man. The person I'm talking about is the young Duke, Chase Littlemolet. Lana calmly took a sip of tea. As expected of the most villainous antagonist in the original story, Pilot wasn't finished. The rumors don't end there. She gave a strained smile as he grew more and more excited. He continued, have you heard about the Damalet family's other treasure besides the young Duke? The Duke also has a daughter. Lana replied boredly, oh really? I see. She thought, the villain's sickly younger sister. Is he going to tell the villain's tragic backstory? Though she's a character who dies of illness before the story even begins. Lana fiddled with the teacup in her hand. So Damalet stole the king's crown. The story is still following the plot. Pilot suddenly interrupted her daydream. Now let's talk about you. Was your recent adventure fun? Lana came back to her senses. Fun, of course. She rested her chin on her hand and smiled faintly. Very fun. Lana looked out the window. This place was very airy, with light streaming in through the windows, illuminating the entire room. But there was one dark place, without even a single window. Lana suddenly spoke. Old man, do you know how to see the warden? In his cell, Ricardo Lana sat alone in the corner of the room. The door to the room was suddenly flung open. A voice startled Ricardo Lana. Hello. Lana, holding an oil lamp, walked cheerfully towards him. Let's take a walk, Ricardo Lana. He growled a few times, then barked. Woof, 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 woof. She immediately pinpointed his location in the dark room. It was Ricardo Land's whimpering. He was in the room. Lana thought exasperatedly, woof, how cool he seemed at first. Woof woof. No matter how much she bribed them, going in and out of the dungeon every day was unreasonable. Hans had refused her just today, not today, Mississippi. So she came down again 3 days later. Looking at Ricardo's state, Lana thought, it's easy to tell the difference, and there's no transition. Calm down, he growled. Lana immediately scolded. All you do is whimper and growl, huh? Ricardo Lan shook his head, surprising her. What? You understand what I'm saying? Lana bent down slightly and asked, then why don't you speak human language? Do you only have the ability to understand? This time he didn't answer, but his expression remained fierce. She thought, even though he's glaring at me like that, he knows to listen to me. Holding a bag of delicious bread, she held it out to Ricardo Lan. Do you like bread? I just snuck this out. Oh no, I just brought some from the kitchen. It felt like it was stolen. Lana took out a piece. Here's one for you. He immediately showed a greedy expression. Chomp! Ricardo Lan took the bread and devoured it. She sat and watched, thinking, if he can understand this much, he should be able to speak human language. So why does he only bark like a dog outside? She soothed, eat slowly, you'll choke. As expected, her worry came true. Ricardo Lan patted his chest uncomfortably. Look at that. Lana quickly handed him a bottle of water. What did I tell you? You'd choke, so eat slowly. I knew you'd gobble it down like that. Oh my, don't bite, just drink the water. If you bite me, I'm gonna hit you, you know? Drink slowly. After drinking the water, Ricardo Lan blushed and stammered. Why you? Miss, you. Let go of my hand a little, please. Lana looked at him in surprise. He was back to normal. She tilted her head and chuckled. You were just enjoying the food I gave you. You're right. Ricardo Lan blushed, covering his chest with his hands and looking at Lana defensively. He stammered, answer me. If you don't want to take responsibility, then let me go, okay. Lana chuckled. Someone else would take responsibility for him, like the female lead. And the female lead was beautiful, kind, talented, and could break the seal perfect. So she decided to come here to appreciate it. Even though it wasn't her first time here, she still sighed. This place is so dark. The prisoners here were well provided for, from delicious meals, afternoon tea time, and even walks. But Ricardo Lan wasn't allowed any of that, Lana thought. But it was all just for the protagonist's background setting predicament. He definitely didn't want to live like this. Suddenly, she said something that caught Ricardo Lan's attention. There's something. Lana's words stunned him. Isn't it too dark here? There aren't even any lights, and there's a musty smell. The prisoners here can go out for a walk once a day, even though there are only dead trees and withered flowers outside. Only Lana sat next to Ricardo Lan, smiling at him. So, what I mean is, don't you want to go for a walk? She thought, if all the prisoners were allowed to do so, then Ricardo Lan should be allowed too. A life like that was truly boring. But because before the female lead appeared, he was deprived of all rights. What's a walk? Huh? Lana panicked. He didn't even know that word. She patiently explained to him, it's going outside. Ricardo Lan stammered, I can't go out. Lana persuaded, if you could, would you want to go out? Ricardo Lan's lips trembled, but he couldn't say a word. Lana looked at him happily. Well, I'll take your silence as agreement. She said, so I'll assume you want to go out. Okay, it's settled. She didn't have any plan, but after saying those magical words, she left. At that moment, Lana pondered the walking plan. I need to get the warden's permission. She paced the hallway. Just registering for a visit is difficult, and then to meet him. Can I even meet him? Lana's face was filled with determination. Coming to see him like this definitely won't expose the fact that I've been sneaking down to the dungeon, right? Regardless, I have to handle this properly. She stopped in front of a guard. I'm Lana, the one who requested a meeting. He immediately said, Miss Lana, please come in. She was a little surprised. Getting in was easier than I thought. The door opened immediately. Miss Lana, you may enter. Lana walked in and looked around, but there was no one there. I didn't expect it to be empty. Did they just leave? She sat down wearily in a nearby chair. Lana thought, this is a big problem. I didn't expect to be asked to meet with the warden. It seems like this is a very urgent matter. The warden. The management system here is as follows. First are the jailers, ranging from corporals to some sergeants. Above them is the warden who manages the jailers. A little above them is the chief warden who manages the jailers. And at the very top is the person who runs all of Cumbercam's affairs. This warden is also a main character in the novel. The main villain, Chase Ladomale. He's the one who colluded with that person to cover up the crime. In the side story, the reason why he helped Chase was revealed. If Lana hadn't targeted this man, it seems he would have had a secret crush on an unknown woman. After digging up plot information from the original work, she thinks he was quite famous for his looks and unique personality, or rather, the kind of person who has the face of a human, but the heart of a beast. The door opened again, and someone came in. Lana turned her head to look at him, the person she had requested to meet. "I'm Lana," she said. She was stunned when she saw the person who entered. She came here to meet the warden of this prison. Lana was surprised. Why was he here? Reynold just Valtese. He's a character in this book. He is also one of the nation's marquises, the one who rules over the entire Cumberland. The man suddenly spoke. "I heard you wanted to see me." Lana worried to herself. Don't make it too obvious that I know him, and don't look too anxious. Outwardly, she remained very calm. "I have a request." Reynold asked curiously. "What request?" She started with a question. "The prisoners here are all treated fairly, right?" He answered straightforwardly. "On the surface, yes." Lana was a little surprised. He was honest, which meant that inwardly, it wasn't the case. Her eyes filled with seriousness. Now, what's important is that she questioned Reynold seriously. Murder, robbery, treason, according to the law, if it's not a prisoner. Confined in solitary due to a felony. Every prisoner can take walks and enjoy their hobbies, right? He said calmly. "That's right." Lana softened her demeanor, her voice becoming sorrowful. "Actually, I talked with the other prisoners and found out that there's a pitiful prisoner in the basement of the central prison." Her hands gently intertwined. "They said he's a lonely prisoner kept in a room without windows." Reynold immediately remembered. There was indeed such a criminal. Lana tried to evoke his sympathy. "I heard he can't even take walks. He has to stay in the central prison, and he's not a felon either. Don't you feel sorry for him?" Reynold suddenly looked at her seriously. "So, Miss Lana, you care about that prisoner because you pity him, HM?" Lana immediately became nervous. "What's going on? Why is he staring at me?" She spoke to confirm. "Yes, that's right. I came here to talk about that." Reynold suddenly said, "You're such a kind person." Lana was a little flustered. "You why?" She thought. Anyway, Lana put on a sorrowful expression and then started to make up a story. "Actually, when I think of someone like that, I can't stand it because it reminds me of my younger brother." Reynold asked her seriously. "He's like your younger brother?" Lana answered decisively, "Yes." Facing Reynold's puzzled face, Lana thought with a slightly guilty conscience. Actually, I'm not sure if Lana even had a younger brother. Nobles often treat distant relatives as family, too. I wonder if he knows that Ricardo Lon being here isn't a threat. But Lana really didn't like Reynold. In the original work, that is, after Chase appeared, the man who, according to the original work, was Reynold's superior. Lana continued to wear a pained expression. Please let that poor prisoner go for a walk." She muttered softly, "He'll definitely refuse, right?" Then next, Reynold answered decisively, "All right, I'll listen to you." Lana hadn't processed it yet. "Yeah." As expected, he refused. Suddenly, she froze. "Huh?" He repeated. "I said, I'll listen to you." Lana was stunned. She didn't expect Reynold to be so agreeable. "Huh? So easily." If he refused, I was going to think of another way. But what was going on? He calmly explained. "Because of your brother and father, I'll let you do whatever you want." Lana gave an awkward, slightly shaky smile. "What's going on?" "Oh yes, my father and brother." She thought, what did they do? Currently, Ricardo Lon was being held as a prisoner due to his powerful abilities. As the prison administrator, it's impossible for Reynold not to know about this issue, but why was he listening to Lana? Because of her father and brother. What on earth did they do that would make this Reynold allow Lana to fulfill her wish? The image of the original Lana surfaced in her mind. Lana, she speculated, she's the daughter of a prestigious family, isn't she? Reynold instructed seriously. The prisoner Miss Lana mentioned is a criminal related to magic, so there will be an intermediate night escort during the walk. Is that all right with you? Yes. He suddenly extended his hand towards Lana. Especially since your brother asked me for a few favors, I won't ignore you. All right, you can go now. I'll escort you. She quickly placed her hand in his and stood up, thinking, I actually got help from a guy I don't even know, huh? Reynold very gentlemanly escorted Lana to the door. He suddenly bowed and lightly kissed the back of her hand. Miss Lana. Reynold smiled gently, his face suddenly softening. Even without a promise, I'll listen to all your requests, he said, asking for nothing in return. Lana walked out in a daze, Reynold's voice echoing in her mind. Please visit this place again. What did he mean by that? Don't tell me it's from Lana's perspective, a come back and I'll kill you kind of thing, she thought fearfully. That's exactly what he meant. I'm so scared. Lana left, dejected. No, I don't want to see him again. The next day, the request to allow him a walk was ultimately useless. It was raining heavily today. Reynold had ruined her plan to act as his benefactor. He didn't know she recognized him. Lana lifted her hand to feel the raindrops, thankful that things hadn't turned out worse. She headed towards the dark cell again. Hans was surprised to see her. Are you going in again? Yes, one more time. One more time, he echoed in his mind. Oh, Lana, it's a bit dangerous today. Be careful because the prisoners are all yelling. Lana thought, surprised, yelling, but resolutely opened the door and went inside, not forgetting to say to Hans, thanks for your concern. Her foot landed in a puddle. What's this? Why are there so many puddles? The prison conditions are truly terrible. Lana held a towel, observing her surroundings as the damp smell washed over her. Suddenly, a familiar grolekov. Woof. Grr. The sound grew louder. This sound, what's going on? Something's not right. His barking was louder and more frantic than usual, as if he was terrified. Lana timidly walked forward. Zikat dolan. Suddenly, he quieted, the growls ceasing. She suddenly realized the reason for Ricardo Land's unusual behavior. He was filled with fear. This guy, he's afraid of water. Unpleasant childhood memories began to flood Ricardo Land's mind. A dog like this is a disgrace to the family. His father had looked at him with disdain. You stupid son. At the time, Ricardo Land had been deeply disappointed. The way the Duke treated the male lead. It was too cruel. Unable to control his own power, Ricardo Land, treated like that, became afraid of water, and it was then that he was abandoned at home until his destined person finally appeared. A sad expression crossed Lana's face. After that, she thought, his overwhelming power became even harder to control. Then she suddenly spoke. Anyway, Ricardo Land froze as a dry towel was draped over his head. Do you like the sound of bells? Lana held a small bell and gently shook it. Smiling, she said, that sound is nicer than the rain, isn't it? Lana took out a piece of candy. I brought this too. She placed each candy into Ricardo Land's hand. I thought he'd like it. Sure enough, she immediately saw his happy smile. Lana breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing I brought a lot of candy. It seems he really likes it. She moved closer, using the towel to wipe Ricardo Land's wet hair. There, you're all soaked. Let me dry you off. Shoo. It's okay, Lana thought, but do bees catch colds? A hand suddenly reached out, and she quickly stepped back to avoid it. Her foot suddenly slipped, causing Lana to stumble. Oh, a hand quickly grabbed her swaying arm. Lana fell to the ground. Ow, that hurts. What happened? Ricardo Land was pulled down with her, and now they were face to face. Lana immediately panicked. Oh, he's too close. She suddenly noticed his lowered collar, revealing a glimpse of petals. Huh, is that a rose? People said that when the petals disappeared, he would meet his destiny. Lana suddenly realized, but now I feel like a pervert. She froze. Wait, I think he's getting closer. Ricardo Land's face drew very near. Then he suddenly stopped, a bewildered expression on his face. Ricardo Land trembled slightly, whimpering softly. He took a step back, saying awkwardly, something what happened. Lana felt guilty and retorted, I said it before, but didn't you approach me first? Ricardo Land, not remembering, stammered an explanation. He's so cute, she thought. He awkwardly held the towel. I woke up. The blanket was warm, so I wasn't scared. What's with this 19 novels male lead? Seeing that Ricardo Land had returned to normal, Lana stood up to leave. I see you're all right, so I'll be going. He stammered. Hey, what's your name? She didn't turn back, only waving her hand. Lana. Ricardo Land watched her go in a daze. He was silent for a moment, then softly called out, Lana. Several days later, the rain was still falling. Lana had decided not to see Ricardo Land again, but the rain continued incessantly. She also felt the need to reflect on her failure to maintain a safe distance from him. And most importantly, the biggest reason Lana hadn't left her room. She glanced to the side, wondering, why hasn't it arrived yet? Because she hadn't received any letters. The first thing Lana saw when she opened her eyes in this world was a letter on the chair. Write anything you want. Since then, blank letters have been frequently delivered. She usually received what she desired a month after sending them. Then she realized that the letters were from Lana's brother. Lana thought, I don't have any cigars to trade with Hans, and my brother's letter still hasn't arrived. Usually it's 2 days at the fastest, 5 at the slowest, but it's been 12 days now, and not a single letter. She felt a pang of sadness. Did I make him angry? Or did something happen to him? Suddenly, someone called out to her, what are you thinking about? Mr. Pilot walked over. Did something happen? Lana quickly composed herself. Oh, it's you. She gave a cheerful smile. Nothing in particular. Any interesting stories today? Have a seat. Pilot didn't disappoint Lana. He began his story as soon as he sat down. Have you heard about Countess Andrea? She asked curiously. You mean the woman who fainted after making a big fuss? He said 4 days ago, she woke up screaming. That's right, a big fuss. But it's not that simple. The Andrea family has completely collapsed. Lana was surprised. What? A long-standing Count family collapsed overnight. Pilot affirmed, yes, it's all because of the Black Rose. Domilet's next duke, Chase Littlemallet, fired a truly shocking shot. She was stunned. Huh, why is the main villain here? Pilot nodded. But the problem is that Count was a valuable aide to the Grand Duke Hernheim. The Black Rose of Hernheim and the Black Rose of Domilet. Their becoming enemies is a long story. Lana thought as she held her pen, one is the villain's family, the other is the protagonist's family. The deep-rooted hatred between the two families, the love triangle surrounding the protagonist, is pushed to a climax. That's the setting. Chase killed Ricardo Land's father, subjects, and friends, and the war between the two families reached its peak. The funny thing is, Ricardo Land still loved his abusive father in the end. That's why Lana hated Chase literally to the core. Lana looked at the dessert in front of her and thought, it seems the author is going to make a mess of these relationships. Pilot continued his story. Chase Littlemallet is a clever young man, but this time he messed with the wrong person. The Grand Duke Hernheim, if I'm not mistaken, should have already dispatched knights to search for evidence. This is indeed a big problem. What will happen next? He exclaimed excitedly. Don't be surprised. Chase is currently missing. Lana ate a piece of cake and thought, he's a villain. He must be plotting something in some secret place. Could this be when Chase kills the Grand Duke Hernheim? A guard interrupted their story. Break time is over. Please return to your cells. Pilot stood up, not forgetting to ask Lana, so how's your problem? Any better? She reassured him, it's nothing, just haven't received a letter from home. Pilot consoled her, you mean your brother always sends you letters? Then something urgent must have happened. Don't worry too much. Thank you. Lana returned to her cell and lay on the bed. The warden shouted, close the doors. She still couldn't relax. Could it be that my brother's letter still hasn't arrived? Lana closed her eyes and fell asleep, but her heart was still uneasy. Will I be abandoned after I get out of prison? I hope not. Her consciousness drifted further away. The man Lana hated was sitting leisurely in a chair. A corpse lay on the floor. He chuckled softly. I already miss Lana. In the prisoner's lounge, during break time, someone shouted, Lana, big news. Pilot rushed towards Lana with a newspaper. They found the culprit who caused the downfall of the Andrea family, and the Grand Duke Hernheim was also seriously injured. He shoved the newspaper in front of Lana. They say the culprit is Chase Littlemallet, or that he colluded with the criminal. She quickly backed away. Right, I remember. When Chase killed Ricardo Land's father, he seriously injured him. That must be how it happened. Lana tried to connect the information she just heard with the plot she had in mind. Unbelievable. Pilot was still excitedly sharing information with her. Lana thought, it seems I have to go back early today. Pilot mused, perhaps it's good news that Chase Domilet did it. She curiously asked why. He explained, that's because there are many Chase supporters in this prison. Pilot said, if Chase confesses to his crimes or something, they'll become terrifying, like a storm. Lana immediately broke out in a cold sweat. I don't want that. Those people who follow the villain. Pilot pondered for a moment, then continued. Also, Chase seems to be back. He's a powerful young man. I hope to meet him one day, but on the other hand, I don't. He muttered hesitantly, then suddenly saw Lana stand up. Oh, are you going back? Lana nodded. Yes, I was just about to. She smiled. Why do you want to meet him? I never would. Lana walked towards the door. He's not someone you, or your crimes, can easily meet. Pilot followed her. Why? Who knows? The world is full of surprises. That's what makes life truly interesting, isn't it? Lana didn't return to her cell immediately, but walked towards a guard. He handed her a letter. It's been a while since you've received a letter, hasn't it, Lana? Lana watched intently as she opened the letter. 2 sheets of paper inside surprised her. Oh, this is unexpected. There's writing here, but strangely, there's always a blank sheet. Standing in her cell, Lana read, Hello, Lana, my little sister. How are you? She was taken aback. What is this? This handwriting. Lana picked up a pen, pausing for a moment. What should I say? She wrote, I'm fine. But then she thought it wasn't good. Too short. So Lana added, wine, cigars, luxuries, send me more. That should be enough, right? Oh, I'm so proud of myself. Elsewhere, the man smiled tenderly, a letter held in his blood-stained hand. After reading it, he immediately ordered, send more wine to Camberkin. My little sister wants more. The rain has stopped. Thank goodness it finally stopped. But what is Lana doing? Reynold looked at her seriously. Would you like to try some? Lana, confused, replied, yes, I'll try everything, thank you. Inwardly, she screamed, why am I doing this? 10 minutes earlier, Lana had heard that the warden was looking for her. A pleasant meeting awaited. Holding a teacup, Lana asked, perplexed, so you summoned me. Reynold produced a beautifully wrapped box containing a pair of earrings. These are for you, Miss Lana. A gift. She took them, examining them closely. Oh, earrings. Lana was surprised. From my brother. Reynold nodded. Yes. He took a sip of his tea. And, as your brother requested, no one here will address you by your last name. Lana was stunned. Oh, I understand. She sipped her tea to hide her confusion. No wonder everyone just calls me by my first name. My brother even requested this. Huh? Lana said, thank you for your consideration. I'm sure my father and brother will be very grateful. Reynold was surprised. Oh, do you really think they would be? He suddenly complimented her. You're a kind person, unlike them. Lana thought wryly, why unlike them? She gave a pleasant smile. They're good people. Reynold didn't reply, instead changing the subject. Since the rain has stopped, that young prisoner you mentioned will be able to take a walk soon. He reiterated, but as I said before, he'll be accompanied by guards. Is that all right? Lana immediately perked up. Yes. She was inwardly startled to see Reynold's gentle smile. He can actually smile like that. It sent shivers down her spine. In Lana's mind, Reynold should be a very cold person, or that I'm not interested in you anymore. You better finish everything type. He saw her out. Please return safely. Lana glanced back and sighed. I can't believe that in the original story, that man would become so warm in front of his beloved woman. It's unbelievable. She didn't notice the man in the room, secretly blushing. The next day, a short-haired girl stretched. What a beautiful day. We haven't taken a walk in ages. This person was Sally, also a prisoner. She sighed softly, but the sun is really strong. If it's too strong, it'll hurt my eyes. Lana immediately complimented her. Even with sunburned eyes, Sally is beautiful. This made Sally embarrassed. She suddenly pointed in a direction. By the way, aren't those guards? Sally asked curiously, aren't those high-ranking guards? I heard they're only responsible for watching dangerous criminals. The person she was curious about was the male protagonist, Ricardo. The soldiers behind him suddenly shoved him, startling Sally. Oh, this isn't a walk. It's more like they're monitoring him. Curiosity made her uncomfortable. Wait, I'll go ask those soldiers what's going on. She didn't notice Lana's demeanor as she angrily crossed her arms, thinking, Reynold, are you sure this is taking care of him? This isn't a walk. He's practically suffocating. Suddenly, Lana was startled. Ricardo was looking at her. He's looking this way. Suddenly, he turned his head in another direction. Lana immediately got angry. What does that mean? He's ignoring me. She didn't realize Sally had already left. She tapped her on the shoulder. Lana, I asked the guards. They said he's a criminal who can use magic. But when she looked back, no one was there. Where did that prisoner go? Lana said casually, he ran away. Sally only then realized her strange attitude and asked timidly, Lana, why do you look so angry? Lana didn't answer. I went through so much trouble to get him out for a walk, and he ran away instead. She thought, I have to ask him why. Thinking this, Lana went to find Ricardo that night. Why did you run away? He knelt on the ground, looking confused. She scolded angrily. Stop blushing. I haven't done anything yet. Ricardo immediately retorted. You're making me blush. Lana wasn't fooled. Whatever. She sighed, thinking at least he doesn't look injured at all. Lana consoled herself. It's a good thing, at least he's not hurt. She said coldly, if you don't want to say anything, all right then. Ricardo hastily grabbed her hand. No, it's not like that. He looked sad and stammered. Why haven't you come to my room for so long? His eyes started to water. I waited and waited, but you never came. Lana froze. That's because, she sighed, I ran out of alcohol and cigars. Ricardo looked down worriedly. Is this the last time we'll see each other? Lana quickly corrected him. I never said that. Looking at his trembling hands, she couldn't get angry. He was shaking all over. Could it be because he had been abandoned like this before? Lana sighed. This is really softening my heart. She had no choice but to explain, you know about the walk, right? That was my request. Lana wiped the tears from Ricardo face. Are you grateful? She bent down and smiled gently. Next time, let's walk together, okay? Lana asked Ricardo cheerfully. What do you think? He was immediately charmed by her. Ricardo blushed and quickly looked away. Next time, what should I call you? Lana, not noticing, said just call me by my name. She suddenly joked, or, since I took you for a walk, should you call me master? Just kidding. I'll go back now. Next time we walk, don't ignore me. Lana gently stroked Ricardo Land's head. She was startled and widened her eyes. Lana sighed. It seems you only call out when it benefits you, huh? One morning, Lana walked towards Ricardo Lawn. A guard came over to greet her. It's been a while, Lana. I heard you want to take a walk together. He flattered her. You're so kind-hearted, even caring for such a dangerous criminal. Lana walked past the guard and stood in front of Ricardo Lawn. She said hello. He immediately brightened up. She asked, is this inconvenient? No. Inconvenient. Lana glanced behind her. Everyone here thought Ricardo Land's crime was the misuse of magic because no one except Reynold knew his true identity. Lana suddenly became curious about what was binding Ricardo Lawn. What's that on your wrist? The guard suddenly spoke. Are you curious, Mississippi? Then he gently tugged on the rope in his hand. Ricardo Lawn was immediately pulled to the ground. The soldier explained, this is a rope used to deal with criminals who use magic. When they make a fuss or burst out with a large amount of magic power, you just need to tighten the rope. If he uses magic, you pull this to give the command, and the magic rope will activate automatically. Lana gently touched his hand. She said with a forced smile, thank you for the explanation. Inwardly, she cursed incessantly. Are you crazy? Can't you see he's in pain? The soldier was unaware of Lana's anger. You must be surprised, right? I imagine it's hard for a noble lady like you to see this kind of scene. She sneered inwardly. Go ahead and drag him out and execute him. I think I'm gonna die, huh? Lana anxiously turned her head to look. Is he all right? But she was immediately stunned. Ricardo Lawn. The rope tightly wound around him. A black smoke was spreading. She immediately felt uneasy. Something's wrong. Ricardo Lawn suddenly lunged at a nearby soldier and knocked him to the ground. He roared angrily, and everyone immediately panicked. He's lost control. The guards immediately gathered. Miss, please step back. They formed a line and surrounded Ricardo Lawn. A bald man shouted, this criminal's magic power is out of control. Everyone stay calm. He was a 10, the captain of the guards. A 10 shouted, activate the magic restraints. The soldier holding the rope shouted, understood. I command you to stop. But nothing happened. The rope even gradually disappeared. The soldier holding the rope was confused. Huh, what's going on? He immediately reported, the magic restraints have failed. Then he shouted in a panic, I command you to stop. I command you to stop. Stop him. No matter how hard he tried, Ricardo Lawn didn't react. He's going to break out. I command. His hand brushed against something. The guard immediately went flying. Lana panicked. What's with this rampage? A guard shouted, run. A man ran over and stopped Lana. I said, run. Captain, on your right. She looked in horror at the guards lying on the ground. I used to think the male lead was just a puppy. Lana looked anxiously at Ricardo Lawn, but he was actually very powerful. Is he all right? Lana took a step back. Suddenly, she stepped on a rope. She tried to touch it, and the rope suddenly lit up. The rope was connected to Ricardo Lawn. Magic suppression. A 10 was surprised. Magic suppression. It's working again. The restraints immediately took effect. He shouted, Lana, give the command. What? A 10 roared. Whatever it is, just say it. Ricardo Lawn immediately sensed danger. Lana thought in a panic, wait, did he just glance at me? Her hand gripped the rope tightly. Ricardo Lawn in front of her gritted his teeth. He lunged at Lana. Someone shouted, damn it, do something, anything. Just as she was about to give the order in a panic, the name that came out of her mouth was her own, Lana. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and Ricardo Lawn somehow collapsed to the ground. Lana shouted in alarm, sit. Despite his apparent anger, he couldn't get up. Lana panicked. What's going on? Looking at Ricardo Lawn struggling, she thought, he doesn't look like a dog at all. Someone from the sidelines called out, don't let your guard down. Keep giving him orders. Ricardo Lawn clenched his fists. Lana immediately warned him and shouted down. Ricardo Lawn was forced to the ground again. Then she commanded, roll over. Stand, seat, roll over again. Lana panicked. What in the world is happening? Speechless, she watched the man rolling around on the ground. Everyone was confused. What is this absurd situation? Lana sighed. Seat. She scolded angrily. Stop scratching your head with your foot. Who taught you that? Lana covered her face and cried. Even during a walk, why did the male lead turn into a dog? Why can he even go for a walk? Looking at Ricardo Land's innocent face, she thought, do I have some hidden dog training talent? A 10 asked in bewilderment, Lana, are you a witch? Lana replied, helplessly, if I were a witch, why would I be here? He watched her dejected figure. I understand. Lana looked blank. She thought, it's a good thing no one is here. But then she reconsidered. Perhaps many people had witnessed this unbelievable scene. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Lana's sleeve. Ricardo Lon looked at her with a dazed expression. Lana continued to play along. Pa, okay, this isn't a dream. Why did the male lead turn into such a pitiful animal? The book didn't explain this. Aten walked over and said, Lana, we need to see Mr. Stewart. Yes, she thought wearily, I can't ignore this. He continued, however, Mr. Stewart isn't here right now. Please return to your room. As soon as he returns, I'll arrange a meeting for you. Lana patted Ricardo Land's head. I understand, but what about this prisoner? Aten said somewhat vaguely, I'm not sure why this magic inhibitor isn't responding to our commands. Lana asked curiously, has this happened before? He pondered, this is the first time we've used a magic inhibitor. I've never heard of it malfunctioning. The strange thing is I yelled stop, but it didn't react at all. Lana suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. She clutched her head uncomfortably. I suddenly feel weak and strangely short of breath. Aten asked with concern, are you all right? Yes. An arm reached out, and Ricardo Lon hugged Lana tightly, looking warily at the man in front of him. She pulled his arm away. It's okay. Ricardo Lon then coldly commanded, down. Aten forced a smile. Lana, we're planning to take this fellow back to his cell now. Can you help us? Lana replied calmly, yes, of course. She suddenly noticed Ricardo Lon, who immediately nuzzled his face against her hand. Back at the cell, the guard opened the door for Lana. You should come out now, Lana. She left in a daze. Okay. Lana sighed and plopped down on the ground. She sat opposite Ricardo Lon. I'm sorry. He gazed at her and said, I didn't expect getting permission for you to take me for a walk would be so difficult. Lana curled up. Did you really enjoy the walk? She felt sad. How could being restrained feel good? At that time, Ricardo Lon was indeed wearing handcuffs. Lana looked up and smiled. Even so, I still hope you were able to enjoy it a little. She reached out to pat his head, and Ricardo Lon hesitated. Because He grasped Lana's hand and said firmly, you don't need to apologize. His voice was slightly rushed. I thought I enjoyed being outside for a walk. Ricardo Lon suddenly turned his head shyly to the side. Don't stare at me. I think you can go back now. Lana gave him a reassuring smile. Don't worry too much about what happened today. After all, I helped suppress your rampage, even though it was a bit dangerous. She asked curiously, when you transform into a monster, do you remember everything? Zikadolan hestita. Most of it. He shyly turned his head to the side. There are a few things I don't remember, but I remember most of it. Lana was quite surprised. Retaining all your memories while transformed into a monster is quite remarkable. Will that be a dark secret? She asked tentatively. So, would you like to continue these walks in the future? Ricardo Lon nodded slightly. Lana gently touched the towel. I'm glad I didn't do anything wrong. Then she draped it over him. So next time, remember to smile at me. Ricardo Lon looked at her shyly. Lana thoughtfully backed away a little. You don't like being touched, so I won't touch you next time, okay? But he suddenly grabbed her hand. Ricardo Lan's ears turned red, and he whispered, that's okay. Ricardo Lon looked up expectantly. Come again next time, okay? Lana looked at him in surprise. She turned her head, perplexed. I'll think about it. Inwardly, she thought, you're asking for too much. Meanwhile, in Reynold's office in the capital, he held a report, furiously demanding, what did you say? The prisoner harmed Lana. The subordinate, terrified, stammered, no. According to the report, she simply overexerted herself. There were no injuries. Reynold glared at him coldly. Explain yourself. Now, the subordinate didn't dare hesitate. Yes, sir. The door suddenly opened, and another person entered, bowing respectfully. Sir, Lord Chase has arrived. Reynold frowned in annoyance, his hand clenching into a fist. Through gritted teeth, he addressed the first subordinate. I'll be there shortly. Reynold turned to the one who had just delivered the report. Deliver medicine to Lana. The subordinate bowed. Yes, sir. Reynold added, and reschedule my itinerary. I'll be returning to the prison in a few days. His pen scattered across the paper. Ink splattered everywhere. A few days passed. Lana called out excitedly, catch. Ricardo Lon immediately ran to catch the ball. Lana took the ball back from him and patted his head in praise. Good job. Ricardo Lon beamed with happiness. She thought to herself, he's so happy just for a little praise. Lana tossed the ball, recalling the events of a few days prior. Will you be able to help us with the walk from now on? At the time, Aten had replied, we'll find a way. The walks should continue until the warden returns from his trip. She mused, after what happened, I was worried they'd stop the walks. I'm so glad they didn't. Lana suddenly pinched Ricardo Land's cheek, leaving him looking bewildered. Lost in thought, she continued, even though there's a curfew, they usually delay it a bit. Treating Ricardo Lon like an animal is a bit much. Despite her thoughts, Lana stuck her tongue out at Ricardo Lawn, then sat down in a chair, pondering. In the end, I was the one who offered to help. After a while, someone came to find her. Hello, Lana. Aten bowed sincerely. Thank you again for your help today. I'll be sure to report everything accurately to the warden. He suddenly turned his head in a certain direction. By the way, I heard a report that he's returning today. Lana's curiosity was piqued. Reynold, Aten quickly excused himself. I'll just go confirm and be right back. He walked over and spoke with another soldier. A hand gently tugged at the corner of Lana's clothes. She turned around in surprise. You're back. You're up early today. She patted the spot next to her. Have a seat. Seeing him hesitate, Lana reached out and pulled him closer. Sit down. The ground is cold, Ricardo Lawn. He said nervously. Oh, okay. He suddenly stumbled clumsily, resulting in an awkward scene. Ricardo Lawn landed in Lana's lap. She remained calm. That's not how I meant for you to sit. He anxiously said, Oh, I'm so sorry. Ricardo Lawn quickly stood up, explaining, It's because it's so cold today. He suddenly reached out, pulled Lana up, and then sat her down on his own lap. Ricardo Land's face flushed red, and he avoided her gaze. She laughed cheerfully. You're quite sly, aren't you? Aren't I? The two sat in a corner, chatting animatedly, a pleasant sight to behold. A figure stood silently, watching them. Someone called out to him, Warden, aren't you going to continue your research? Reynold lifted his foot. Then he turned and walked away resolutely. The next day, Lana sat blankly, sipping her tea. Reynold chuckled. I heard you tamed a prisoner in the basement like a dog with your own hands. I'm very impressed. You're quite remarkable. She forced a smile, unsure what to say. She was stunned. What did he just say? His expression suddenly turned serious. I wonder if you've discussed this matter with your brother. Lana quickly waved her hand. Impossible. He probably doesn't know. How could that person know how I'm doing? She imagined, in my letters, I only ask for alcohol and cigars. At this rate, when I get out of prison, will he think I'm an alcoholic? The thought brought a tinge of sadness to Lana's face. Initially, she hadn't known what kind of people her brother and father were, only that she had been left in this place. Reynold placed his teacup on the table. Everything will be done according to Miss Lana's wishes. He spoke sternly. In that case, we'll continue to allow the prisoner in the basement to take his walks. From now on as well. Lana was surprised. Why? Reynold's answer was beyond her expectations. Because that's what you want. Lana held her teacup, bewildered. What? Recently, the Empire's nobles had split into two factions. One was the Hernum family faction, to which Ricardo Lawn belonged, and the other was the Domelite family faction, to which the antagonist belonged. Reynold appeared neutral, but in reality, he was an aide to the antagonist, Chase Domelite. Lana held her teacup, puzzled. This isn't good for Reynold, she thought. Lana's family, her brother, were obsessed with money. Lana's thoughts briefly paused. Could it be the Domelite faction? Reynold interrupted her thoughts. Speaking of which, you now have free time with the prisoner in the basement. Lana, still lost in thought, responded, What? Leonard averted his gaze, a little embarrassed. If you'd like to talk casually, I can arrange some time. She looked at him, puzzled. Just the two of us. Why? Is there a reason? In the end, Lana left, bewildered. I still don't understand what that was about. Back in the room, Leonard slammed his fist on the desk in frustration. His cheeks flushed. Just the two of us, huh? Leonard, the villain who had a crush on Lana in the book. Lana walked calmly down the hallway. Leonard's words echoed in her mind. Lana, I want you to be comfortable here, but above all, I want you to be safe. He had looked at her frankly. If you insist, you could do whatever you want later. She was a little surprised. I didn't expect Chase to have people in this prison too. Lana sat in her cell, lost in thought. That's really disadvantageous for Ricardo Lawn. She muttered to herself. It seems Lana's family is connected to the villain's faction. Then she sighed, holding her head. No wonder Leonard is so nice to me, even though he always has that serious look on his face. He's on my side, so of course he'd be nice to me. Lana dejectedly pulled out a piece of paper. The villain will lose in the end. It's best to start preparing for the future. Outside, it suddenly began to pour. Looking out the window, Lana thought it's raining. Looks like a walk is out of the question today. An image of Ricardo Lawn, huddled and trembling in a corner, flashed through her mind. I wonder if he's trembling again because of the rain. She opened the cell door and walked out. Should I go see him? Lana walked down the familiar path again. But she suddenly stopped. Something feels off. What's going on? The atmosphere here is strange. Hans looked up in surprise. you're here again, Lana. She asked curiously, is the door open? He continued, a guest came here today before you arrived. Lana was worried. Really? What happened? She thought to herself, I'm really worried. Hans then advised Lana, maybe you should go back today. She pleaded with him, it's okay, I'll keep a secret. Lana slipped a pack of cigarettes into Hans's hand. I've always been good at keeping secrets, don't worry. Then she successfully entered. Lana looked around cautiously. I smelled this scent the first time I came here. It's very strong. She was walking when she suddenly stopped. Ricardo Lon was lying on the floor, covered in blood. He looked utterly wretched. Lana ran over in a panic. Ricardo Lon. She rushed towards him. Hearing her voice, Ricardo Lon sat up. Then he smiled at Lana and collapsed again. In the book, the protagonist's father abused him. She was angry. These are marks left by Ricardo Lan's father. Ricardo Lon reached out to touch Lana, but the barrier appeared immediately. Lana quickly stepped inside, preventing him from touching her. Ricardo Lon. He clung to her, whispering her name. She gently patted his back. I can't just leave him like this, she thought. The guards will never give him medicine. Ricardo Lan's eyes were hazy. Lana suddenly pushed him away. Wait a minute. Then she hurried out. Lana ran down the hallway, her mind racing. What should I do? I don't have any medicine either. What am I going to do? She opened the door to her room and stopped at her desk. A letter. Lana quickly scribbled a few lines. I'm not writing to my estranged brother anymore. This time, I hope he replies. She wrote briefly, send medicine. The best special medicine for treating wounds. Strangely, the medicine arrived a few days later. Hans looked at Lana curiously. You can take it in, but Lana, why are you helping him so much? He was a little suspicious. Did something happen? Lana entered the room and looked up sadly. I really don't want to go through the same thing again. As the protagonist, Ricardo Lon moved his hand slightly. Who? Lana quickly said, it's me. He sat up and gently rubbed his dirty face. One of his eyes was bleeding. Lana panicked. When he asked who I was, I noticed the wound in his eye. She sat down anxiously on the floor and took out a handkerchief. I'll clean your wound, so bear with me, even though it might be uncomfortable. After some frantic activity, a few pieces of gauze fell to the floor. Lana sighed in relief. I've wiped away all the blood. She took out a small bottle of medicine. Now I'm going to apply the medicine. Tell me if it hurts. Lana lifted Ricardo Lan's chin and smiled gently at him. But I'm still going to apply it, even if it hurts. After a while, Lana suddenly laughed. Ricardo Lon was confused. Why? Why are you laughing? Lana explained, because you're prettier than me. He immediately retorted, no, it's not like that, you. She smiled gently. What? Am I beautiful? Ricardo Lon suddenly fell silent. He shyly lowered his head. Lana lifted his chin again. All right, I'm just teasing you. Look at me. I've applied it all, right? She looked at the pile of supplies behind her, a little puzzled. But what about the rest of the medicine? Lana picked up a few small medicine boxes and checked them. Cold medicine. Wait, how did he even send burn ointment? He didn't even ask where she was injured, but he still sent it. Lana thought, he really is a thoughtful brother. My favorability towards him must have increased. She turned around and said happily to Ricardo Lon, I just need to apply the medicine to your chest and shoulders, and then we're done. Lana gently pulled down his collar, but she was a little embarrassed. Please don't breathe so heavily. Can I touch you? In a luxurious villa, Cesar silently looked at the contents of the letter in his hand. The letter briefly stated, send me the best medicine you think is for treating wounds. Lana, His eyes suddenly turned cold. Should I go to the Cumber camp for a while? In a narrow cell, a small hand was applying medicine to a man's chest. Ricardo Lon was a little uncomfortable, his cheeks flushed and his breathing soft. Lana panicked slightly and hurriedly said, don't make a sound. He immediately put on a pitiful puppy dog expression, making her feel a little guilty. After some effort, Lana completed the awkward task of applying the medicine. Finally done. This is for the pain, take the medicine. Ricardo Lon looked at her in confusion. If you're sick, do you take medicine? Lana was speechless. Have you really never taken medicine before? He replied happily, yeah. Lana was exasperated. You really are. In the end, she had to demonstrate for Ricardo Lon. You can drink it like this and then swallow. Drink. After drinking the water, Lana's lips became soft. Ricardo Lon blushed and stared at her blankly. Lana then called out, Ricardo Lon. Although Ricardo Lon had a very difficult time swallowing the medicine, Lana thought it was something to celebrate after all, as he had never taken medicine before. Then he suddenly said, can you give it to me? Ricardo Lon looked at her in surprise. Lana explained, let me feed you. Don't do anything, because you won't be able to eat it. She said gently, open your mouth. Lana's fingers gently gently pried his mouth open. Shoo! You're not going to bite my finger, are you? Ricardo Lana gently held her finger in his mouth. Lana smiled gently. Don't bite me. She softly instructed him. Good, I'll put it near your throat. Don't spit it out. He obediently followed every word she said. Lana suddenly froze. She gently patted Ricardo's cheek and suddenly ordered, bark for me. Lana suddenly became flustered. Oh, never mind. You haven't had any water yet. I'll go get a bottle. Under Ricardo Lan's surprised gaze, she awkwardly ran away. I'll be right back. Don't get sick tonight. See you later. Wait. Lana tried not to look back at him, thinking, sorry, male lead, I have to go today. The next morning, Lana sat dejectedly in a chair. Why did I do that yesterday? She quickly shook herself, trying to forget the past. Think of something else. Think of something else. Something positive, something positive. Lana pulled a small note out of her pocket. I didn't see the letter until after the medicine was delivered, and there's a note from my brother. She guessed, what could it be? I'm so curious. She didn't notice the figure behind her. Lana opened the note. Inside was a short greeting. My dear sister, are you sick? Although it seemed I wrote it in a bit of a hurry. The letter also said, I've been worried about you, and I've been thinking about you. The last sentence was, can I come visit you? Lana was immediately surprised. He's coming here. Prisoners usually don't have good relationships with their families because it was their own families who put them here. Sally once said to Lana, if I could get out of here, I'd put my brother in jail too, so he could get a taste of what it's like to live here. I'm sure he'd understand it's no big deal. That's right. Some people have given up, both angry and helpless. That's how they feel about their families. She stroked her chin thoughtfully. Should I be grateful that he feels guilty towards me? Lana looked up at the sky and murmured softly, actually, what is our relationship, brother? The person behind her silently observed Lana. A month later, Ricardo Lan's wounds had completely healed. Lana came to visit him again. Hello. Ricardo Lan sat obediently on the ground, waiting for her arrival. Woof. Lana enthusiastically introduced. Today's snack is cookies. Do you like cookies? She looked at him intently. What is this? It feels like he's grown a lot bigger than before. It had been almost 2 months since Lana first met the male lead, and she thought, is it possible to grow so much in just 2 months? Suddenly, a cookie fell out. Oh, wait. Lana quickly blocked Ricardo's mouth just as he was about to eat it. No, you can't. Don't eat things that have fallen on the ground. Lana said helplessly, at least maintain your last shred of dignity as a human being. Wait. After being scolded, Ricardo Lan looked very sad. Whimper, whimper. Lana immediately felt guilty. Don't try to act cute. Turn around. He was still sobbing. Whimper, whimper. Lana had no choice but to take out her secret weapon. All right, look at this. Tajda. She introduced enthusiastically. This is a book. Today, let's learn to talk. Lana thought, if he understands this but can't speak, then there's a real problem. So, she began the lesson. Come on, repeat after me. This is a star, a wolf. Lana patiently taught him, but only chaotic barks answered her. Lana pinched Ricardo Lan's face in annoyance. Wolf, wolf. You don't want to. Oh, all right. Then today we'll just read a fairy tale. So Lana began the story. And then the girl finally met the prince. The cursed prince. She glanced at him surreptitiously as she told the story. The prince was injured by the dragon. Part of his face was burned, and his clothes were scorched. Lana thought, that's strange. He's different from a few minutes ago. Lana focused on telling the story. The girl asked the prince if he was hurt. The prince asked back, what is pain? I don't know what pain is. Hearing the prince's words, the girl cried. The prince must be in so much pain right now. He looks so hurt. The girl defeated the dragon and saved the prince. The moment the dragon fell, the girl held the prince's hand, and the curse was lifted. Lana suddenly moved closer to Ricardo Lan and poked his face gently, reminiscing. The prince was locked in a high tower. Although this is a prison, Ricardo Lan didn't understand what Lana was saying, but habitually rubbed his face against her hand. Lana said softly, you're still young. All right, about the story earlier. You know, I have a brother, and he's coming to visit me in prison. She stroked his hair, her voice tinged with curiosity. I wonder if he's as handsome as you. Probably not. If he's a bad person, it's better to be handsome. Lana's feelings were complicated. I'm really curious about what he looks like, but on the other hand, I feel like it's better not to see him. Ricardo Lan held a cookie. She stroked his head. Here, eat the last cookie. Maybe he's coming to get me out, not just to visit. But that's just wishful thinking. Lana suddenly stood up. I should go. I'll be going then. A trace of sadness touched her face. Brother. Ricardo Lan looked at her curiously, not moving. As usual, Lana muttered softly, when will I be able to escape this prison? Ricardo Lon froze, the cookie he was holding falling from his hand. A few days later, Lana's mood took a sharp downturn. He said he would visit, but it's been a month and I haven't heard from him. She looked sadly at the sky. Was it just empty words? I've been thinking about that lately. Lana looked around dejectedly. Oh, a puddle. Then she sat down to admire her reflection. If his face looks like mine, he must be very handsome. Lana is very beautiful, she thought. This seemed to give her more confidence. She affirmed, that's right, no villain would have pink hair. Lana has passed the safety standards. Lana was heartbroken. Give up those hopes for him. She narrowed her eyes slightly, because he won't come here, even if my heart stops beating. The first day Lana appeared in this place, she woke up in the prison infirmary. The person in charge of the infirmary shouted, "What are you spacing out for? You scare me to death. You had another heart attack, huh?" Lana's body was very weak, so she fainted immediately. A few hours later, when she opened her eyes again, for some reason, she no longer felt cold. Lana thought, I knew the moment I opened my eyes. The Lana in the original story is dead. She knew this because someone had whispered it to her. Lana was embarrassed. This is so embarrassing. I think if this continues, I'll soon be returning to my ancestors' embrace. She sat down dejectedly in a chair. For some reason, I feel like something very big is waiting for me after I get out of prison. Lana looked sadly at the sky. What is making me feel so uneasy? Behind her, someone approached. He said, "You look sad." Lana looked at the person's face in surprise. She sat up hurriedly, looking at him curiously. Who is this? I'm seeing this face for the first time. He was wearing a prison uniform, but the color was very different. The man continued, "Today is also a day when prisoners can walk around." He leaned against a chair. "Is this your first time here?" Lana suddenly looked around, thinking that there seemed to be more prisoners today. He bowed slightly as a gesture of goodwill. "Please don't be too wary. Even if I'm a mid-level prisoner, I'm a harmless person." He smiled sincerely. "My name is Jair." Lana was stunned. "What?" Jair continued, "I really wanted to meet you." She thought, no wonder he looks exactly like Jair. No, he is Jair Yuda for a supporting character in this book. He's the one who helps the heroine and Ricardo, Lana, escape from prison. Lana glanced at the guard in the distance. Jair smiled faintly. He leaned toward her. "You don't have to be so wary." Jair's face looked remarkably harmless this time. "Everyone's gone. The warden had something come up, and there aren't enough guards in the prison to supervise the walk, so I can walk with you." Lana remained cautious. He elaborated. "That's right. Don't worry, because this building is for carefully selected people who are allowed to walk." She felt curious. Carefully selected. Jair pointed to himself. "Only ordinary people can walk over there." "I saw you there before," he said. Jair smiled faintly, recalling the scene of Lana training Ricardo Lon on the first day she was allowed to walk. "Should I say I saw you training that man? I quite like the way you trained him too." Lana stepped back warily, putting distance between them. "That's not something you should have seen." Jair then stated honestly, "I was going to talk to you then, but I escaped from prison for a while. And I saw that." Lana stared at him, dumbfounded. Was that something to say so proudly? Jair was not just the person who helped Ricardo Lon break out of prison. He was Ricardo Lan's capable and loyal right-hand man, who would later become a duke. He was only disguised as a criminal. In reality, he was the leader of the harem faction. Jair suddenly spoke. "Anyway, seeing you with that prisoner, I became very interested. Actually, I'm a mage. I suppose you know the trends in magic research." The image of young people obsessed with experiments immediately came to her mind. Lana was extremely wary. Is there nowhere for a mage to be but prison? And if you really are a mage, you shouldn't be telling me that. Jair leaned in and whispered in her ear, "If I was afraid of being overheard, I wouldn't be telling you this because no one can hear this." He glanced at the two soldiers from earlier. "From now on, the guards won't remember anything that happened 5 minutes ago. I've taken care of them." His eyes flashed. "I came here to tell you an interesting story about the prisoner you're taking care of." That person, even in the book, wasn't someone easy to deal with, Lana thought. He was extremely difficult. Jair began his story. "Have you seen that prisoner barking all day? Did you know that's a monster curse? It's an ancient curse that ordinary people probably don't know about." She listened to his story silently. "Very few people know that the curse has been passed down from the Grand Duke Kernan. I guess he's speaking as if I don't know about this curse." Lana didn't understand. Monster. And then, what she didn't understand was something else. But why is he telling me this? Jair winked at her. "That's right, a monster. When he turns into a beast, he can't speak. But if you're cursed, that can be quite inconvenient, right? He introduced his work, so I often use a temporary measure to awaken them, those who are cursed. Mages play that role. Lana looked at Jair warily. Why are you telling me this? He immediately laughed. You're listening to this because you're curious, right? Jair continued, from what you've seen, that prisoner hasn't been awakened yet. If this continues, when they turn into monsters, they live in a truly miserable state, repeating behaviors like monsters, he explained. So you're saying he's like that because no one taught him language. Is that it? I had a bizarre misunderstanding. Huh? Lana thought. She glanced at Jair. So in the book, even when he was an animal, he could speak human words because Jair awakened him. Lana asked curiously, what do you want me to do? You came here because you had something to say, right? He smiled. Oh my, it's nice to be able to get to the point quickly. Jair slowly approached her. Looking at you, it seems you're curious. I also want to satisfy my magical curiosity. Lana was perplexed. Curiosity. Jair placed his hand on the back of the chair behind her. That's right. I'm a mage who can awaken those cursed with bestiality. His words startled her. Can you feed that prisoner a little awakening potion? A small ball appeared in Jair's hand. It's been a while since I've encountered a test subject for my academic research, so my hands are itching. Lana watched him warily, even though he said he wanted to cast a spell on Ricardo. Through me. Why? Swirled in her mind. Lana was certain he had plenty of opportunities, but why her? Was it because Ricardo Land's life in prison was relatively easier? But he suddenly became sinister. I don't like his sly personality, she thought. So she asked Jair directly, why me? He chuckled softly. Then he leaned in and whispered to Lana, if you do this once, I'll help you once, no matter the request. Jair was very confident. Opportunities to exchange for a mage's help are rare, you know. One spell is worth more than gold. Whatever you want, I'll make it happen for you, he affirmed. This exchange isn't bad, but will there be more opportunities to use it? Lana wondered. I'll definitely live well once I'm released from this prison, so I'll refuse, she decided. Lana immediately opened her mouth to speak, but was interrupted by Jair. Make sure that prisoner doesn't eat food off the floor and starts using a spoon. He knew her intentions clearly, and it wasn't a bad thing for the prisoner. Lana wavered immediately. If he said so, it was truly difficult to refuse. She hesitantly asked, will it be difficult? Cair firmly assertive. No. He took something out. You just need to give him this. It's a spell I created. Jair earnestly instructed, feed it to him, then touch his body to test if the spell has taken effect. Can you do me this favor? He moved closer to Lana, and they held hands intimately. Sorry, but we must hold hands tightly. The closer we are, the better the magic works. She panicked slightly. TSK. Are you going to see him too? Jair remembered. That's right. Since I created it, I'll follow behind you. He smiled. Because I'm a very dedicated researcher. Lana thought, oh yes, you're Sly Fox. Jair happily released Lana's hand. All right, it's done. An incomprehensible pattern immediately appeared on the back of her hand. He suddenly said, but what now? This spell only takes effect at night. Lana panicked. What? Jair repeated. It only works under the moonlight. She was distressed. Excuse me, what are you saying? Do you think I can go to his cell at night? Or something else? Jair calmly held Lana's hand. Haha, I have a plan to make it happen. He gently cast a spell on her hand. Then he told Lana, you can use it now. Lana looked in surprise at the beautiful bracelet that suddenly appeared on her hand. This is a magic bracelet. He clapped his hands happily. It's a gift from me. She was confused. I understand. So tell me how to get there. What's the use of this magic tool? Lana pointed to the bracelet. This won't hurt the prisoner, will it? Jair said somewhat flippantly, yes, it has a side effect, but what it will be, I don't know either. She immediately panicked. Side effect. He reassured her, it's not serious. Maybe a burst of fire will appear, and it'll return to normal quickly. Then he turned to look behind him. It's time to go back. Jair turned to leave, not forgetting to say goodbye. I'll be back soon, Mississippi. Then he left. Lana sat blankly in the chair. She hadn't expected things to escalate this much. Night in the prison. Lana sighed. I almost fell asleep. She looked at the small bracelet on her hand. Now, should I use it or not? I'm curious, Lana murmured, to awaken the sleeping prince in the forest. She put on a large cloak. Lana really loved to sleep. Once asleep, even if someone tried to kidnap her, she wouldn't wake up. Lana carefully looked inside. I must stay awake tonight. It's best not to get sleepy. 2 guards were chatting happily. Of course, we're on duty from night till dawn. Although there are fewer guards in the central prison, one guard leaned in and whispered to Lana, this is a secret, but no guard will stay on duty until dawn because nobles usually don't plan to escape. Usually, nobles are accustomed to high society parties and sleep until noon. Since there are no parties in prison, they usually go to bed early and wake up late. The two guards in front happily held a bottle of wine. So the guards just have fun and enjoy the things Lana brings. Ha ha ha. Please keep it a secret from the warden. Lana carefully observed her surroundings. There are at most 5 guards here, but usually only 4. She said, I have to use the bracelet first, right? She slightly raised the bracelet and whispered, Night Walk. Light immediately covered Lana's body. Jair had given her 3 spells. The first was an illusion. This spell made her whole body invisible. The second was unlocking. Lana gently touched the lock in front of her, and it immediately came off. Lana easily broke in. As she walked, she carefully paid attention to her surroundings. Suddenly, 2 guards walked over. Lana hurriedly covered her mouth. The 2 guards began to discuss, did you hear something? No. Are you sure it wasn't you? She peeked at them. Fortunately, no one found me. Don't breathe so loudly. You're too noisy here. Lana thought, I'm right in front of them, but they can't see me. She told herself that this magic was a spell that made them unable to see her no matter where she was. After confirming that no one was there, Lana decided to move on. Well, let's go. Suddenly, a voice startled her. Why did the warden come back so early this morning? Why did he suddenly return? Another person said, who knows what he's thinking? It's the busy season in the capital now, but I don't know why he came back. The 2 discussed heatedly. He's been staying in the prison longer and longer recently. Strange. I wonder if he's hiding some treasure here. Lana immediately became alert. Reynold came back this morning. She thought, it's best to be careful. At this moment, Reynold was calmly walking down the road. Soon, Lana arrived at Hans's post. He was dozing in his chair at the moment. Lana observed secretly. Hans was a kind and easygoing person, and he was also very rational. He was the one who ignored Ricardo when he was injured. Suddenly, Hans opened his eyes. Lana immediately backed away, muttering under her breath, you can't hear me, can you? Hans stood up and looked around. Hey, I see someone. Lana stood behind him, gently raising her hand. Jair's warning echoed in her mind. Be careful when using this magic. Direct contact will activate it, he had said. Hans suddenly cried out in pain, what is this? Then he collapsed to the ground. Okay, the last spell Jair gave Lana was a sleeping spell. She thought with a bit of glee, I'm a magician, haha. This is a bit strenuous though, I'm sweating buckets. Finally reaching the remaining door, Lana reached out to touch it. A fluent voice startled her, who are you? He wasn't stuttering. That was quite unexpected. Lana didn't think it was some miracle of magic or anything. What should she do next? Lana gently took off her cloak. She hesitated. You'll know after you eat it. What should I say to him? Ricardo looked pleased. I can really eat it. Lana replied, yes, go ahead, Lana suddenly got angry. Why don't you ask me what this is? Why I'm suddenly giving it to you? He asked innocently, should I ask? Lana crossed her arms and admonished, you have to be careful. Put aside what you want to do. Being too naive isn't good. She warned him sternly, you can't just eat anything someone gives you, especially food. Ricardo stammered, this thing, can I eat it? Lana immediately retorted, what if I were a bad person? Ricardo put on a puppy dog look. But you wouldn't hurt me, right? He said innocently. Or would you hurt me? This made Lana feel guilty. She turned her face to the side in exasperation. What are you thinking? You shouldn't blindly trust others. Be positive, be positive. Lana took out a candy and offered it to Ricardo again. I'm not a bad person today. Don't trust me so much next time. Anyway, hurry up and eat this. We don't have much time. He immediately took it and put it in his mouth. Lana had Jair combine the spell with the candy because Ricardo would feel pain when the magic took effect. It was like giving a child candy after spanking them. I wonder if it tastes good. Lana gently lifted his face. Ricardo nuzzled his face into her palm. Lana thought, why do you trust me so much? You shouldn't be so naive. She watched him intently. This magic is strange. I need to chant it in my mind. Jair's words to her flashed through Lana's mind. Matt Yoda. Ricardo eyes suddenly widened. Lana called out worriedly, Ricardo. He suddenly collapsed in front of her. Lana panicked. He said it would only hurt a little. Her mind was a mess. What should I do? Call the guards. No. Should I get medicine? Painkillers. She stood up, preparing to leave. Damn it. I should get some painkillers. Stay here. Okay. But a hand grabbed her. Lana froze. She recalled meeting Jair. He had said, side effects, not a problem. Lana was a little surprised. Not a problem. She stared blankly at the grown man in front of her. I'll be right back. Lana thought, when did this happen? Ricardo suddenly grabbed her hand and pulled her closer. You're avoiding me. He asked seriously, where are you going? But his eyes were slightly hazy. Lana was very confused. Let go of me. Ricardo Lon asked in confusion why. He leaned closer to her. Why are you avoiding me? Ricardo Lon. He smiled slightly and then gently kissed her wrist. Don't go. Lana was stunned. That's more than just a side effect. Ricardo Lon gripped her hand tightly. Who allowed you? I won't let you go. Lana's other hand suddenly touched a small bag. She immediately picked it up and said in confusion, oh, okay. Ricardo Lon, you're a good boy. Lana opened the bag. It was full of cookies. Look, these are your favorites. They're yours. Ricardo Lon glanced at them curiously. He immediately lost interest and turned to look at Lana. What should I call you? I don't remember. He suddenly smiled. Lana felt a little uneasy. Ricardo Lon called out respectfully, Master. She immediately yelled, no. Lana remembered when she teased him, his master, or you should call me master. Ugh, I'm never joking with you again. Lana said irritably, call my name. Ricardo Lon gripped her hand tightly. Your name, right? My name is Lana. He smiled tenderly, softly calling her name, Lana. Then he placed her hand on his chest. Then he guided her hand towards the bag of cookies. Lana, confused, picked up a cookie. Ricardo Lon lowered his head and opened his mouth. He took a bite of the cookie and whispered to her, feed me. Lana backed away in confusion. No. Ricardo Lon then called out, Lana. She turned her head, a little embarrassed. Since when? Relax. It doesn't hurt anymore. My name sounds so strange. Lana quickly said, do you still want to eat cookies? Then let go of me, and I can give you a cookie. Ricardo Lon glanced at the remaining cookie in her hand. Then he opened his mouth to bite, and Lana exclaimed in a panic, you can't eat it like that. Let go. Ricardo Lon nuzzled his face against her hand, chuckling softly. Can't I eat it? It's delicious. He leaned closer, gazing at Lana. Lana, will you feed me again? She immediately refused. No, I hate doing things according to someone else's wishes. Lana turned to move away. What's going on? Ricardo Lon took the opportunity to hug her from behind. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Lana was confused. Ricardo Lon. She thought to herself, my back is so hot. He suddenly groaned. My body hurts so much. She immediately forgot her embarrassment and asked, are you all right? Can you speak? Damn it. If it hurts too much, you must tell me, okay? Ricardo Lon smiled faintly, his eyes melancholic. It's strange. Here, no one is willing to care about me. He looked at the bag of cookies in her hand. Are those for me? Lana said softly, yes, they're yours. Suddenly, Ricardo Lon gently kissed her hair. Then this is mine too. Then his arms fell limply to his sides. Then he collapsed to the ground. Lana panicked. Ricardo Lon. What the hell? Why did he collapse? Could it be a side effect of the magic? She temporarily covered him with a blanket. Lana suddenly heard Ricardo Lon moan, don't go. She stuffed the small rope into his hand, and he took it. Ricardo Lon immediately clutched it tightly in his unconsciousness. Lana then put on her cloak. She turned and left. She thought resolutely, I must tell Ricardo Lon what's going on. 3 days later, one day after Ricardo Lon was hypnotized, visiting him or taking walks together were also forbidden. New chains transported from the capital were also being tested on him. Lana sat blankly in a chair. A guard looked at her and asked, Lana, are you all right? You look tired. Do you need to go to the infirmary or something? Lana refused. No need. I want to go for a walk. He was puzzled. Your face is very red. Maybe you should go to the infirmary. Then she hurriedly covered her face. No, it's because I've been exercising too much. The guard left, confused. See you later then. Then Lana slumped down and wept silently. The image of Ricardo Lon kept appearing in her mind. I can't forget that day. She sat in the corner, nearly going mad, not noticing someone watching her. Lana sighed. It feels like I'm the one cursed. Suddenly, someone said, you succeeded. Lana heard the familiar voice and looked up angrily. Jael greeted her cheerfully. She cursed inwardly. My God, I've been waiting for you all day. Then she grabbed his collar, gritting her teeth. I've been waiting for you all day. Why did that prisoner become so weak after I cast the spell? Jael explained, puzzled. That's because of the sudden change. Even a normal person would feel pain if they suddenly grew bigger. Growing pains. Lana said irritably, he's not weak. Don't just say things to fob me off. Then she turned and left angrily. Jael hurriedly stopped her. Wait, I'm sorry. He bowed his head sincerely, admitting his mistake. I'm not trying to fob you off. I can't reveal everything, but this is really very important to me. Thank you. Jael revealed, the master of this prison is currently traveling back and forth between the capital and the prison and will be back soon. By then, everything will become difficult. He sighed. When that person appears, This prison will truly become a dangerous place for mages. Anyway, that incident wasn't too bad, right? The mention of it upset her again. What? She rubbed her forehead, thinking, how many more nights do I have to do this kind of thing? No. And why did he suddenly become so big and grow up? She recounted the events of that day in detail. Jail said calmly, oh, don't worry, that was just temporary. He explained his body absorbs magic very well. It was just a test. Lana was still a little doubtful. Really? That means that won't happen again, right? Jail was very certain. Yes, that's right. She thought, otherwise, what else would happen? It's too dangerous. Jail immediately said, I saw you taking walks with that prisoner, and I think you two have a good relationship. I'm really good at judging people. He went on, to be honest, someone afflicted with the beast curse wouldn't easily let down their guard around others. That means you're very good to him. Suddenly, Jail smiled slightly, and he looked at Lana curiously. Why are you helping that prisoner? Sally ran over from afar, interrupting the two of them. Lana. She immediately started talking. Have you heard? All the female prisoners are going crazy for him. Have you heard anything? What is it? Not far away, a special guest appeared. He smiled slightly. Sally's voice immediately rang out. It's a handsome guest has come to our prison. Sally recounted enthusiastically. Have you heard? All the female prisoners are going crazy for him. Have you heard anything? What is it? A pair of legs stood behind the door. A handsome guest has arrived at our prison. She also revealed more information. I heard that even the most handsome guard here can't compare to him. Yeah, Sally's still going on about it. I just heard he's already left. Leonard looked thoughtful at this moment. Sally enthusiastically tried to pull Lana along. Do you want to sneak a peek together? You know, Countess Elsa saw a big black carriage while she was having coffee. Lana then asked her, you mean that black carriage belonged to that guest, right? Sally replied, exactly, because the carriages that transport prisoners are blue. When she saw that man get out of the carriage, oh my God, she couldn't help but exclaim, saying she had never seen such a handsome man. Lana rolled her eyes, thinking, if it's Countess Elsa, she's in prison for having an affair with a young nobleman 20 years her junior. I heard her husband sent her here to cool off. Sally also revealed more information. Did you hear? He's a talented painter. The girls crowded around Countess Elsa, amazed, so she redrew the scene she had witnessed. Oh my God, Chester is perfectly depicted in the painting. So handsome, isn't he? Yes, so handsome. Lana nodded in agreement, thinking, if that's the case, then he must be very handsome, because she's quite a lively person. Sally was waiting for these words. She grabbed Lana's hand and persuaded her. Yeah, that's right. So let's go take a look together, Lana, okay? Lana was still a bit dazed. Well, it's not a bad idea. But a pair of feet came running hurriedly, and a soldier urged Lana anxiously. Come with me, quickly. Guard Jason specifically asked for Lana. She was stunned, not understanding what had happened. The warden has summoned you. Lana turned to Sally, smiling. It seems I can't go, sorry. She, Sally, cried out in distress. I figured as much. Then she quickly followed behind Jason, summoned by the warden. Could it be that my brother brought me something again? Lana thought, because whenever he sends something, that I'm always summoned. She was still lost in her thoughts, but as she passed a room, Lana suddenly glanced inside. Unexpectedly, quite a few people were gathered there. Lana was a little curious. It's so noisy over there. Out of curiosity, she asked Jason, why are there so many people in that place? He didn't hesitate either. Explain it to Lana. Maybe it's because of our guest today. I heard this person is an important guest, but I don't know who it is either. Jason happily invited her. Shall we go around and take a look? Okay. Lana noticed the man in the black uniform. She thought, that must be the person Sally mentioned. Can't see anything from here. Just then, inside the mansion, another soldier ran breathlessly to where the two of them were, calling out urgently, Hey, Jason, you're here. Come quickly. There's an emergency. Hurry. The wall collapsed. Jason guiltily had to leave, hurriedly saying, Lana, sorry, can you wait for me for 3 minutes? Don't tell the warden. Okay. Lana nodded calmly. Okay. She stood there alone, watching Jason's disappearing figure. Unexpectedly, just then, footsteps gradually echoed in the corridor. Someone was coming. Lana subconsciously looked back. Just now, I felt like there was something. Chester, who had somehow appeared behind her, said, Hello, Lana. She was startled and glanced back, but when Lana turned around, there was no one behind her. At this moment, she was the only one in the corridor. Lana wondered blankly, what's going on? I thought I saw someone just now. Just then, Jason hurried back, calling her name. Lana, sorry to keep you waiting. Let's go to the warden now. Okay. As she walked, she was still thinking about what had just happened. Strange, I must have been hallucinating. At this moment, Chester was standing in a corner, watching Lana with interest. Marshmallow stood beside him, expressionless. He asked curiously, "Why didn't you speak to her?" Hearing Marshmallow's question, Chester just smiled. "Master," he replied softly, "it's not the right time yet. After all, that child doesn't have to stay here for too long." Marshmallow continued, "Everything will go smoothly, won't it?" Chester calmly replied, "Yes, I will see her soon." But he meaningfully changed his mind. "No, I should say, we will be living together soon." "That's right," Chester said. "Anyway, you just stay in this prison for a little while longer." His gaze never left her. "My Lana." At this time, the warden kept questioning, "Miss Lana, why did you help that prisoner?" Lana calmly replied, "Of course, for me, it's for academic research. But I'm curious, why did you help him?" She thought, maybe it's because I pity him, but I decided not to say that. Lana had no choice but to use this excuse, because he's handsome. The warden was stunned after hearing this. He froze for a few seconds. "I understand. So next time you see him, can you tell me how he's doing?" She then agreed, "No problem. It's not difficult. But when will we meet again?" The administrator smiled confidently and introduced himself. "I'm a magician." Unexpectedly, Lana had already moved to another space. "I have a way to communicate with you, Miss Lana." Then he asked, "Are you all right?" Lana hesitantly replied, "Yes." She recalled what Jason had mentioned earlier. Thinking back on it now, she was quite surprised. He said the warden was looking for me, and now Reynold has appeared. Lana said awkwardly, "Sorry." He simply replied calmly, "It's all right." Lana timidly asked, "I heard you were away from the prison for a few days." Reynold recounted, "Yes, there were some matters, but I've returned. An urgent matter arose, so I had to come back." She immediately speculated. That's why the warden came early in the morning and then left so suddenly. Who knows what he's thinking? The capital is in its busy season now, so I had to return. He hasn't been at the prison often lately. Huh? Lana sat there, focused on him, but her mind was racing. Could he have hidden some treasure in the prison? I wonder if that prisoner is all right. Unexpectedly, Reynold casually asked, "Anyway, you must be sad, right?" He was holding a cake. Lana was confused. "Me? Why? This is really delicious." He revealed something that shocked Lana. "Your brother came here." She had to repeat the question, "Brother." Reynold then relayed the message to Lana. "Yes, he came here to see you, but he had to leave because of something. It seems something happened in the family's territory while he was away." He also sighed. "It seems your family's territory is quite busy." Hearing this, she remained very calm. Lana rested her chin in her hand, thinking, "Yes, I understand." Lana told herself, "My family is a family on the villain's side." She remembered he had schemed in an unbelievable way. Lana was a little suspicious. So, is my brother being used and controlled by the villain? Humph, I don't know yet. She twirled a strand of hair, imagining, I guess my brother must have pink hair like me. Lana continued to think, he's a character I haven't even heard the name of, like a stranger I've never met. Finally, she made a decision. I'm afraid I can't arrange to see him. Reynold then stood up and handed over a message. "This is what your brother left. For you." He held up a bouquet to Lana. "For you." She was a little surprised. "Are you serious?" The bouquet wasn't an ordinary one. "These are gems." Reynold also reminded her, "He also left a letter for you." The letter read, "To my dear sister." He wrote, "Can you look at these roses in place of the regret of not being able to see me directly? These beautiful roses will never wither. I know wilting flowers would disappoint you." Lana held the letter, reading it carefully. "I don't even want to see you disappointed. I only want to give you the best." Cheshire also left a message. "I'll be back to you soon." She was a bit surprised, asking herself, just how rich is Lana's family to send a gift like this? Is it okay to receive a gift like this in prison? Lana held the bouquet in her arms and asked Reynold, "Can I take this back to my room? Is this really illegal? But I'll let you take it back." He softly replied, "It suits you." "Hey, sorry, but I didn't quite hear what you said." Lana then leaned in closer and whispered, "It seems my family won't be collapsing." "Huh, this looks too expensive." Reynold rested his chin in his hand and shook his head. "Impossible." She touched the gem petals, thinking, will it break? "Humph, it's just a family matter. Everything's fine. Your brother is taking care of everything." Reynold even assured Lana, "I won't let anyone touch your gift either. Everything is yours." Hearing this, she was a little worried. "Impossible. I'm not afraid of it being stolen." Suddenly, he stood up and said seriously, "Miss Lana, I have a question." Reynold didn't hesitate to ask directly, "Aren't you curious why your brother locked you up here?" Lana rolled her eyes, thinking me. I was curious at first. She suddenly remembered, when I first woke up in this place, I thought he must have a special reason for sending me here. My brother isn't someone who does anything without a reason. No reason. Lana also wondered, pondering, he sent me so many gifts, he must have put a lot of thought into everything he does. Something like this happening made her still have questions to this day. Maybe he feels guilty, or he has another purpose. I don't know what kind of relationship we have. Hearing Lana's sharing, Reynold frowned slightly. I see, Miss Lana, you still trust your brother. He also gave his own assessment. I can't say your brother is a bad person. Lana stared intently at Reynold. This conversation is really strange, but he seems to know my brother very well. Impossible. He must know him very well. She expressed, this is uncomfortable. But Lana still replied, well, I trust him because he's my brother. Since when did we become so close? Seeing Reynold getting closer and closer to her, Lana hurriedly said, do you have to be this close to talk? He also unconsciously took a step back, his face flushing with embarrassment. I'm so sorry. Don't worry about it. Lana saw Reynold's embarrassed expression. More than that, the glasses he was wearing. Is it a trend? Sorry for the sudden question, but is your eyesight bad? After a while, Reynold regained his composure and hesitantly replied, it's not like that. His ears had been burning since earlier. I just think I look more charming with glasses on. Lana, also not wanting to embarrass Reynold, quickly ended the topic. I understand. Sorry for asking such a question, and thank you for your answer. Then she said goodbye and left. I'll be going now. I know my father and brother asked him to, but he's really too kind to me. Lana thought about Reynold's expression, feeling a bit puzzled. It's strange. In the book, even if he was asked, he wouldn't be this nice to me. She felt a thrill at this. I'm curious about what my family is like. This is interesting. Pilates stared at her and asked, you look serious. What happened? Lana was still deep in thought. I'm thinking about something. She told herself it wasn't a serious issue. Lana turned to Pilates. I have a question. He asked and surprised me. She then suggested, we also answer a few questions. It'll be more fun, right? Sally walked over excitedly. Hey, I want to join too. Seeing Lana's happy expression. Okay, no problem. Are you going to sit here? She looked at Sally and sized her up. Sally is an experienced young lady. Of course, she's a baroness. Then Lana spoke. My family is really mysterious. Huh? What do you guys think my parents do? Everyone take a guess. She smiled with interest. When they answer, I'll be able to gather information about my family. That way, it's obvious I know nothing about them. Lana calculated, I thought I could wait until I left here to see my brother, but now I can't wait until then. She had to make a plan because it would be a big problem if her family was related to the villains. Unrealistically, I want to live comfortably after I get out of prison. Pilates was curious. Isn't it mysterious? Hey, say something. But Lana was still a little worried. If I can find valuable information, maybe I can escape this place faster. I need to go somewhere far, far away. He was a bit excited. Should I be honest? I'm guessing you must be the daughter of a family high-ranking enough to see the director here, and also a young lady who hasn't been seen in high society. That narrows it down to the Lehman and Hod families. Sally then said, I had the same thought. We've met Count Lehman's daughter before. It seems their status is enough for them to control high society. Pilates also elaborated, the Holy Countess is in the south, so her skin is a bit dark. You don't look like her, so your family definitely isn't in the south. All the territories in the south have one ruler in common. Lana sat there, organizing the information she heard. The Holy Count, Count Lehman, and the Hod family. Could I be the daughter of someone higher than a duke? She muttered to herself. The standard for noble prisoners to be able to see the director is the size of their territory. Could it be that my family is extremely wealthy? Lana made up her mind to think. I'm hesitating too much. After a while, she said, time's up. Well, we'll let you answer next time. Or how about that? Sally was a little disappointed, but she had to listen. Okay, that's a shame. Pilates also stood up and promised, we'll talk later. Then, on the way back to her room, Lana kept thinking. There's no one in the cell. It's a shame there wasn't more time. Even so, I made use of those few minutes. But she was also satisfied with what just happened. I've got a safer way to get clues now. She smiled happily, then started rewriting. On that piece of paper, Lana wrote, Brother, what's our family's background like? She looked up at the window. It's too late to see Ricardo Lon now, right? Ricardo Lon. Lana told herself, I'll go tomorrow. Okay. A few days later, when she heard the news, she was surprised. What did you just say? A soldier stopped her. You're in the wrong place, Miss Lana. Lana stood there, stunned. How strange. I've never seen these guards before. Lana, holding a small cloth bag, hesitantly asked, Hello, may I ask what happened? I don't think we've met before. He replied, Is that so? That's right, with the West District guards. The West District, that's where prisoners who committed serious crimes like murder, robbery, or treason are held. All the guards there are high-ranking knights. It's a key detention area. He explained, this is the only entrance to the basement where the heavily sentenced prisoners are held. It seems a few days ago, someone broke in here. Hearing this, Lana was startled. It is said that the intruder's belongings were found next to the prisoner. She immediately remembered. Wait, could be my headband. At least let me keep this. I gave him restore and my headband. Lana was terrified. The intruder was me. Ricardo Dolan was the only person in that basement. This is the place the owner of Cambridgeshire reserved for the Kernan ducal family. According to the original work, Reynold's family was a neutral family who ran this prison for generations, and later they handed over the position to the ducal family. However, Reynold is no longer neutral, but has joined forces with Cesar. Lana rested her chin in her hand, speculating about a terrifying intruder. I wonder if any accident happened here. The soldier reassured her, saying there's nothing to worry about. However, as I mentioned, the intruder's belongings were found in the basement, and it must be because a serious situation occurred that led to this. Lana tried to feign indifference. Oh my, this is a big problem. She was embarrassed because I was the intruder. Lana burst out laughing, holding her head, leaving the two soldiers confused. She just remembered that I had left the blanket in Ricardo's cell. Back then, Hans cooperated with her. I understand. I'll take care of it. He also promised, I will never say you were here. But Hans's help only went so far. I promised not to leave anything behind. Lana's head started to ache. I forgot, because Ricardo Lon suddenly became an adult. Ricardo is in an unfortunate situation. He's sick. What if something bad happens because of my mistake? Lana felt increasingly uneasy. This really. She then reached out to touch the bracelet. It didn't have any effect. Someone had prepared it for Lana. I put a talisman in the bracelet. You can use magic in 4 instances because we can't avoid making mistakes. She looked at it, dejected. All magic has limits, right? Let's go see if he's all right. In the pitch black night, the dungeon was empty. Lana put on her cloak and ran hurriedly. I'll just check from the outside because the guards in the West District are facing cruelty. Every day, she went to a room. He said his hand was injured. Lana hesitated. What if his hand really is injured? She worried incessantly. I hope nothing happened to him. Lana hid and observed. Fortunately, there was only one soldier guarding here. She deliberately threw a stone to distract him. The soldier unconsciously followed it. What was that? At that moment, she quickly ran over and arrived at the empty room. Hans isn't here, right? Lana walked slowly. Hans was sitting alone in the corner. He suddenly turned his head. Lana. She took off her hood and joked. I guess you couldn't recognize me this time, huh? Lana stood there, focused on Hans. He hurriedly reached out and pulled her hand. I got too close. Hans couldn't help but pull Lana down to sit. Your scent, he said with a smile. You have a unique scent. Lana was a little surprised. I'm glad you're welcoming me now. It seems you didn't mind locking me up, huh? Unexpectedly, she asked bluntly, strange, do you like me? Hans's eyes moistened. He quickly withdrew his hand. Huh. Lana was startled. It hurts. Hans blushed and stammered. I don't have any bad intentions. She continued to tease him, who says, seeing his embarrassed face, Lana liked it even more. I'm really glad. Thankfully, he's not injured. But then she put on a sad expression and said, I'm sorry. Maybe you'll encounter more trouble because of me in the future. Maybe not, but it's painful to know it's still possible. Hans looked at Lana in surprise. Will you come back after I'm injured? Then the next day, and the day after that. Lana was surprised to hear this. If so, you can hit me. It touched her a little. You really are. But Lana deliberately pretended to be angry and pinch Hans's cheeks. How could you think like that? Are you planning to let my efforts go to waste? I won't listen to your apology. Okay. After a while, she sat down and remained silent for a long time. Then Hans unconsciously smiled. He turned around and declared, you're the best person in this place. Lana glanced at him intently. She smiled and deliberately said, I know. Hans panicked, his words becoming incoherent. I'm telling the truth. I think about you every day. Thinking. He couldn't help but shout, whenever I think of you, my body gets bigger. Hearing this, Lana felt more horrified than touched. What? She stared blankly, her whole body stiff. I think it's really strange. Tiring. Lana turned her face away to avoid him. I wanted to ask, but I felt like I shouldn't. She tried to calm herself down. Calm down. Inside each of us, there's a demon, isn't there? Logically, Hans's eyes still looked brightly at Lana. That's right, it's not my fault. Such beautiful eyes looking at me like that. I suddenly realized. Hans's face continued to flush shyly, blushing again. Don't look at me. I am embarrassed. In Lana's mind, those thoughts continued. I just wanted to hear clearly. She's still pressed. So what do you mean by that strange bodily reaction? Hans stammered. When I think about you, I feel like my limbs and fingers get longer. Lana then asked, so whenever you think of me, you feel like your body grows taller for a short time, right? Yes. Have you tested it? He froze. She even suggested, have you ever measured your height when you think of me? Or made a mark on the wall or something? Hans, curling up, replied, I haven't thought about that. Sorry. It wasn't hard to understand. It was late at night, and Lana deliberately looked for an excuse to end the conversation. She stood up and patted his head. It's time to sleep. It's getting late. But he grabbed Lana's sleeve. I don't want to sleep. Hans felt uneasy, because if I fall asleep, I won't be able to see you. He grasped Lana's hand. You'll leave if I fall asleep. Hans pleaded pathetically like a small dog. Can you please stay? Lana had no choice but to agree. I'll stay here a little longer. Although reluctant, she couldn't refuse him. But I have to leave before dawn. Do you want to keep talking? Lana then asked, by the way, are you in trouble because of me? She repeated, do you remember the hair ribbon I gave you? Lana also explained the whole story. Because of that hair ribbon, someone went to your cell. I thought it was a guard friend I knew, but he didn't call out my name. He listened intently. It seemed that was how they confirmed the intruder. Hans might have been angry, but he didn't say anything. Lana also suddenly thought, I only bring him cigars and alcohol, and I'm a prisoner under special watch. Hans also unexpectedly spoke up, probably thinking it was best not to say anything. It's not your fault. He recalled the time without the item she had given him. Hans shared without hesitation. It was much more painful then. I'm glad I was born. What do you mean by born? He was still holding the hair ribbon in his hand. You can think of it this way. Lana also felt Hans's current mood. With this, I don't have to stare at the four walls all the time anymore. She turned her face and thought, unexpectedly, a small hair ribbon held such great significance. She hadn't expected to be like a glass of water appearing before a parched person. Looking at Hans's sad face at the moment, she thought, I can moisten your cracked lips, but I can't quench all your thirst. To dispel the awkward atmosphere, Lana joked, by the way, you didn't turn into a dog today. What a welcome record. But Hans said, I don't know why. I just want to remember you more. Lana fell into thought again, thinking, hey, you don't know why you suddenly have that kind of change, do you? If I knew, I would have been relieved a long time ago. Suddenly, Hans screamed in pain. She was frightened. Sie got dolan. Lana supported him, worried. Hans's body was getting hotter and hotter. Wait, could it be? Unexpectedly, he grabbed her hand. At this moment, Hans's face no longer held the previous innocent and pitiful expression, but one full of initiative. He took Lana's hand without hesitation and called out, Master. Hans said, what have you prepared for me today? Lana uncomfortably shook off his hand. I haven't prepared anything for you, and I'm not your master. After saying that, she immediately stood up. No, I have to go. He tried to grab Lana's arm. Where are you going? I'm going to sleep, right? Hans released her hand. Then let's sleep. But he was not timid at all at this moment. Lana couldn't stand it anymore. She put on her cloak and left quickly. He's crazy. I should have run before he transformed. Lana hurried away, and Hans looked up regretfully. She leaned against the stone wall with her hand and laughed. Lana muttered as she walked, he's really crazy. I should have used the illusion amulet first. Just then, a figure appeared ahead. The guards were coming. She was still thinking of a way to escape. At this moment, Lana realized, I hear footsteps approaching. They're getting closer and closer, and it sounds like they're coming from behind me. Lana started to panic. What should I do? If I move, they might hear me. There's a wall at the end. A familiar voice rang out, Miss, enjoy your stroll. Unexpectedly, it was him, Reynold. Lana stared at him intently. How could he see me? I've already used the illusion. She was puzzled. I don't understand. Is he pretending? The guards can't see me. How could? Could the magic have failed? Jair's magic shouldn't have any problems. But how? Reynold continued to approach. I need to make sure. He bent down and reached out to her. Don't bite him. Don't hurt yourself. Lana was stunned. This man could really see me clearly. Reynold just lightly touched her lips. Then he immediately withdrew his hand. He looked away and explained, I didn't mean to frighten you. Lana then tentatively asked, how did you know it was me? Reynold looked at her affectionately. I have no reason not to recognize you, he replied. Lana heard the explanation. I recognized you by your figure and heartbeat. How could he possibly know it was me just from that? She wondered. Reynold even acknowledged, I presume you're surprised I could see through your illusion magic. Miss Lana. Is that so? She thought. You're right, but how did you know? Reynard continued, the reason. Well, may I ask why Miss Lana is walking on the first floor of the prison at this hour, using that kind of magic? Lana thought. So, you mean if you don't ask, I shouldn't either, right? Unexpectedly, he had other special abilities. Let me give you a hint about my abilities, Reynard went on. I am a master of the Golden Rose. As long as I care to, I know everything that happens in this prison. He displayed the Golden Rose on his person, although I can't use this ability all the time. Reynard asked her curiously, your brother gave you that, didn't he? He looked at the bracelet on Lana's hand, and she replied, yes. I underestimated this man, Cesar, the final villain who grasps the entire plot in the novel. I thought this man wouldn't be as perceptive as him. There are some settings I hadn't noticed before. Lana pretended indifference and said, I told my brother I wanted a magic item, so he sent this. I'm sorry, brother. I don't even know your name, but I have to sell you out. But after she finished speaking, Reynard just coldly walked away. It's fine. What? He just left like that. So easily. He turned his head back uncomfortably and reminded her, in principle, these items are prohibited. Miss Lana, you are an exception. Reynard continued, I also told your brother, so you can freely do what you want. He even specifically confessed, and I only wish for your freedom. Reynard added, if you want to take a walk at night, you can do so like now. Saying this, he raised his hand in a gesture. I will accompany you, and it's best if you don't use magic. The guards stepped forward and bowed. She didn't understand. Reynard didn't ask her why she wanted to take a walk, or why at this hour. I can't ask him how he recognized me. She kept thinking. Reynard suddenly asked her, are you tired? Lana could only answer a little. He also suggested, you don't have to go out for breakfast tomorrow. We'll have it prepared for you. Lana felt uneasy. Is that all right? Reynard calmly replied, your body is quite weak right now. She suddenly remembered, oh right, this body has a heart condition. Come to think of it, it's quite convenient. However, don't worry about what others say. This is your privilege, Reynard affirmed coldly. I can silence them. Lana was startled when she heard this. That's terrifying. She awkwardly scratched her head. Finally, Lana asked, why do you always help me like this? Back when Reynard was younger, he was always secretly watching her, because he used to think, even just once, how wonderful it would be if you could look at me and smile. Reynard had also expressed, because I want to help you. Lana even invited him. Then do you want to come down to the basement with me? Reynard immediately teased. I guess you're not tired of playing with him. Lana stared at him, dumbfounded. Huh, what do you mean? Reynard then told her, I heard you humiliated him by throwing a ball, and he chased after it wagging his tail. I threw the ball here. Lana could only force a smile and evade the topic. How could taking Ricardo along for a walk in his beast form cause such a misunderstanding? Reynard approached her. I'll leave them a message, so you can come and go freely anytime. But in exchange, he whispered, could you spend a little more time with me? Back in the room, the next day, a voice called out, Lana. Pilates, and Sally looked at her intently. Huh, why do you look so tired? You were dozing off during the meal. Lana, are you sick? No. Impossible, he muttered, thinking about it. She also seemed a little disappointed. What's wrong? Sally continued. Could it be another letter from your brother? Lana yawned and waved her hand in denial. No way. It's just because I didn't sleep well. Only she turned her head and glanced away. Come to think of it, he's really slow to reply. Why are there so many noisy people today? Everyone stop gossiping. Oh my God, I heard the Bunnan Art Gallery was destroyed in an explosion. Someone said the head of the Domelite family was seriously injured. Sally heard. They even said he might be dead. It's all over the newspapers. Sally looked back in astonishment. What? The Domelite family is the villain's family in the novel, but it's one of the two founding pillars of the Empire alongside the Ernan family, Ricardo Land's family. Could it be that his son, Cesar, assassinated his father? Didn't they say their father-son relationship has always been bad? One person quickly covered another's mouth. Shoo, my God, what are you saying? You shouldn't provoke them. He fearfully interjected, you shouldn't provoke them. Who knows where they'll bomb next? Lana stood up. If the clan leader died, Cesar would become the one in power. She left because Cesar was a madman, and his followers were crazy terrorists, all lunatics. Lana left calmly. It seemed I was the only sane one left. This place was so far from the capital, I thought nothing would happen. I had no idea what would happen just an hour later. That's what I thought. Just an hour later, a mysterious person in black was secretly plotting something. I didn't know what would happen. Lana was wandering the hallway. The guard cheerfully started a conversation. Miss Lana, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Warden Ruben. Warden Ruben. Lana looked at him, speculating. It seemed he knew she was coming. It must have been Reynard's order. Reuben then announced, I have received orders to fulfill all of Miss Lana's requests. Is there anything you would like to do? She went out to the yard to see Hans. Lana said to the guards, by the way, could you give us some space? Certainly. They readily accepted her request. Could you give us some space? Certainly, as you wish. Looking at the people in the distance, she thought they shouldn't be able to hear us from this far away. Lana approached and asked Hans, are you all right? He just shook his head and replied, I'm fine. No, I'm very well. She deliberately changed the subject. Well, the weather's nice today. No, that thing. Lana recalled what happened last night. Because you're by my side, I feel good. She stood, watching Hans being brought out by the guards. I want to take a walk with a prisoner. He clung to Lana's arm like a child. A look of worry flashed in Hans's eyes. Was it a beast's intuition? He seemed to recognize the warden. Lana kept reassuring him, don't worry, they won't hurt you. To him, the new guards were just replacements for the people who had bound him, never a good memory. Hans sat down on a bench by the roadside. Lana approached and said to the guards, by the way, could you give us some space? Certainly. She said, could you give us some space? Certainly. He agreed immediately, as you wish. They shouldn't be able to hear us from this far away. Lana approached Hans and asked, are you all right? He just shook his head and replied, I'm fine. No, I'm very well. Well, the weather's nice today. She looked up and admired the sky. No, that thing. Hans put on an innocent expression again, acting spoiled towards Lana. Because you're by my side, I feel good. He kept clutching her sleeve. How could he suddenly say such a thing? Lana looked at Hans and smiled. Even so, she felt very happy. I just thought this walk would end peacefully like this. But unexpectedly, a stranger's foot stepped over. He was secretly holding a lot of bombs in his hand while constantly looking around. Unexpectedly, a bomb fell to the ground, followed by a terrible explosion. A bomb. Hearing the sound, Lana quickly turned her head to look. What was that? It was that sneaky man. He deliberately dropped the bomb and even shouted excitedly for the Domelite family. Long live Lord Cesar. Lord Cesar will soon take over everything. Seeing that the situation was bad, Lana panicked. We have to leave. Everyone run. The guards immediately began to evacuate. Everyone get out of the way. She also hurried away. The two quickly escaped behind a large tree. Hans clung tightly to her, while Lana kept looking back fearfully to make sure they were safe. Are we safe now? Everyone, please praise the great Lord Cesar. Seeing him still shouting nonsense, she gritted her teeth and cursed. That lunatic. At this moment, Lana looked at the hand she was holding and suddenly realized, wait, what is this? She looked at Hans, thinking he transformed. But before she could think further, Lana grabbed his shoulders. She hugged Hans tightly without hesitation. No more bombs. Catch that weirdo. Lana was still secretly observing the situation outside. The guards swarmed in. The prisoner from the basement is gone. He probably didn't run far, just trying to avoid the explosion. Search all areas. Understood. She worriedly clenched her teeth. This was bad. Although they had safely escaped the explosion, she and Hans were in a very intimate position. I can't let anyone see this. He had already changed into his other personality. Your name is Lana, right? Oh no, master. Hans was no longer shy, resting his head completely on Lana. You're so warm, Lana. She thought, have some shame, ill lead. Why did you have to get bigger at a time like this? Lana looked around worriedly. The guards will find us sooner or later. What if they see you like this? She recalled the scene of Hans covered in blood and unconscious. He continued to be intimate with Lana. Hans raised his head and asked, aren't you happy to see me? Lana replied coldly, now is not the time to think about whether I'm happy or not. She was constantly worried that if I were caught, my involvement would be revealed and Ricardo Lon would be in danger. No, I can't let that happen. Suddenly, Hans raised his hand and brushed Lana's lips. She looked at him blankly. If you keep biting your lip like that, you'll hurt yourself. Hans even provoked her. My lips hurt when I do that too. How about I bite you? Then it won't hurt so much. Lana grabbed Hanses hand, frovning uncomfortably. What are you thinking? Hearing her words, a flicker of annoyance crossed his eyes, but Hans still didn't give up. He firmly grasped her hand again, raising it to his face. Hans even seemed to enjoy it. Feels much better. I like the way Lana touches me every time like this. Lana asked coldly, when did I ever touch you like this? When I picked up the ball you threw. Hans kissed her hand without hesitation. That's how you touched me, isn't it? Stop it. He even smiled contentedly. If I can't touch your lips, how about your hand? No. At that moment, the guards were hurriedly searching. I hear something over there. She panicked. Oh no. Unexpectedly, a voice called out, Miss Lana. A guard found them. Over here. Are you alright? As for this prisoner, oh, I'm a little dizzy from the explosion, and I think this prisoner is sick. Lana quickly made an excuse. He has a cold. Fortunately, he had transformed back to his original form in time. Ruben seemed surprised as well. I understand. It's good that you're alright. They quickly led the two away. Let's go back quickly. At this point, Lana was hurrying down the corridor. Within the enclosed walls of the prison, she stopped, gasping for breath. Lana recalled Hans's words. That's how you touched me, isn't it? He kept kissing her hand. Lana also remembered the phrase, if I can't touch your lips, how about your hand? She was bewildered. At this time, Ricardo Lon was imprisoned once again. I had no choice but to be driven out. Lana thought desperately, I need some cold water. She hurriedly drank a glass of water. She drank the entire glass in one gulp. It felt like coming back to life. Lana also kept thinking, I heard that people often get excited when they experience pain. How does growth magic work? I heard that only Ricardo Lon has this kind of magic. And why would Ricardo Lon be in pain? I think I need to seriously understand this matter. This is also part of the responsibility, because I'm the one who used growth magic on him. This time I must see Jair. Unexpectedly, Lana saw something. It was an envelope placed on the table. It wasn't here this morning. She picked it up and examined it. Could it be from my brother? Lana guessed, recalling the last time she asked about her family. I wonder if there's an answer in this letter. The letter simply read, My little sister, what a surprise. The content of the letter was very brief. Is someone bothering you? He seemed angry. Lana was confused. He's angry. Why? Where? She tried to read the letter many times. Wait, could I be mistaken? Lana thought again, saying that the letter was unusually short, usually filled with greetings. She couldn't help but become suspicious. Suddenly, for no reason, what's the problem? Lana thought, I only asked about family. Could this be a very unpleasant topic? I don't think I'm the type of person who knows nothing even if I want to figure it out. I feel like I'm missing a piece. Brother, the letter, and family. I can't find a connection between these things at all. She lay down on the bed, and I still don't know my last name. Why am I so worried? Lana thought, rest for a bit, just for a while. Her gaze still lingered on the letter. She told herself, then I'll write back later. But she completely forgot to write back. The next morning, Lana was a little embarrassed. At this time, a table full of food was laid out in front of her. What is all this? Reynold looked at her and asked, Miss Lana, what do you like to eat? He not only introduced the entire table of food for her to choose from. Before that, what is this? It's dessert, a glowing dessert. No, I know it's dessert. But Lana wanted to know, why are you doing this to me? I've been waiting for you. Reynold kept asking her, Miss Lana, what would you like to eat? If there's nothing here you like, please tell me. She just forced a smile and evaded, no, just cake and juice will be fine. I really like them, but I don't know why you're doing this to me. He continued, because you promised, right? Reynold repeated with a smile. You said you'd spend more time with me, just like you did with that prisoner. He continued to express himself. So I just wanted to treat you well this morning. I just visited Ricardo Lon, and of course, communication was very difficult. Lana was a little worried when he was in his beast form, but seeing that he wasn't weak today, I was truly relieved. But then she shook her head. Today, I have some important questions to ask. Lana enjoyed the sweet cake, thinking it's just not the right time. Only I can say this, but Ricardo Lon always has so many scars. Every time he has an episode, for a while after that, a guard would beat him. Ricardo Lon, they said, I have to be beaten. Only then can I turn back into a human. He didn't write why he was beaten so badly. Lana got a headache just thinking about it. How should this be resolved? Just then, Reynold called her to eat some fruitcake. He brought a piece of cake over and fed it to Lana. Is it good? She took it and ate it without hesitation, which surprised Reynold a little. Lana savored the cake and calmly asked him, would you like a bite, Reynold? Hearing this, he slowly lowered himself, his hands resting on the table. Reynold naturally took the cake from Lana's hand. Only then did Lana react. The maid, watching the scene unfold before her, was furious. How could you leave me out? She stormed over, her face flushed with anger. Lana hurriedly called out, I'm sorry. Reynold wiped his mouth and asked, I don't understand why you're apologizing. But he still replied naturally, it doesn't matter, as long as it's sincere. Lana muttered to herself, I still can't get used to this. I've decided to spend as much time with this man as I did with Ricardo Lon. I don't have the courage to look this man in the face, because I know all too well about his wickedness in the novel. Lana also realized if I don't defy his will, I have nothing to fear, right? Reynold suddenly asked her, is there anything bothering you while you're with me? Lana froze, then answered awkwardly, yes, there's a lot. No. Regaining her composure, Lana immediately said, of course not. You've helped me a lot. I'm truly grateful. Reynold smiled gently after hearing this. Then, he looked at her and asked, "Are you satisfied with the food here?" Lana enjoyed her meal happily. "Yes, I ate everything. It was very delicious." Reynold reached his fork towards the cake plate. "Is that so? I thought you wouldn't be used to these things." Lana, suddenly, he became serious. "I'm sorry. I know you don't like me talking about the past. Although we don't see each other often, I've always been hearing about you, Lana. You'll understand. It's a kind of mutual care relationship." Is he hinting at the relationship between our families? Lana casually replied, "You've heard about me." It would have been better to say, "I knew nothing from the start," rather than pretending to know everything to avoid suspicion. Lana reminded herself, "I must keep this secret." Reynold continued, "Speaking of which, Miss Lana, yes." Although she looked calm, her heart was in turmoil. "It seems the day of my release will be decided soon." Lana asked in surprise, "You said release?" Reynold repeated to her, "Like I said, you'll be released soon." "Is that possible?" Seeing her expression, he seemed surprised. "Aren't you happy?" She simply replied, "I'm here because I confessed to my crime." Committing a crime isn't an easy thing. But Reynold's reaction was unexpectedly intense. The teacup on the table spilled. "Miss Lana, have you been thinking this way all this time?" He stood up angrily. "It's not your fault." "What?" Reynold couldn't help but shout, "You're not a criminal." Lana stared at him blankly. "I'm not a criminal. This is a prison. If I'm not a criminal, why am I here?" Reynold explained to her, "It's not what you think. Although all the prisoners here have confessed, you're different from them." Lana frowned and asked tentatively, "Then why am I here?" "Well," Reynold calmed down. "Although I don't know the rest, it's clear that you haven't admitted to any crime. You were sent here for your protection." Lana was stunned by his words. "Protection?" He revealed, "Yes, there are always people outside trying to find you. A group of people, to be precise. Lana is a noble, but even for protection, who would lock Lana in prison, sending someone to the worst place in the Empire? Even if a noble's conditions are good, can it compare to being in their own mansion? Thinking of ordering someone to go mad? Or that he's a weirdo? And the person who sent you here under the guise of protection is none other than your brother." After returning from a meal with Reynold, Lana was still lost in thought. Hans came over to comfort her. She recalled his words, "None other than your brother." How complicated. To change her mood, Lana kept stroking Hans's head. Lana questioned him, "Are you a human or an animal? Get your paws off me." Hans put on a pitiful look and pleaded, "No, I didn't get anything to eat today." He unexpectedly got the ball wet. "Hey, wait, don't eat it." Lana stopped him quickly. "You naughty little rascal, it's all wet." Hans grabbed her hand and immediately blushed. Sorry." She turned away, feigning anger. "What, you want to eat my hand too?" But Hans went even further. "Can I have another one?" His personality had changed. Lana was surprised. "No, wait. When did you change?" She asked, bewildered. "Excuse me, why are you here?" Hans asked provocatively. "Why did you call me? What should I call you?" Wild instinct. He feigned sadness. "Why are you avoiding me? Do you hate me?" Hearing this, Lana had a headache and didn't know what to do. "No, I don't hate you. If you say that, it'll make me look like the bad guy." "Why did you change so quickly? Can we take a walk later?" Hans simply replied, "I don't know." The thought of Lana's rejection. That's strange. He continued to move closer to her. "However, I don't like that, because your eyes are very beautiful." Lana quickly pushed Hans's hand away. "Okay, don't get so close, or I'll use my illusion magic." Hans still tried to get closer. "Okay, I understand. I want to ask you about something else." He immediately pressed her. "Why did you come to me and then leave without saying a word?" Lana thought, criminal. Did he notice something even when I was in animal form? She asked him, confused, "Do you remember everything? Even our last conversation? I guess I look a little strange like this. Why are you asking so much about that?" Hans immediately said, "That was just me then, and this is me now." He took a strand of her hair and kissed it gently. Then Hans looked at her with a suggestive look and went further. "So, which version of me do you prefer?" He continued to approach Lana, curious to know the answer. Hans's eyes were full of magic, wanting to seduce her. Which personality did Lana like? Lana had to struggle to resist. "Shut up," she scolded angrily. "What kind of stupid question is that?" Hans still wanted to tease her. "What? Then what do you want to ask me?" But then Lana suddenly mentioned a name. "By the way, do you know Jair?" Hans even deliberately bargained with her. "It seems you were planning to ask me that question anyway. I also hope Lana will give me something." She had to accept. "Okay, I'll satisfy you too. So answer me, Lana. It's time to eat." Lana turned her head uncomfortably. "Why now?" "I'll be back after I eat." Hans grabbed her hand and asked, "Really? Is this a promise?" He hooked her pinky finger tightly, making a promise. "Remember to keep your promise." Lana responded, "I will also keep my promise to you." Hans smiled with satisfaction. "Okay, She hurried away, quickly pulling her hand free. Hans still looked regretful, not wanting Lana to leave. He raised his hand, feeling the lingering warmth of her touch, and murmured, "You must come back, Lana." In Reynard's room, countless foods were still meticulously prepared for her. Reynard sat down and immediately felt a little guilty. "I'm sorry for suddenly calling you over after taking you out this morning." Lana quickly replied, "It's nothing." He even said sarcastically, "Miss Lana must be tired of this place." "See," Reynard narrated, "as you expected." He recalled what had happened before. "That's why I didn't appear before you." She remembered too. "Are you talking about when I was brought to this place?" "Yes." Lana kept thinking, "Even so, don't you often receive requests to help others? If you want to know, it's not always like that." I was really worried. "I guess Reynard and Lana's family relationship is closer than I thought." She thought, "So it's best to confess first and then inquire. You treat me like I'm the daughter of a marquis or a duke." Then Reynard revealed, "I know a little too much myself, but it's really not entirely like that. Miss Lana is not the daughter of a duke or a marquis." Well, naturally, this title refers to the history of the Cheshire family and the Reynard family, as well as that villain. Reynard said seriously, "Miss Lana, I just want you to know one thing. I'm not talking about your family, because I know how much you hate them. I don't want you to hate me too." She was a little surprised. What does that mean? Lana doesn't like her family, even though she has a brother like that. Meanwhile, a soldier ran over and reported, "Master, what are the two of them discussing?" Not noticing, someone suddenly called her, "Miss Lana." She quickly replied, "What's wrong?" Reynard announced that her brother wanted to see her immediately. Lana panicked. "What?" Seeing her expression, he was a little surprised. "Miss Lana, is there something wrong between you and your brother?" She clenched her hands and said sarcastically, "What do you mean?" After thinking about it, I replied to my brother, and I'm very comfortable. Somehow, I didn't think it was necessary. Reynard said seriously, "You need to see him immediately." He also revealed, "We have a problem." Lana asked, confused, "What?" "Someone from Duke Hernheim's family will be here soon." "Are you serious?" "Yes." With one of her family members currently in the dungeons below, Lana's feelings were incredibly complicated. If they discovered Ricardo's abilities hadn't awakened yet, Ricky Dolan would be beaten soon. As time went on, the situation would only worsen. She didn't hesitate for long before making up her mind. "I need to see Jair." Just then, Reynard's voice suddenly rang out, "Is this matter troubling you so much?" He also reminded her, "We need to be careful about this crisis." "Crisis? Are you referring to the bombing?" After his followers carried out the terrorist attack and public opinion soured, Cheshire coming here isn't a good thing. Lana also imagined that scenario. "If we meet, I'm sure he won't spare anyone. What if my brother dies?" She asked, "When is he coming?" Reynard lifted his head to answer, "You mean Grand Duke Hernheim. It will probably take him 4 days to get here. Like your brother, they'll likely take the same route." She thought to herself, "So according to you, they might meet on the same road." Reynard nodded. "Yes, that's right. In a place like this that holds criminals, no one is allowed to cause trouble. His Majesty won't spare anyone who tries to start something here." She wanted to suggest, "Can't we have my brother turn back?" "I don't know." Reynard warned again, "I don't think your brother would listen to me. And he's already on his way, so there's no way to send a message. We don't know how to contact him before he arrives here." He also looked worried. "Moreover, I'm worried that Miss Lana, you might be caught in the middle of it." She was touched and repeatedly expressed her gratitude. "You're always worried about me. That's because we have a connection." "What exactly is this connection you speak of?" With that said, Lana stood up. "Anyway, if there's nothing else, I'll go back now." "Miss Lana." He walked towards her and reminded her, "Please don't forget, I will always be here to help you." 2 days later, I tried Cesar, but I realized how difficult it was. So at this moment, Lana was talking to 2 guards. "You mean it's very difficult for prisoners to move around here?" "I can't see him." "Yes, that's right." She couldn't help but ponder. "We don't have much time left. I only have 2 days." She looked back at the bracelet on her hand. "If this continues, I won't be able to get Ricardo out of here." "No, this is very important." So Lana decided, "I'm going to the dungeons below." "All right, we'll take you there." The guards led her there, and suddenly, he stopped and hesitated. "Miss Lana, I'm sorry, but could you go by yourself? I believe you can do it on your own." She had no choice but to comply. "All right." Lana wasn't afraid and walked in alone. Suddenly, she noticed something. Lana turned her head. Footsteps. She quickly looked around. "Did I hear wrong? Come to think of it, it's strange. Why does it feel so empty here today? What if something happened here?" Just then, a voice called out Miss Lana. Then, Lana raised her hand. This is it. I must borrow his power. She cried out happily, what's this? Mr. Jair, is that really you? He replied, yes, it is. You still remember me. I'm so glad. Lana scolded angrily. Is this the time to say that? Why didn't you contact me? She vented her anger. Do you know how long I've been looking for you? If you can use magic like this. So Jair had to appease her. Miss Lana, I'm truly sorry. He continued, but I don't have time right now. Jair asked, is there anyone near you? Yes. He whispered his request. Then can we move to a more secluded place? I think so. Jair immediately urged, good, please move to that location as soon as possible. After a while, Lana arrived at a place where they could talk comfortably, and then said, she looked around and then said, I've arrived at a place where there's no one. Is this okay? But there was no response. Jair, Lana shouted angrily, hey, you promised. Hey, you. She was furious. What? Gone in an instant. Are you going to cut off contact again? Lana anxiously thought, what should I do? Should I leave here first or wait a little longer? Suddenly, someone arrived. She was completely unaware, still focused on the bracelet. Or, should I try knocking on this bracelet? A figure appeared behind her, but Lana still hadn't noticed. He raised his hand towards her in a way that felt unsettling. What's going on? Then, a pair of hands suddenly covered Lana's eyes. Lana panicked. What? The man in front of her reassured her. It's all right, Lana. A voice filled with melting affection. He whispered, it's me? A gentle tone, like spring flowers swaying in the wind. It was a voice I had never heard before. Somehow, I could sense who it was. Cheshire gently asked, are you all right? My dear, Lana was still surprised. This person is my brother. Why is he here at this time? But besides him, who else would call Lana so affectionately? It really is you, the person I only knew through letters. She was extremely perplexed. What should I do? My freedom all this time was all because I was with someone who didn't know Lana. I don't usually see Leonard, and we don't talk much. What am I supposed to do here, in front of people who know Lana? She stammered, but he still replied affectionately, you spoke to me. Cesar stroked Lana's hair and said, it was like this before too. You said you'd never speak to me again. He teased her with a smile, so I didn't expect to hear your voice at a time like this. The last time we met, you were sleeping too. Looking at you like that, I worried for a long time about what I would do if you opened your eyes. Cesar said, actually, when I came to find you, I didn't think you would see me, because every time you see me, you get angry. His voice was like honey poured into her ears. Come to think of it, Lana and her brother didn't have a good relationship. How bad was it? A slight quarrel or a fierce argument? It's unknown. In any case, ever since Lana entered this prison, their relationship has gotten worse. Chester's hand grasped Lana's. He also revealed, ever since you entered this place in my stead. Chester squeezed her hand tightly, continuing to express himself. I missed you so much. He kept calling her name, Lana, and gave her a warm smile. Then, Chester asked, did you miss me too? A mysterious question gradually surfaced in Chester's mind. Why so suddenly? Was it because of the way she addressed him? But in the letter, she also called him brother. Ending his thoughts, he turned a meaningful gaze forward. Brother, Lana, do you forgive me? Then, a blood-stained rose fell to the ground. Forgive. I don't even know what happened, so how can I talk about forgiveness? Hurried footsteps approached from afar, accompanied by a distracted voice. Don't stop. Chester didn't hesitate, immediately reaching out to cover Lana's eyes. A low voice echoed throughout the forest. It seems there's no one here either. Lana stopped abruptly, her eyes widening in confusion. She could still clearly hear the loud voices. Extreme confusion arose in her heart. What was going on? Chester slowly leaned his head against Lana's shoulder, breathing softly. Then, he brought his nose to the back of her neck, inhaling greedily. Anyway, Lana, it's fortunate to see you safe and sound like this. She stiffened, a chill running down her spine. An indescribable unease welled up in her heart. No, she couldn't breathe. Then he looked at her with a serious expression and said, if those people had touched you this time, I really wouldn't let it go. A stern and urgent voice suddenly sounded from outside. Did you find her? Search every corner. Chester tilted his head slightly and whispered in her ear, like a vow of honor, Lana, I'll give you back your freedom soon. When? Lana asked coldly. He replied calmly, as expected, you'll find out soon. As soon as he finished speaking, Lana raised her hand in confusion. Then why did you come here? Chester softened his voice and said gently, because I missed you so much. His eyes were full of calculation. He calmly bent down and said, and I thought, now I can take you to a safer place. Lana was startled, her heart full of questions. Why? The explosion flashed through her mind. Cesar slowly took a step, lowering his voice. My dear, I hope you can forgive me. Then he embraced Lana tightly. The arms around her tightened, as if to imprison her. He lowered his head slightly, burying his face in her hair, and took a deep breath. I won't let you regret this, he whispered soothingly. Just wait a little longer, Lana. Then Cesar slowly removed his hand from her eyes and continued. When the time comes, I'll come and get you. Lana immediately turned around curiously. She watched the tall figure gradually disappear before her eyes. She couldn't help but think, I didn't get a good look. The sky was as black as ink. Afterwards, Lana gently rubbed her eyes, trying to dispel the confusion in her heart. But when her unconscious gaze swept over the man's back, she couldn't help but admire. So tall. What great physique. Suddenly, a figure appeared from the opposite bushes and shouted, Miss Lana. The prison guard hurried forward and spoke first. Hello, miss. How did you get here? Lana nodded slightly and replied calmly, Yes, hello. As soon as she finished speaking, the guard immediately pressed, his eyes seeming to scrutinize every expression on her face. Did you see any other men pass by here? Hearing this, she tilted her head slightly, her hand unconsciously resting on her chin, her eyes widening curiously. Who? Was it a prisoner? The guard hurriedly raised his hand and scratched his head, laughing awkwardly. No, not a prisoner. We had a distinguished guest visiting today. The image of the man from earlier immediately appeared in Lana's mind, filling her with suspicion. A distinguished guest. The guard nodded and continued, Yes, but that guest seems to have gotten lost. He continued in a hushed voice, Anyway, it's not safe here, so the guard are all out looking for him. Lana was suspicious, getting lost in a situation like this. And they're looking for him. It didn't sound like he was simply lost at all. She cut off her thoughts, crossed her arms, and looked at him coldly, calmly saying, Speaking of which, I did hear a strange sound. Hearing this, the guard's eyes widened, his expression becoming urgent. Really? Where? As soon as he finished speaking, Lana pointed coldly behind her without hesitation. Over there. The sound definitely came from there. Before she could finish, the guard rushed out, saying hurriedly, Thank you, Miss Lana. She curtsied slightly, replying with a gentle smile, You're welcome. It's me who should apologize. Then she raised her hand, shaping it like a pistol, and pointed to the side. Over there. It's quite chaotic. Lana gently withdrew her hand and blew on her fingertips. She thought to herself, this should be enough to repay the favor of that cigarette and those flowers. She looked at the leaves beside her, lost in thought without saying a word. The scene from earlier suddenly flashed in Lana's mind. Why did he come here? She wondered. The fact that he came to see me is suspicious in itself. She turned around, her mind still racing. She paused, looking at the scarf in her hand, confusion swirling within her. Why did I help him avoid the guards who were looking for him? Why has he always ignored me? Questions about this world and about herself continued to surface. She looked at the people in front of her, thoughts still surfacing. Fundamental questions about herself filled her mind. Suddenly, Brady pointed a newspaper, his expression full of interest. His eyes lit up as he said confidently, What did I say? I told you, from now on, the War of the Roses will begin. A hesitant voice immediately responded, I'm not sure if the Duke family will be provoked. As soon as the words were spoken, Brady suddenly frowned and shouted, never mind that, but they really did meet. In that case, I bet on the Barron family to win. He raised his finger and pointed to the top of the newspaper, continuing, That rose, Lana. Brady leaned back in his chair and said calmly, We're talking about the 5 roses of the Empire. It's one of our prides, a legend that other countries envy. He paused, then looked at her. I presume you're well aware of this. Miss Lana crossed her arms, confusion swirling within her. I don't know anything. Then she suddenly burst out laughing, saying loudly, Even if I were well aware, this is still a topic I'm very happy to hear about. She paused abruptly, a calculating glint in her eyes. Regardless, I'm becoming more and more curious about this country. Mr. Brady's expression turned serious. He slowly raised 3 fingers and said loudly, Don't people say that this empire has 3 special things that other countries don't? An image of a huge, time-worn, towering building flashed through his mind. His voice lowered, filled with reverence. First, one of the greatest masterpieces built together with a legendary inventor on the founding day of the nation, the Sun Palace, and the Cambercombe prison, which has existed since ancient times, thousands of years ago. He paused, then continued, and the last one is, His thoughts shifted to a flower pot filled with flowers. Roses with special abilities. His voice became even more serious and weighty, as if to etch itself into the listener's mind. Those roses represent the 5 great families of the Empire, each possessing different special abilities. Lana, beside him, suddenly reached out and rubbed her chin, pondering abilities. I know that, Brady continued, as if revealing a secret. The curses that the families suffer from stem from the special abilities passed down through generations. An image of a blue rose appeared. He slowly lowered his voice. Among the 5 families, one has already disappeared from the world. Brady's tone grew more serious. One family's bloodline has almost been severed, with only one remaining. He paused for a moment, then continued. So, you could say there are 3 families left. Valtazer. The symbol of a golden rose slowly appeared in his mind. Domre, the black rose. The symbol of a sword thrusting downwards also appeared. In Hernheim, the red rose. Brady's words became heavier and more forceful. Among them, the most famous are the red rose and the black rose. The Hernheim family and the Domre family are sworn enemies. An image of Cheshire flashed through his mind. He slowly lowered his voice. Therefore, their feud is called the War of the Roses. He continued to explain to Lana in detail. The golden rose symbolizes neutrality and equality, and the administrator here, Marquis Valtazer, is that person. Hearing this, her eyes widened slightly in surprise. This is the first time I've heard that name. Lana immediately thought of Reynold, as if she had grasped a key part of the story. So that's why he mentioned the golden rose before. Brady interrupted her thoughts. To be honest, I'm curious about the white rose. He sat comfortably in his chair, reminiscing about the well-known, yet abruptly ended past. While other families may not know, within this empire, there's no one unaware of the white rose's power. Brady's tone was filled with solemnity and respect. That is, the power to heal. For centuries, they have often been called saints. Hearing this, Lana froze, her eyes widening in surprise. The power to heal, Francia used that. She's the main character of this book. She stopped abruptly, muttering in confusion. What is this? I don't know. She looked at the book beside her, bewilderment rising within her. Why are the main characters in the story? Lana paused, her eyes widening in confusion. Related to roses. Then she lowered her head, her expression growing serious. This can't be a coincidence. The image of a blonde girl, Francia Alcina of the Francis family, the name of the novel's protagonist, surfaced in her mind. Mr. Brady then interrupted Lana's thoughts. There aren't many people with that last name in Regina. Sally immediately turned her head and nodded in agreement. That's right, as far as I know. I heard His Highness is also quite interested in this. She took a breath and said calmly, the definition of power has disappeared. Perhaps the blue rose, whose name has been forgotten, is a prime example. Her voice gradually lowered, a name that has vanished into the river of history. Mr. Brady's expression suddenly changed, and he gave a warm smile. Well, let's talk about something interesting. There will be a visiting day in 2 days. Hearing this, Lana, who was behind them, widened her eyes in confusion. Visiting day. He crossed his arms, his confident voice ringing out, firmly confirming, yes, the annual day when everyone is allowed visitors. His voice was filled with unconcealed pride. Even noble prisoners can enjoy a luxurious afternoon tea. Sally said happily, and we can wear ordinary clothes, too. At this, Lana let out a pleasant laugh. This event lasts for 3 days. Lana murmured, her voice full of contemplation. It must feel like a vacation. My brother and Duke aren't coming, are they? She subconsciously looked in a certain direction, then gently raised her hand to her chin, lost in thought. My brother has visited here, but I heard Duke will also be coming to this place soon. Great, I'm going to be tortured again. Having said that, Lana turned to Brady and asked, Uncle, so during the event, everyone can move around freely. He thought for a moment, then shook his head, explaining gently, not exactly. The first day requires some simple preparations. As far as I know, they only receive guests on the second day. Brady continued calmly, and the third day, the last day of the event, will be held internally, just like the tea party I mentioned earlier. Hearing this, Lana suddenly lowered her head and thought, how can I hide Riche Dolan during such an event? Now that everyone's attention is focused here, I don't think Duke Khan can act normally. In a place like this, where can I hide him? Somewhere no one knows. A flicker of hesitation and difficulty crossed her mind. Maybe not. Of course, this is just for show, because I can't let him be completely free. Lana's expression became more serious than ever. She gently lowered her head and thought, maybe just for a little while. I just hope that person isn't hurt. The image of Ricardo Lan suddenly flashed through her mind. I've spent a lot of time thinking about Ricardo Lan's unusual attitude. If I can find the answer, I can kill two birds with one stone. After thinking for a while, she looked down at her hands, seemingly having made up her mind. So I have to see him. I haven't heard anything since I lost contact with him. At that last meeting, Lana mused silently. Maybe he's looking for me too, but for a mid-level prisoner in the East District, moving around is extremely difficult. I need to find a way to contact him. At this moment, she walked to the main gate, where two prison guards stopped her, saying coldly, "You can't go in." Lana panicked immediately. What? I can't go in. I'm sure I've been given permission. One of the guards immediately explained, that's not it. There's been some damage in the tunnel. Hearing this, a look of panic flashed across Lana's face, and her eyes narrowed slightly. The guard ran to the rubble. He said calmly, the path to the underground cells is damaged, and we're currently repairing it with magic. Lana's anxious voice rang out. Are the prisoners inside safe? The guard next to him nodded slightly. Yes, the prisoners are all safe. However, for Miss Lana's safety, visits are prohibited until the tunnel is repaired. After hearing those words, she sighed and then asked curiously, so when will it be fixed? The guard replied gently, it might be fixed soon. Afterward, Lana turned and left, still anxious. I'm in trouble. The image of the white-haired boy immediately appeared in her mind, and she blamed herself. Why can't I see Ricardo Lan at a time like this? Then she slowly left, already planning in her mind, I have to find a way to contact Jr. Lana suddenly stopped, looking worriedly at her wrist. The bracelet remained motionless. No, this can't be the only way. Time flew by, and soon it was the next day. Reynold looked at Lana coldly and asked, did you see your brother? She nodded happily and replied, yes. On the surface, that was true, but inwardly, she wasn't quite satisfied. I was called here after I finished eating. I'm used to seeing him now. Reynold tapped his forehead in exasperation. I told him many times to be patient, but he still came to see you directly. He then slightly raised his head and lowered his voice. I'm sorry. You must have been surprised. Lana quickly waved her hand and calmly replied, no, you have nothing to apologize for. Reynold leaned back in his chair and murmured, your brother caused quite a commotion in the upper prison yesterday. Perhaps you saw it. Hearing this, Lana's memory was jogged. Now that I think about it, the guards weren't searching frantically for my brother for no reason. After a moment of silence, he spoke softly, filled with remorse. I should have stopped him. No. Lana shook her head and said gently, don't blame yourself. I missed him too. Hearing this, Reynold cried out in surprise. What? I can't believe it. You missed him. You made up. Lana laughed, a hint of bewilderment in her tone, while thinking to herself, I haven't done anything wrong, because my brother has forgiven me too. The scene of meeting Cesar in the forest flashed through her mind. She recalled the man's back from earlier. His voice echoed in her mind. It seems there's a lot of strife between these siblings. She looked around at Reynolds' expression and thought, I don't think it's just a normal quarrel. Seeing Lana's unusual silence, a look of concern flashed across Reynolds' face. Reynold leaned forward slightly, his expression turning serious. Wasn't that the reason your brother kept sending you those letters? I thought you wouldn't reply to him anymore. Hearing this, Lana fell silent, her eyes downcast in regret. Yes, but it's all right now. A wave of unbearable remorse washed over her. Because I'm not Lana. The relationships I want to build in the future will be different. After a moment, he spoke, his voice laced with suspicion. I have a question. Does Grand Duke Hernham have plans to inspect this place? Lana simply shook her head, answering vaguely about that. I'm not too sure. Reynolds slowly lowered his voice, incredulous. I don't think Grand Duke Hernham will be coming here. As soon as he finished speaking, Lana asked back suddenly, a puzzled expression on her face. Why? Inwardly, she was disappointed. If he doesn't come, I'll be glad. He lowered his face and his voice. I don't know where to begin, but your brother's carriage. Reynold paused, the image of the luxurious carriage flashing through his mind. He lightly tapped his forehead with his hand. That originally belonged to the royal family. Lana lowered her face, tried to maintain her composure as she replied, yes. But inside, a wave of incredulous surprise washed over her. What? How did he even get on a royal carriage? Reynold lowered his voice, as if confiding a secret only the two of them knew. Somehow, I have a feeling he'll be leaving soon. He rode in a royal carriage, changed his destination as he pleased, and the royal envoys witnessed all the commotion here. Reynold's tone grew more serious. Word has reached the Emperor as well. I heard he is furious. His voice dropped. Perhaps His Majesty misunderstood and thought your brother wanted something from Cambridgeshire. Hearing this, Lana's eyes widened in shock, a wave of panic rising within her. Didn't he come to see me? Then she opened her mouth, stammering then, Grand Duke Hernham. Reynold nodded slightly, his voice thoughtful. Yes, the Grand Duke is an extremely loyal man. Because of that, it's not good for him to come to this place while His Majesty has his eyes on it. He would think his actions cause displeasure. In His Majesty's heart. As soon as he finished speaking, Lana slightly lowered her head and her voice. I understand. She seemed to have realized something. So that's how it is. Nothing in this world is easy. Reynold suddenly spoke vaguely. But I don't know. The Grand Duke always comes here for inspections, as if fulfilling some sort of obligation. Lana also grew suspicious. I guessed as much because he needs to torment Riche. Doran. Then, holding a letter in his hand, Reynold's expression turned serious. Also, the last time I contacted him, he said he really wanted to see his son. He spoke calmly. According to the agreement, as long as the Grand Duke wants to inspect, this prison remains open. That's all. With that, the conversation neared its end, and Lana quietly stood up and bowed. She seemed to be calculating something, her gaze fixed on a single point. I had originally intended to find Reynold, to find an excuse to hide Riche during visiting day, but it seems that's difficult now. I didn't expect him to have already signed the agreement. Suddenly, Reynold called out, Wait a moment, Miss Lana. This was the final decision. She immediately turned her head, looking at him with confusion. What? Reynold's tone softened. Regarding the date of your release. Just hearing this, Lana's eyes widened in surprise. He paused for a moment, then continued his announcement. Miss Lana will be released in 10 days. His words echoed in her mind. Miss Lana will be released in 10 days. After a moment, the corners of Lana's lips curved upwards in a meaningful smile. She tilted her head slightly, then calmly said, Thank you for telling me. The scene shifted to inside the prison. Lana was now looking down, reassuring herself, I'm all right. Let's put the release aside for now and think about the urgent matter at hand. According to Reynold, then doubt arose in her mind. There's a 50% chance Duke Hernham will come. I can't go see Riche Dolan because it's still under repair. She thought of the boy again. Hiding Riche Dolan on visiting day will be difficult. Lana immediately looked down at her bracelet. I have to find a way to contact Shees. Can I contact him through this bracelet? She lightly tapped her forehead with her hand and sighed. I need to think this through. Suddenly, Lana exclaimed in surprise, Oh my God. A confused voice responded. Miss Lana's brows suddenly furrowed, and she called out sternly, Shees. A remorseful voice came from the bracelet. I'm sorry about last time. I'm sorry, did I worry you? Lana glared down at the bracelet angrily. Under these circumstances, what could be more upsetting than you suddenly disappearing like that? A burst of laughter erupted from the bracelet. Then the persons seemed to restrain themselves, lowering their voice. I'm sorry. She's voice sounded very serious. Because it's urgent, I'll get straight to the point. Do you remember the prisoner you helped before? Lana's expression turned serious. She thought to herself, she doesn't know. I already know the whole truth. Then she calmly said, I remember. What about him? A serious voice responded. Actually, that prisoner, Riche Dolan, is a very important person. He shouldn't be treated like that. He's Duke Hernham's son. Hearing this, Lana's eyes narrowed suddenly. She thought, it's going to be difficult to pretend I don't know this. Immediately after, she said, but there's a problem. On the other side, She's face became tense. He lowered his voice. That prisoner's father is coming here soon. He shouldn't have a strange expression. Lana wasn't surprised. She muttered to herself, I guessed as much, because when his appearance suddenly changed. Then Lana subconsciously looked down at the bracelet, a thoughtful expression on her face. I don't think those soldiers who brought him food are unaware of this. She's voice gradually lowered, preparing to reveal the secret. There's just one problem. Before he was captured, a bloodstained, shackled hand appeared. She's tone grew increasingly serious. Once the master of this prison gets hold of the information, neither you nor I will be safe. Lana agreed. That's right. That would be terrible. Hearing her words, he couldn't help but ask suspiciously, how can you be so calm? She froze for a moment. No good. Then a thought flashed through her mind. I've got it. I'll play dumb. She's was still doubtful. You truly are an unusual lady. How can you remain so calm after knowing that prisoner's identity. Lana immediately changed the subject. Anyway, is there anything? Do you have a plan? She slowly looked down at the bracelet and said loudly, I've thought of 2 ways. He paused, then said, erase the magical marks on the prisoner. Or, his voice gradually lowered, prevent the prisoner's father from coming here in the first place. Suddenly, she's hesitated, but that seems impossible. Once the magic is activated, it can't be erased. Lana, on her side, was a little confused. She lowered her head slightly and asked, in the end, we only have one viable option, but what should we do now? Are there any other ways? She's immediately replied in a confident voice, yes. Duke Hernheim will only see that prisoner if he's healthy. Lana's heart couldn't help but stir. So you mean he's been enduring those injuries because of the abuse he's suffered this whole time? He continued, his voice ringing out loud and clear. In other words, if he's not healthy, the Duke won't come to visit. Then, she suddenly adopted a calculating tone. I'll give you a potion that can weaken him for a while. We're powerless because petty tricks won't work on the Duke. Suddenly, a serious face appeared. She slowly and confidently stated, it definitely won't harm him, at least enough for the guards to report to the warden. Perhaps he'll exhibit symptoms of high fever or high blood pressure. Then his voice dropped, filled with remorse. It's terrible to deliberately make him sick. How did this person become Riche Dolan's loyal confidant? Lana remained silent for a long moment, then said coldly, I'll do it. Chase replied, as expected, you probably don't understand why I'm doing this, but it's all just for show. She looked at the bracelet and said firmly, regardless, I'll do it. A flicker of worry crossed her face as she added, but you have to make sure it works. Lana lowered her voice and pleaded, and you have to help that prisoner. Chase didn't refuse. He immediately replied, for my own sake, I've already cleaned his wounds and applied medicine. But I'm starting to doubt you actually care about that prisoner. Hearing this, Lana raged internally. Easy for you to say. With that high fever and blood pressure last time, you didn't care how much pain Ricky Dolan was in. Seeing her continued silence, Chase continued, this is an agreement. I understand your worries, but the reason I'm using this method is because it's the only way to protect him. Hearing this, Lana paused, her tone shifting, then she nodded slightly. All right, I understand. Chase's tone immediately lowered, laced with suspicion. You weren't very surprised when I mentioned him. Lana didn't flinch, replying calmly. Simply revealing the prisoner's identity isn't enough to surprise me. It would be more deceitful if you said, I helped him without knowing what I was involved in. Chase nodded slightly. All right then. After this is done, I won't hide anything else from you. Lana thought coldly. Chase has revealed his identity too. She clenched her hands, her expression blank. But I'm not very surprised. Well, good. Chase leaned in slightly, whispering into the bracelet. Thank you. Thanks to you, I realized this. I overlooked his wounds. I couldn't understand, perhaps because I always thought he could endure any pain. His voice softened, or perhaps it's because he can't control his beastly strength. Lana gasped internally. Well, in the book, the author described him as having a monstrous personality. Lana predicted to herself, the time he meets the female protagonist, the plot point where he's awakened, is also near. Chase spoke immediately, without hesitation. Let's do it this way. Lana widened her eyes, asking softly, that magic, can you make it lighter? He nodded slightly. Perhaps, but what are you planning to do? I'll handle it. The goal is to make the guards report that he's sick, right? Lana looked at the bracelet, concentrating on his words. No matter how difficult, she had to succeed. Your current situation can only rely on me. I believe you can do it. Chase continued calmly. Even if you're angry with him, I think you also need to know what kind of situation he'll face because of your wrong choices. He became sly again, dipping his head slightly, a smirk playing on his lips. Since visiting days are only 2 days, I'll give you the medicine tomorrow. Hearing this, Lana was a little curious. What are you planning to do? He continued, you're not the only one bribing the guards, Mississippi. Upon hearing this, Lana stared at something in her hand. His voice rang out, full of certainty. I guarantee you'll get it. Her posture became more casual. I'm just preparing for that situation. But you have to know, this plan can only succeed if we have a countermeasure, right? Lana's mind began to fill with doubt. According to Reynold, I'll be released soon, but this isn't the Duke's last visit. Just then, Chase gently interrupted Lana's thoughts. That's not a problem. You just need to get through this time. His voice rang out like a vow of honor. I won't curse him without consideration. As soon as he finished speaking, Lana clenched her hands, her heart filled with determination. The road to the dungeon has also been repaired today. He has to drink this medicine. She paused, then continued her thoughts. But this time it's not a pill. Sally gently clasped her hands together, her eyes widening in surprise. Oh my, Lana. She looked at the dress Lana was wearing and couldn't help but compliment her. You look so beautiful. Lana was thinking to herself, tomorrow is visiting day. I decided to try on this dress in the prison today. Sally requested, please wear this dress for the visit tomorrow. Lana listened, covered her ears with her hand, and smiled, then slowly put on the dress and walked out. Lana stood before the two guards. Can I go in now? The two boys, unable to resist her beauty, nodded. Ah, yes. She then extended her hand and slowly pushed open the iron gate. Upon entering, Lana suddenly sat down, gazing at Ricardo Lon. He was sleeping so soundly. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and looked at her. Lana was so startled she fell to the ground, exclaiming, wait. Ricardo Lon pinned her down, and she immediately widened her eyes in confusion. I don't know why, this familiar feeling. Just then, he leaned closer, his voice hoarse. I remember you. He opened his eyes in confusion. This must be a dream. Lana said, bewildered, what's going on? She wondered to herself, what is he talking about? Ricardo Lon remained on top of her, then lowered his voice. You're wearing different clothes. Lana was a little confused. I'm so hungry. His words barely out. He leaned his face close to hers. Ricardo Lan's cheeks flushed crimson as he shyly murmured, so beautiful, because you only appear in my dreams. You won't leave me here, right? She listened, still unsure of where he was going with this. Tell me you won't abandon me. Their eyes met, confusion mirroring confusion, his voice a desperate plea. Without hesitation, Ricardo Lon blurted out, kiss me. Lana's heart pounded in her chest, her eyes widening in surprise. What? A flicker of understanding of what he might be asking of her crossed her mind. In his dream, his expression suddenly turned serious, his brow furrowing slightly. Her voice trembled slightly as she tried to reassure herself. Think positive, think positive. He's in his beast form right now. Lana reached out, stroking Ricardo Lan's cheek, praying he would return to normal soon. Her thoughts began to shift. Looking at the iron gate before her, Lana thought, I already had the guards relay the message. Seeing this situation, it seems those words didn't reach him. A question arose in her mind, so he waited for me all night. The image of Ricardo Lon sitting alone in a corner flashed through her mind. That time and promise were just an excuse for me, but for him, it held great significance. Suddenly, Lana's eyes widened in surprise. A bewildered expression crossed his face as he mumbled incoherently. I'll be right. She reached out to adjust Ricardo Lan's collar, her tone turning serious. No, wait. He wiped away a tear, his voice laced with a childish whine. Are you really going to leave me? Do you hate me? Why won't you answer? Lana's voice trembled slightly. No, it's not like that. At her words, his expression crumpled, tears welling up. As I thought, it's because you don't like me. No, it's not, she retorted. In a burst of exasperation, Lana threw her arms around Ricardo Lan's neck, her voice rising. I won't leave you. Calm down. Suddenly, his expression darkened, tears brimming in his eyes. Did I do something wrong? If you tell me, I can fix it. Why? She gently stroked his head, trying to soothe him. I have to go. The words barely left her lips when Ricardo Lon abruptly pushed Lana away. He looked up, asking go where. She uttered a single, cold word, nearby. At this, he reached out, confusion etched on his face. Can't we be close this time? This seemed to be the last straw for Lana. Wake up, she said sternly. He immediately protested. No, I don't want to. You'll disappear again if I wake up, right? Lana frowned. Who said that? This is just a dream. At her words, Ricardo Lan's eyes widened as if a realization dawned on him. My dream. So, this isn't real. She softened her voice, trying to reassure him. No, it's not like that. You just need to wake up soon. Having settled everything, Lana quietly breathed a sigh of relief. She paused for a moment, then continued, her voice clear, I'm telling the truth. Then Lana slowly sat down, poking Ricardo Lan's nose playfully. You missed me a lot, didn't you? Ricardo Lon simply glanced to the side, then nodded. Yes, I did. And don't touch my cheek. She lowered her voice. I won't. You're still holding on to the hem of my clothes. He then gently took her hand in his and softly lowered it. He tilted his head, curiosity in his voice. You're not leaving now, right? Hearing this, Lana felt a bit embarrassed. He wasn't using formal language anymore. Seeing Lana's continued silence, Ricardo Lon frowned. First, you didn't keep your promise, you. Without hesitation, she calmly replied, what? Why aren't you using formal language anymore? He immediately answered, his voice trembling. I'm afraid you'll hate me because of it. Hearing this, Lana gently placed her hand on her chin, a warm smile gracing her lips. I'm happy, because in your dreams, only you think of me. She agreed with her own thoughts. I've also realized, thinking about the current situation, she speculated, he's quite dependent on me. I once tried to create distance between us. Ending her train of thought, Lana gently suggested, if you've calmed down, can we talk about something else? Something else. Oh, she paused for a moment, then confessed, well, actually I saw my brother 2 days ago, but it felt really strange. Ricardo immediately replied in surprise, his eyes wide as he pondered. What? You too? But are you particularly close? Lana lowered her voice, speaking honestly, but touching someone's cheek like this. She continued, her voice laced with suspicion. It's too close. Is it because we're in different worlds that we can comfortably touch each other? Her voice calmed as she said, he even kissed the back of my hand. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Lana's mind. But when I watched Reynold kiss my hand, I didn't feel like anything would happen. Was it just politeness? She paused abruptly, then continued to ponder. Listening to the stories of other prisoners, I heard that some siblings, despite being blood-related, are worse than strangers. Then Lana turned and softly asked, do you have any siblings? He slowly knelt down. Gazing in her eyes, Lana stated honestly, no. Hearing this, Lana suddenly laughed. Me neither. No, I used to think I didn't have any relatives either. Lana's expression softened, and she calmly replied, I thought I was alone, but meeting you this time, it feels a bit unreal. Then she looked at Ricardo and continued, now that I think about it, you look younger than me. Why don't you be my younger brother? Before she finished speaking, he frowned and strongly objected, I don't want to be a younger brother. A puzzled look flashed across her face. What's wrong with that? But you don't even know what younger brother means. She couldn't help but wonder if he even knew the word. Ricardo lowered his head and hesitated. Well, I know. Merida told me once. Suddenly, he looked directly into Lana's eyes and shook his head. No, not Merida. She held my hand like this when she gave me cookies. Hearing this, she asked curiously, so you don't like that? Ricardo then tightly grasped Lana's hand. No, it's not like that. He pursed his lips slightly, gazing at her with an adorable expression. Lana immediately looked up, confused. Who would confuse those things? Who is Merida? She's an old maid who often brings me clothes and books. She spoke seriously again. Being friends or siblings doesn't mean you can't hold hands. Ricardo still insisted, but Meredith said, before he finished speaking, he slowly hugged Lana and whispered, I shouldn't be so careless. Suddenly, her voice rang out, but it's okay, right? Ricardo looked confused and lifted his head. Huh? Lana stopped abruptly, and, with a questioning tone, she said, that sulky expression. Wait, where did you learn that? He answered honestly, Meredith said I shouldn't do that. Hearing this, she nodded in agreement. Clearly, you shouldn't do that. Suddenly, he placed his hand on Lana's shoulder, his tone serious. You won't treat me like a younger brother, right? Even if I do that, right? She found it utterly absurd. Lana calmly asked, why are you like this? You've been trembling. Suddenly, her gaze landed on Ricardo chest. He was injured. Then she spoke up, reminding him, you have a scar on your chest. No. Ricardo didn't seem to care, his voice turning cold. What? I'm not sick. She suspected he wasn't someone who didn't know what pain was. Then Lana quietly lowered her head, her gaze dropping, and said sternly, pain is also a warning of anger, so don't let anything hurt you. Ricardo couldn't help but repeat in surprise, things that cause pain. Her voice suddenly rang out, that's right. If you can't do anything now, wait for the right time. Someday, I'll pay everything back. Seeing that he remained silent, Lana immediately frowned and shouted, understand. If you're sick, tell someone you're sick. I don't like it. It hurts. Now repeat after me. I don't like it. He immediately held out his pinky finger to link with hers and replied without hesitation, I don't like it. His voice rang out calmly. No one has ever said those words to me except you. Hearing this, Lana seemed to have guessed, thinking, is he saying this because I'm the first person to hurt him? I hope he knows. She looked at Ricardo This is all I can do for you. And one more thing, don't trust me too much. Then Lana suddenly spoke, her expression turning serious. Do you remember what I said before? Don't eat or drink anything carelessly. You don't know who will betray you and stab you in the back. So, don't trust me too much. After she finished speaking, her thoughts continued to echo in her mind, because I'm the one who will disappear as soon as there's an advantage to be gained. I don't like it. Looking at his unpleasant expression, she asked what? He calmly replied, if you don't like it, say it. You You told me to. The corners of Lana's lips curved upward slightly, and she couldn't help but admire. You learn fast. But I'm telling the truth, so remember it. It'll be good for you when you don't depend on me too much. For me. Then she immediately changed the subject. I came here today to tell you some bad news. Ricardo Lon softly said, so if you do something bad, will you still stay with me? Then I'll be able to endure it. Lana didn't speak. The smile on her lips suddenly disappeared, and her voice became serious. Listen, you know what I mean? If possible, don't forgive anyone who makes you stay here. She silently predicted in her heart, of course he knows. In the future, Rish Dolan will forgive me, the one who abused him. Then she gazed into Ricardo Land's pupils, and a voice echoed in her heart. Even now, his eyes clearly show that he will never be able to hate anyone. His tone suddenly changed. Forgive? Don't let it go. He looked directly at Lana, and then said sternly, if it's you, I can't. So please forgive me. No, don't do that, especially not me. She bowed her head slightly, and then sighed, filled with weariness. After a moment, she raised her head and said calmly, I'll be getting out of prison soon. Hearing this, Ricardo Lon immediately panicked. Out of prison, his eyes widened, and he kept muttering, I'm leaving this prison. The phrase repeated itself in his mouth. I'm leaving this prison. Then his voice, tinged with disappointment, echoed, we might never see each other again. Lana, hearing this, glanced at herself. I'm not sure, but I think so. No, I'm certain. A sudden thought popped into her head. In the future, Ricardo would become a prominent figure in this kingdom. She thought about the identity she had borrowed. On the other hand, Lana was well aware of her own noble lineage, but an image of a house surfaced in her mind, her voice laced with a hint of regret. I have no intention of bearing the weight of my family's legacy, nor do I desire to be the center of attention. I'll find a small house somewhere in the mountains. She imagined herself recuperating freely there. Her thoughts reaching this point, Lana gently stood up and bowed slightly. Honestly, that's why I did those bad things to you before. I'm leaving. Ricardo immediately became suspicious. Are you planning to abandon me? He stopped abruptly, his eyes widening. This, she had secretly anticipated, right? He must be very surprised. Then she turned and left, her mind still devoid of any thoughts. Not because she didn't care about him, quite the opposite. Suddenly, his urgent voice rang out. Don't go. Hearing this, Lana slowly crouched down. I'm not planning to leave forever. I'll sit here. His voice became more serious. No, it's about leaving this prison. She gently touched the wall, then made a small noise. Suddenly, Lana recoiled her hand, looking at it in confusion. Something pricked me. A beam of light appeared before her eyes. Both of them immediately froze in surprise. An image gradually appeared on the wall, and Lana subsequently murmured from her throat, a flower, no, a rose. Then, a strange black gas emerged from the wall, and a chain, like a snake, suddenly wrapped around her. Ricardo frantically shouted, Lana. He rushed over without hesitation and held her tightly. She immediately closed her eyes, composing herself. A moment later, her eyes suddenly darkened, as if contemplating something. Lana looked around in astonishment, her mind filled with confusion. Where are we? Then she turned to him, her face becoming panicked. Ricardo, are you all right? He immediately nodded. Ah, you're too close. Then she looked in one direction, saying curiously, this place, I feel like ghosts will appear. Ricardo, do you know what this is? He simply replied, I don't know. Suddenly, Lana's eyes widened, as if she had discovered something, her voice filled with bewilderment. What? Handcuffs. Ricardo slowly raised his hands, hesitating. I really don't know. Then Lana knelt down, worried. Even if we're this close, there's nothing we can do in this situation. She then remembered the medicine she had brought. I have to make him faint with Joy's potion. But Lana suddenly stopped, thinking worriedly. But in this situation, falling into a black hole like this, what will happen if the warden finds out? The warden's figure also gradually emerged in her mind. What will happen? Then, Lana suddenly rolled her eyes and looked around, the anxiety on her face growing. I think that thing is coming. Chaotic thoughts echoed in her mind. If he misunderstands this accident, it will be troublesome, even if he knows it was a mistake. In fact, after observing him, he still hasn't awakened deep down. She thought to herself, he will suffer even crueler torture. Then Lana looked at the glowing chain, and a thought immediately flashed through her mind. Maybe we should follow the light on Ricardo's chain to the end of the road. Could this be a way out? We have to go back. She pointed to the door in front of them, her voice trembling. Ricardo, I'll go and investigate. If I don't reappear here, I'll make a loud noise. As soon as she finished speaking, he immediately refused. No, don't go. Then he grabbed her hands with both of his. Let's go together. Lana had no choice but to agree. All right, let's go together. Then she paused, reminding him, but if we encounter danger, we must keep running and not look back, okay? His expression became serious. Ricardo nodded, slightly in agreement. Okay, I understand. As soon as he finished speaking, he took Lana's hand and slowly walked inside. The corners of his mouth suddenly lifted in happiness. Hand. I'm holding her hand. Walking in the middle of the path, Lana suddenly spoke. Ricardo, have you heard of that prison? He stopped, a confused look on his face. Yes, from my father. Before he could finish, Lana turned around to comfort him. It's okay if you don't want to talk about it. Ricardo continued, it's not like that. Then he slightly raised his head, his gaze fixed on something in the distance, lost in thought. My father once said that it's a very ancient place, built long ago, beyond your imagination. My father said it's a very important place. Hearing this, Lana couldn't help but exclaim in suspicion, an important place. Isn't it just a place where prisoners who can't be released are held? A particular place suddenly came to her mind. Didn't they say this empire has 3 very special things that other countries don't have? This Cambrican prison was built thousands of years ago from ancient times. Her thoughts reaching this point, Lana curiously said, You said from ancient times. I heard it was built thousands of years ago. There must be some secret here. Then, she gently raised her hand to her chin and asked when were the ancient times. Ricardo Lon calmly turned and replied, that refers to the period before the founding of this empire. Hearing this, Lana was a little surprised. What do you know? He continued in a low voice. When I was young, my father and Merida often told me such stories. Hearing this, she clenched her fists, anger rising within her. What in the world is that Duke doing? Isn't this just abuse disguised as educating a child? Madman. His tone gradually rose. According to my father, it was a time when roses bloomed everywhere. Hearing this, Lana became suspicious. Roses? Something immediately came to mind. Each rose symbolizes one of the 5 great families of the empire. Roses? Is he talking about those families? At this thought, Lana's eyes widened in surprise. Ricardo Lon calmly continued. In that era, it could be said that roses were king. My father said it was better than now, because you only needed to serve one king. Hearing this, she immediately became confused. Hasn't the empire always had only one emperor? What's the difference then? Ricardo Lon looked at her and nodded. Yes, I've heard it's somewhat different. She then curiously asked, what is it? He softly explained. People used to say that the king and emperor here were just people who led a rose. To be honest, I don't understand what that means either. I remember my father saying, I have to find it. Lana looked closely at Ricardo Lon and thought, he says he has to find it, but now he can't. And it's clear that he might die without ever knowing what it is. It suddenly dawned on her, because I remember there being no such content in the original work. What else can I expect from an R19 novel? Then, Lana thoughtfully pressed the oil lamp. We've talked too much about his father. Let's change the subject. With that thought, she spoke. Speaking of which, Ricardo Lon, this is something else. Lana paused, then smiled. Next time, if you meet a woman you like, hug her. She'll like you more that way. Ricardo Lon was surprised at her words. You want me to hug? I think. Without hesitation, he gently lifted her into his arms. A look of confusion mixed with anger appeared on Lana's face. No, that's not what I meant. Ricardo Lan's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said enthusiastically, Let me hug you, Lana. Lana's voice suddenly hesitated. No, I didn't mean me. He suddenly lowered his head and said softly, You're light, but holding Lana does feel heavy. Hearing this, Lana's eyes widened and she exclaimed, I remember. She gently poked Ricardo Lan's face with her finger and said jokingly, That's because you're in good shape. Can you put me down now? He shook his head and said in a coquettish tone, No. He then turned to Lana and said sincerely, If there's something I don't want to say, but have to. Before he could finish, she covered his mouth. Don't use the lines I told you. Then, Lana slowly walked forward. Suddenly, she paused. A beam of light shone on them, causing them both to shield their eyes with their hands. Lana squinted. What What is this? Then she gently looked up at the ceiling, and a pattern appeared before her eyes. She couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Oh my, what carving is this? The stone wall was covered with strange carvings, looking very mysterious. Ricardo Lon pointed to the other side and hesitantly said to her, "That stone looks like a rose." Lana followed his finger and nodded in agreement. "I think so too." He observed carefully. There are 5 roses in total. That rose seems to have lost a lot of petals. Then, Lana focused her attention on a nearby crack and asked, "Do you see anything?" "There's something strange next to the rose." "What is that?" "An animal." "How strange." She continued to look in order and sighed softly. "Next, the gold rose looks all right. I know what's next to it. A snake." Lana asked, puzzled, "Why is the black rose like that?" He thought for a moment, then replied, "Well, I think it's broken." She frowned suspiciously. "It looks like someone deliberately smashed it." Staring at a nearby crack, she muttered to herself, "Is it a hawk and a cat?" "No, it's a leopard." Lana commented softly, "The white rose is still small." She thought to herself, "It seems the red rose has been gnawed by pests." There's a bear next to it. Deep within each petal, there are also glittering diamonds that look like delicate dewdrops. Seeing him silent, Lana asked with concern, "Ricardo Lon, what's wrong?" He was slightly startled, but quickly replied, "In the middle." He pointed to the spot where there seemed to be a faint magical presence and voiced his thoughts. "I kept looking at it, and then I felt a little strange." Looking in that direction, she also wondered, why is that? It seems to be covered by something. After observing more closely, Lana guessed, "As far as I know, that's a blue rose." It had dawned on her. "I understand. This is what the Baron was talking about. It refers to the various families of this empire." The image of a vibrant flower bloomed in her mind. The symbol of the Ricardo Lon family was a red rose, until all its petals withered. Imagining Ricardo collapsing, she couldn't help but feel afraid. He had to find a partner, and if he didn't before the petals fell, it was something she didn't want to see. In the worst-case scenario, Ricardo Lon would die. She pondered, tension evident on her face. Could the situation be like that mural? Lana recalled the plot. The female protagonist in the original story would become the white rose, while the black rose was definitely Cesar. She sighed softly. Why was everything so messed up? Lana speculated that this world revolved solely around the protagonist. What was the situation now? This meant something had deviated from the protagonist's trajectory. She was truly worried. Everything would be like the butterfly effect, and her life wouldn't go smoothly either. Lana rubbed her forehead, puzzling Ricardo Lon. "Did you see anything else?" she asked him. He shook his head, answering honestly no. It seemed like a dead end. Lana felt helpless. There was no way out here. Looking at his still-bound wrists, she felt a little nervous. "What about this chain?" she asked worriedly. "Ricardo Lon, what's wrong with your face?" He was a little startled to hear her suddenly call his name. "Huh? What?" Lana asked with concern. "Your face is red." Ricardo Lon quickly denied it. "Huh? I don't feel anything strange." She persisted. "Who said so?" "Wait, come here." She suddenly grabbed his wrist. The chain grew brighter, then broke easily, startling Lana, who recoiled backward. Her eyes widened. What on earth is going on? Then she noticed him panting with his head down. "Hey, Ricardo Lon, what's wrong?" "Don't faint. We have to go back." Ricardo Lon, his face flushed, struggled with each breath. He felt the ground shaking abnormally and gripped her hand tightly. Then, as if a different person, he smiled and gazed at Lana affectionately. "Hello, master." She couldn't help but be startled. How had he changed? She hesitantly instructed him, "I told you to call me Lana, and let go of my hand." Seeing the danger, she urged, "We're running out of time. We have to run." But he didn't seem to care at all. "Are you worried about me?" Lana was a little annoyed. "I don't have time to joke with you right now." Ricardo Lon continued to tease her playfully. "Oh, how do you know I'm joking?" He picked her up, asking in a domineering manner. "So, are you willing?" Lana was outright angry. "Do you really want me to curse you out? Put me down." But he still just grinned foolishly. Even when she kicked him, it was useless. Anxiously, she said, "See, this is an emergency, Ricardo Lon." He held her tighter, saying indulgently, "Okay, I'll listen to whatever you say." Carrying her, he ran to find an exit, still murmuring sweet nothings. "But for now, I want you to listen to me." Lana had a bad feeling. I don't know why, but I feel like the path is about to be blocked. He didn't disagree at all. I believe you're not wrong. The path ahead is getting narrower and narrower. What should I do, master? She reminded him, I'm not your master. What else can we do? Run. Can you run faster? He nodded. I'm sure I can. I'll do my best to find the exit. The entire space shook more and more violently. Seeing a glimmer of light at the end of the corridor, she quickly directed Ricardo along. Run that way. Get out. They managed to rush out just as the door closed. Lana looked back at where they had just been, surprised to find the entrance had disappeared. Her heart felt much lighter. Fortunately, we escaped and weren't caught. Because of this sudden incident, I'm running out of time too. She took a small bottle out of her pocket, thinking, I have to give this to him before anyone comes. Lana grabbed his collar, threatening him domineeringly, though he didn't look scared in the slightest. Listen carefully, I'm about to do something bad to you. She held the small bottle up to him, lifting her chin in command. Drink it. After you drink it, you'll become weak. Ricardo Lon looked at her obsessively, his eyes swimming in a sea of affection, asking tenderly, if I'm sick, will Lana stay with me? If I drink it, will you stay or leave? She internally answered yes, but she composed her expression into a serious one, nodding. Drink it first. I won't leave until you recover. I promise. He smiled, complying obediently. Okay, let me drink it from your mouth. This slightly disobedient remark caused a flicker of hesitation in her eyes. Suddenly, footsteps came from somewhere, startling him. It seems like someone is coming, she said worriedly. What? Someone. Ricardo Lon leaned closer to her, his voice full of meaning. Master, what will you do if you don't take the initiative? I won't. Her heart hesitated. If the guards came, she wouldn't be able to give Ricardo Lon the medicine. She gritted her teeth, having no choice but to compromise. You'll regret this. Closing her eyes, she drank all the medicine in one gulp. With that said, she opened her mouth and met his lips, causing Ricardo Lon to freeze instantly. The unexpected deep kiss stiffened his whole body. The tip of her tongue moved slightly, transferring the medicine. Lana also felt unconsciously guilty. I built a wall. He's always had to endure everything alone. Looking at the person in front of her, she thought, I didn't want to get involved before. She didn't want to admit it was all his fault, because that's what he wanted. His fault. Ricardo Lon took the opportunity to grab her waist, and the atmosphere between them became even more ambiguous. This time, he was the one taking the initiative. She also succumbed to her emotions, leaning against Ricardo Lon. The two lingered for a while, and finally Lana took the initiative to break free from the kiss. Okay, he's taken his medicine, but Ricardo Lon pulled her back again. He continued to greedily entangle his tongue with hers. Looking at him, her heart stuttered. Buttons. Why is he undoing them? She shyly pushed him away, quickly escaping from his embrace. Ricardo Lon pulled her back, his voice urgent, like he was begging. Don't leave me. His face turned red. When everything is over, what did you say? Lana, embarrassed by the question, froze for a moment before reacting. Huh, what? He continued, when something you like is destroyed, what do you say? Lana thought, I don't know what to say. After all, she could only slowly answer, just, whatever you want. Ricardo Lon held her tightly, gently kissing her slender neck, and asked playfully, so, how many times do you think you want to go crazy? Whatever you want. He buried his face in her slender shoulder. Watching him fooling around with her, she shyly pushed his head away. Oh, really? Stop it. Lana realized something and paused slightly. Wait, his body. Someone was walking towards them. Lana turned around in surprise. She heard the increasing commotion, the footsteps getting closer and closer. What do I do? Looking at the face that was just sly a moment ago, now innocent, with tears flickering in his eyes, she panicked. I knew it. His body has become smaller. What's going on? She whispered, Ricardo Lon. Lana was really worried. I'm in trouble now. Ricardo Lon. Don't tell me he remembers that kiss. He gripped her hand tightly, acting spoiled. Don't leave. Huh, you said whatever I want. She was startled. What? Wait a minute. He pressed closer. Ricardo Lon affectionately kissed her rosy lips. She couldn't suppress the intense throbbing in her chest. Her heart felt like it was going to jump out. She was about to respond when a loud bang startled Lana, and she pushed him away. Someone's coming. Suddenly, he collapsed. She shook him, calling his name. Ricardo Lon. She put her hand on his forehead, anxious. His forehead was burning hot. Lana sighed softly. His forehead is very hot. The magic worked. Someone shouted, "Miss Lana." She reflexively turned around. What? Yes. Seeing a familiar face, Lana recognized the guard. I asked him for a few minutes. He reminded her, it's been a while. She pondered. Usually, no matter how long it takes, the guards don't come in. He reported, the warden is looking for you. He repeated Reynold's words. It's time to leave. He said, just tell her that, and she'll understand. She nodded and followed him. Okay. Did you hear any strange noises? Lana hinted an earthquake or the sound of rocks falling, but he denied it. I don't know. I've been guarding here all afternoon, but I haven't heard anything. The guard gave a fake smile. Perhaps because this is the basement, even a drop of water falling sounds particularly loud. I can understand why you're so surprised. She thought for a moment. It seems he didn't realize the basement shook and collapsed. Why? It seems the people outside didn't feel it. I know what to say. However, Lana pointed in the direction where he was lying and hesitated. I think this prisoner is very sick. He let out a confused, huh? She felt heavy-hearted, regretting her failure. Although I feel guilty toward him, I must achieve my goal. If Ricardo Lon is sick, he won't be abused by his father anymore. He quickly turned around, his voice becoming urgent. Collapsed suddenly. Oh, this is a big problem. He's a prisoner who needs special care. I'll report to the warden first. Can you wait here for a moment? Lana followed up. Yes, I'll wait here. The sound of the door closing echoed. She finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally over. She reminded herself. Now I need to take good care of the male lead. Stroking his soft hair, Lana murmured, you'll keep your promise to me, right? His eyelashes fluttered open slightly, then languidly closed again. Holding a glass of water in her hand, she kept replaying that night in her mind. I changed my clothes because they were sweaty after all. Ricardo Land's fever had subsided. She sighed inwardly. We can't do anything else because it only lasts for a few days. Sally looked at her, full of envy. Lana, you look so good in this dress. I'm glad I borrowed it for you. Lana replied with a smile. Thank you. Looking around the party, she thought, this event will be over soon anyway. Lana walked over and called softly, uncle. And Sally, I want to ask you all something. She took out a strangely shaped handkerchief and asked what it was. Prada stroked his chin and replied, this seems to be a handkerchief, but that symbol. Oh my, could this be the answer to my previous question? Recalling the scene when she entered the forest, she quickly looked back for the figure, but saw no one. Lana turned the handkerchief over and over, thinking, this is the handkerchief my brother gave me. She repeated to herself, this is the handkerchief my brother gave me. This meant a glimmer of hope flashed in her heart. That's right, this is the second question. Guess where it came from? She was overjoyed. I could finally know the family name. The Baron recognized it. Is it the Annie family crest? Sally also gasped softly. Oh yes, I've seen it. She thought, Lana of the Annie family. I've heard many things about that family, but I don't know if they're true. Prada said she was one of the chosen candidates. Sally interrupted. Baron, what's with that expression? I finally understand. He coughed lightly. No, nothing special. The Baron glanced at her and said softly, just a feeling, but Lana. I think Lana has a more powerful identity behind her. She responded with an O. Based on what? Prata shujijit. Oh, nothing. Just my feeling. Sally laughed casually. The Baron's feelings are quite valuable. But Annie's a large family, right? No, that's right. He seemed about to say something earth-shattering. Strangely, listening to her chatter, he lost interest. Lana also sighed helplessly. She joked, is that a person's intuition or an unscrupulous conspiracy? A clue remained in her mind. Annie, that's my last name. This contradicted what she knew before. She pondered slightly. But isn't my last name She's? I don't know, because this is beyond the scope of the original work. I have a bad feeling about this. Lana Auntie, that's my name, but it doesn't feel right like an alias. A shout interrupted her thoughts. The event is over. Everyone hurry back. Sally asked curiously, Lana, you said that handkerchief was from your brother, right? So she nodded honestly. She was a little embarrassed. Strange, Lana wondered why. Sally narrated, no, it's just that my mother had dealings with the Annie family before. I'm certain I remember them only having one child. She scratched her cheek and laughed. Well, maybe I remembered wrong. Sally continued to chatter. Lana also has a brother. She remembered her plan. Jay, and I had a bold idea. Grand Duke Hernheim has given up on visiting. Recalling the day she spoke with the Marquis, she muttered to herself, I know, because he told me. The scene changed. At this moment, Lana was diligently caring for him. But Ricardo Lon really was sick. I tried to avoid an ordeal, but it seems I overdid it. She asked angrily, I heard he's been sick for a while. What's going on? It's been several days. He replied, that's how I said it. Lana thought, How embarrassing. Jay felt strange. Strange. I clearly set it to heal itself after a few days. It seems something went wrong. He asked, you said before that he transformed into his adult form, right? I think that transformation was due to overload. Repeatedly changing forms has overwhelmed his body. She was puzzled. What are you talking about? Her voice carried a hint of reproach. You should have noticed that from the beginning. Jay said, in the long run, this is good for him to awaken his consciousness. Lana sighed softly. How can you talk about him like he's a dog? She summarized, overall, you have no other way, right? He didn't deny it. Yes, after this stage passes, it's awakening. Jay explained, it's just a matter of mastering the process of absorbing his power. I hope his body's consciousness can overcome it soon. Lana thought wearily, who is it? I'm so depressed. She blamed herself silently. That's right, I can't do anything for him. She ended the conversation. If there's anything special, I'll call you again. Jay didn't delay either, replying, okay, I think I can contact you in 2 days. Lana whispered, try harder. Stroking the sturdy body, she silently prayed for a better future. Then we can solve this problem and you'll be happy. The next day, when the sun was high in the sky, Ricardo Lon had fully recovered, as if he had never been sick. He said shyly, hello. She looked at him, observing carefully to make sure he was fully recovered. Now Lana knelt down. She gently knelt opposite him and asked for his consent. Hey, can I touch your forehead? But Ricardo Lon quickly recoiled. What? She was a little confused. Why are you so sudden? She said clearly and happily, your fever really has subsided. She was also relieved. You really got better in 1 day. Could this also just be a side effect of transforming into your adult form? Lana sat down beside him, but Ricardo Lon shyly kept his distance. Lana asked directly, why have you been avoiding me? Did I do something? Ricardo Lon was startled, and his speech became stammering. What? That? You? Looking at his flushed face, she understood. You mean that kiss? Lana was at a loss, her Ricardo now stuttering, but a strange sound interrupted her. Woof. Looking at Ricardo's adorable form, she wondered what would happen if the man in front of her suddenly turned into a dog, his tail wagging nonstop. When asked that question, you must not avoid it, Lana instructed. Ricardo obediently twitched his ears. Woof woof. It dawned on her. I know why you're blushing. Lana confirmed, you remember everything about when I kissed you. Ricardo was startled. What? Feeling a bit embarrassed, like being caught red-handed, she said, actually, I didn't want you to remember it, but still, just pretend it wasn't real. Think of it as a dream. Okay, just think of it that way. She gently touched his nose, looking a bit mischievous about the kiss. Lana said coldly, I'm really sorry, our naive protagonist. I can't kiss you again. You have to wait another year. We made a promise. If we do that, we'll never be able to see each other again. Ricardo listened obediently, his innocent look making her feel even more guilty. I'm sorry I lied to you. She thought, he doesn't even know what shame is. He clutched the corner of her clothes. Ricardo softly said, my father once said, if I can be obedient and control myself, I can leave after a year. These words stunned Lana. He held on her sleeve, humbly pleading, a year later, the day I leave here, please come see me. I want to see you. She pursed her lips, unsure. I don't know if I can do that. Lana said honestly, do you know that everything I said was a lie? It's a big lie. Lana said slowly, if you can't kiss me within a year, you won't see me. I won't be there. Ricardo retorted, you will be. If I really can leave in a year, and you come back here, will you come see me? She teased, do you know where I'll be? And you're still kneeling at my feet, begging me, please see me. Lana deliberately drew out her words. Fine, I will. She thought to herself, this isn't difficult. She calculated silently. However, if we really can meet again. As far as Lana knew, she was quite certain that Duke Hernheim wouldn't let his son go within a year. Stroking his hair, she thought, that's why I agreed. He can't get out anyway. There's no need for me to refuse him. Lana pondered, hesitant. Honestly, I'd be happy if he could get out, but I'm also selfish enough to ignore that joy. She knocked on the door and said, I'm sorry. Lana looked up at the blue sky and whispered, time has passed and the day of my release has come. Jay asked again, you said you're getting out of prison soon. He closed his eyes, silent for a moment, then continued, I'm sorry, but I don't know what to say. Jay said sadly, I feel very sad. Lana wondered, why are you so disappointed? She continued to ask, then who will be the one to sneak into the dark prison? Jay said calmly, isn't it someone shameless who tells lies? Lana vaguely thought, I wonder how he knew I was going to be released. But I won't ask him. She asked again, but is this bracelet really from you? Jay confirmed, Yes, it's a gift. She looked carefully at the bracelet, pondering, in a strange place, this bracelet might be able to free Ricardo from his shackles and give him his freedom. I have to ask him and make sure he hasn't done anything else. Jay explained, that's because it's a magical tool. If it clashes with the power of being released, there might be errors. But what exactly happened? He asked flippantly, you didn't fight with anyone here like the Archbishop or something, did you? Did I? Jay analyzed, that guy's a monster. His expression was very serious, mysterious, and powerful. Lana sighed. He's the villain in the original story, so he must have dark powers. But she denied it. I didn't fight with that person this time either. She hesitated. Anyway, I'm going out first. Jay reminded her, he won't be out for years. Lana asked anxiously, it's hard for him to get out in a year, right? He replied, yes. Jay explained, he can't leave until he fully awakens his own power. Scene changes tonight. After hearing that, for some reason, my release date was suddenly brought forward by 3 months. Lana sat on a nearby bench. A look of exhaustion flashed across her face. I didn't visit Ricardo again, Lana muttered to herself, until the day I was released. She stood with Sally and Prada. Sally sobbed, Lana, are you really going back to the Ant family in the West? The Baron also shed tears. Oh, Lana, even if you leave, don't forget to contact us. Be happy, okay? Hee hee. Lana smiled and comforted them, but her mind was preoccupied with other things. During that time, I didn't go to Reynold's study either. Reynold, unlike how I treated Ricardo, didn't want to spend time with me. She imagined the Marquis's appearance. I was a little worried he would come looking for me, but he didn't come because I refused. He's an unusually polite person. They waved, despite the reluctance in their hearts. She followed the guard's instructions. Freed from the constraints of her high heels, her steps became light and carefree. A voice called out, may I stop here for a moment? The person looked at him politely and introduced himself, Ricardo Lana. He looked up at the person opposite him. Lana gazed at him through the barrier, her voice tinged with regret. I came today to say my final goodbye. Ricardo Lana let out a wolf-like whimper, struggling against the barrier, his voice full of grievance. Owl. She restrained her emotions and said calmly, since this is the last time, I wanted to say a few things to you, but I think it's better to say these instead. Lana looked at him coldly. If I could give you any advice, it would be to not trust any sweet words, because you have to be selfish just like me. She warned, if you can, close off your heart and don't let anyone hurt you. Ricardo Lana punched the barrier in anger, injuring his hand. Lana forced a smile. I prefer you that way, more ruthless in the face of adversity. I think that's best for you. She turned around, leaving a casual farewell. Good luck. Goodbye. Ricardo Lana suddenly grabbed her hand, tears streaming down his face. He asked hesitantly, promise me you'll keep your promise, right? She was surprised he still remembered. Ricardo Lana looked earnestly into her eyes and vowed, in a year, I'll come to see you. Lana moved her lips and nodded in agreement. All right, 1 year from now, if you can escape this prison. Lana instructed, remember to treat your wounds once you're out. Seeing the free sky, she sighed, I'm out of prison. She walked away lightly, as if fleeing the place. Lana gathered her wind-blown hair and sighed softly. The feeling of being out of prison. It's quite interesting. Holding the letter in her hand, she recalled its contents. The letter said her brother would personally come to pick her up. Longing flowed between the lines. A day without you is too long. How can I pick you up the day you get out of prison? This made her heart surge. Finally, I can see him. She looked forward to seeing her brother's priceless face. A foot stepped in her line of sight, followed by a warm voice. Come here. He looked at her affectionately. My dear sister. Lana looked up at him. He was a tall young man. Lana remembered what Sally had said before. I remember she once said that the Annie family only has one son. She thought of the image of the Sky Lord. He was like an eagle, majestic and awe-inspiring. I know that black hair and red eyes, coupled with a handsome face. He expertly adjusted his handkerchief. Observing him more closely, she suddenly thought of a black panther, dangerous and unpredictable, and the only person who possessed these qualities. She softly called out the name of the person in front of her, Cesar. He nodded in confirmation. Cesar handed her a large bouquet of flowers and said sincerely, congratulations on your release. Her shoulders trembled slightly. Her brother was actually the villain in the original story. Cesar loved Domerite. Lana cried out to the heavens, but the heavens didn't answer. She cried out to the earth, but the earth didn't respond. She felt despondent. I'm the villain's sister. The carriage slowly rolled along. The air in the carriage was somewhat stagnant. Looking at his chiseled face, she thought to herself, that's right, That's why I thought it was strange. She muttered self-reproachfully, Lana Andy. The name just doesn't sound right. Cesar's voice interrupted her thoughts. You seem very calm. He rested his chin on his hand. Can I say a few words now? I miss you very much. Then, Cesar calmly looked out the window. She felt embarrassed and didn't dare to speak anymore. He feigned a smile and said exaggeratedly, I was going to bring a better carriage, but I was afraid you wouldn't be comfortable. Lana was startled. One pulled by 16 horses. She couldn't believe her ears. How could there be a carriage pulled by 17 horses? Lana turned her head, deciding to. Now let it go. Cesar asked again, aren't you bored? His eyes looked at her affectionately. Or do you not need anything? Cesar asked enthusiastically. Do you want to go up on the roof and take a look? But she simply replied, it's cold. Cesar nodded. That's right. You're afraid of the cold. I'm sorry. He still didn't give up. So, should I go ask the knights? She reminded him, don't do that. It sounds like you want to give them more work. Cesar shrugged and replied calmly. You said that once. He clicked his tongue, then suggested to her, TSK, I just need to manage the coachman. Then you won't be bored anymore. She stared at him wide-eyed. The carriage gradually accelerated, speeding the two of them home. Exhausted from the long journey, Lana fell asleep. She slowly opened her eyelids. Seeing her sleepy-eyed appearance, he asked gently, are you awake? She lazily looked around and asked, are we there yet? Yes. Cesar nodded, we've arrived. Before she could react, she was stunned by the sight before her. A few hours ago, Cesar switched to doting mode, gently explaining, you were sleeping so soundly, I didn't want to wake you. He apologized, I'm sorry if I disturbed you. Lana frowned slightly, finding it odd. Seeing his gentleness, Lana worriedly pondered. Cesar, the villain in the original story, wasn't like this. The grand and luxurious building filled everyone with longing. Gazing at the vast mansion before her, Lana felt a sense of unreality. I can't believe I'm actually a member of the Domlet family. Yeah, that's why I said it's strange. Looking at the figure walking in front of her, she called out, Brother, do you remember the handkerchief you gave me when you visited me in prison? He remembered, replying, I do, why? She asked directly, why did you give me something that doesn't belong to our family? Cesar answered naturally, the Ain family's textile techniques are renowned as the best in the empire. He looked at her, his voice indulgent. How could I let you use such mediocre things? Cesar gestured for her to enter, politely extending his hand. Cesar smiled and said, let's go in. She wondered, how would Lana react? The image of Ricardo Lon also extending his hand suddenly flashed through her mind. Lana composed herself. Now wasn't the time to be lost in thought. She brushed past him, saying, yes, let's go in. He looked back at his hand bashfully. A dangerous glint flashed in his eyes. Then he nonchalantly followed her inside. Lana looked around, puzzled. Strange, it's too quiet in the mansion. Looking at a row of empty corridors, she wondered, why can't I see anyone? Cesar indicated, this is your new room. A spacious room equipped with all the luxurious amenities. Cesar said sincerely, I hope you like your new room. Your old one is no longer usable. Lana nodded, despite the suspicion rising in her heart. Why was it unusable? He spoke pointedly, as if reminding her, you can't step into the same river twice. Cesar left those words and turned to leave. Rest well. The sound of his leather shoes hitting the floor echoed coldly as he walked away leisurely. He even politely closed the door. Cesar stopped, looking as if he was contemplating something. Cesari's expression was completely different from the doting one he had worn earlier, his voice also taking a 180-degree turn. On the day of my sister's return, he ordered, the servants must be absolutely quiet. Understood. A groan came from nearby, followed by a splatter of blood. A pitiful cry contrasted sharply with his nonchalant face. Lana was startled by the sound. Throwing herself onto the bed, Lana sighed happily, so soft. Bidding farewell to the hard prison bed, she rolled over slightly, changing positions. The soft mattress seemed to gradually relax her mood. I'm so sleepy after that long carriage ride. She kept worrying about someone. Ricardo Lon must be so cold in the prison basement. She sat up in a panic, looking around. What? Is this a dream? The familiar platinum blonde hair came into view. Looking at the sleeping person beside her, she was stunned. Ricardo Lon. Lana trembled slightly, looking at Ricardo Lon lying unconscious next to her. Her gaze slowly fell on the delicate face before her, and she whispered, "Ricardo Lon." After calling out for a while with no response, Lana reached out her small hand and stroked his platinum blonde hair. Seeing him mumbling in his sleep, she smiled faintly, her eyes sparkling as she focused on the man before her. This must be a dream, she thought. Only in a space where they were alone would Lana reveal her true feelings. "I really missed you." Meanwhile, Ricardo Lon had woken up groggily at some point, gradually becoming aware of the situation, and couldn't help but be startled. Ricardo Lon sat up, looked at the small girl in front of him, and softly called Lana. Then, he pulled her into his arms. Lana lay quietly in the tall man's embrace, but she easily detected his trembling. Ricardo Lon couldn't hold back his tears and cried loudly, questioning the person before him. "It's you, isn't it?" Hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes, but Lana quickly regained her composure. She used her soft hand to wipe away the tears rolling down Ricardo Lon's cheeks and softly urged, "Don't cry." The atmosphere between them became unprecedentedly intimate. She continued to caress the exquisite face before her. Ricardo Lon tightly gripped Lana's hand, afraid to let go, listening as she spoke. "Can I touch you like this, even in a dream?" She maintained her calm voice, constantly soothing him. "I've returned home safely. My brother came to pick me up. Everything is fine, isn't it?" Only Lana knew the myriad thoughts racing through her mind as she tried to comfort Ricardo Lon. "Don't worry about me, and don't think about me anymore. Just live well. Actually, I'm the one who needs to worry." But Lana paused slightly when she heard his answer. "I don't know." Ricardo seemed unwilling to accept reality, gripping her hand tightly and retorting loudly, "Until the one-year promise arrives. I will never forget you." Long after she returned to reality, Lana was still immersed in his dreamlike words. "Never." She hugged her head uneasily, her heart filled with many unspeakable worries from who knows when. What kind of dream was that? It felt so real. Lana's gaze shifted to the clock in the room, pondering. A year later, if I want to go to jail? Thinking of this, she clutched the blanket suspiciously. Will he really let me go? A bold idea sprouted in Lana's mind. If not, I'll have to escape. It wasn't long before she was imagining herself leaving the palace. Thinking of this, she felt even more confused. TSK, what should I do? Suddenly, a spirit beast with pure white fur, which had been standing in the corner of the room observing Lana from who knows when, approached her. Its eyes gleamed, radiating a terrifying and ferocious look. Heavy rain poured down, and a few days later, a gloomy atmosphere enveloped the enormous mansion. Every raindrop infiltrated every corner of the mansion. Inside was a bedroom decorated in blue and white, designed in a classical, ornate, and luxurious style. On the wide headboard, a not-so-unfamiliar name was meticulously carved: Lana Rose D'Omelette. At this time, the maid, as usual, brought Lana a cup of hot coffee in the morning. This morning, her long hair flowed freely. She wore classic glasses and an elegant dress with purple as the main color. After serving breakfast, the maid bowed respectfully. "See you at mealtime." Lana, holding a soft quill in her hand, felt strange. She raised her hand to her mouth and thought with a slightly worried look, "She's and all the maids here. Why do they all seem so normal?" Lana pondered for a moment, becoming even more puzzled. This doesn't look like a villain's mansion at all. Then she picked up the paper in front of her to observe and began to ponder. This is why everything feels unreal. Lana suddenly remembered the people the female protagonist encountered in the original work. Now to summarize the original work. The prisoner who held the female protagonist's hand in prison died. The person who made eye contact with the female protagonist was thrown into a vat of oil. The reporter who tried to find out the truth about the female protagonist's encounter was suddenly crippled, and the noble who harassed the female protagonist in high society also died unexpectedly. The villain imprisoned the female protagonist. Terrorists tried to blow up the villain's house with a bomb, and the female protagonist escaped from captivity. Based on the above data, Lana connected everything that happened after the female protagonist's release from prison. Therefore, based on her own judgment, she came to the conclusion the culprit is none other than She's D'Omelette. The more she thought about it, the more fear enveloped her heart. This isn't just an ordinary 19-plus story. From then on, she began to doubt herself. It's already deviated. I've been too subjective. Lana thought about the men who passed through the female protagonist's life in the original work, and then pondered, no matter how the content develops, this is also my fault. From who knows when, she was constantly sweating a chill tormenting her nerves. Now is not the time to worry about that girl being imprisoned. Will I be silenced first? Lana inadvertently suddenly remembered She's death. When I was in jail, She's karma was assassinated. But no matter what, when a mansion is surrounded by enemies, She's will still survive. Thinking, she then dipped the paper she had previously written into a prepared basin of water while making up her mind. Okay, just like that, the paper was gradually submerged in the clear water, and it was also the time for Lana to initiate her plan. Let's begin. Unlike all the previous times, this time it was a sunny morning, every tiny ray of sunlight quietly slipping into every cold corner of the mansion. Lana, sprawled out on a chair, was awakened by She's question, "Lana, did you sleep well?" Her eyes were a little flustered, no longer as calm as before. Lana replied coldly, somewhat displeased, "I don't think now is the right time to ask that question. It's already 2 in the afternoon." Hearing this, She's hurriedly explained, "I was just curious." He moved closer, asking if she had eaten and slept well. She calmly looked up at him and replied, "As you can see, I'm healthy." It seems so. She still didn't give up, extending his arms in an inviting gesture. "I have something I want to show you. Would you like to come with me?" But he was only met with Lana's indifferent attitude. "I think walking is a bit difficult right now, as I have some indigestion." "Aren't you busy?" he said lightly, his face glowing. "I'm not busy, so let me help you." "Right? Do you want to give me medicine?" If so, She's, ignoring the gazes of those around him, shamelessly picked her up and whispered in her ear, "Then, let me take you there myself." Lana was suddenly swept into She's arms. Caught off guard, a look of confusion spread across her face. As they walked, she couldn't help but complain, "Hey, don't you think you should ask before picking someone up like this?" She's, however, dismissed her words, "You're injured. Isn't it natural for me to help you?" Lana seemed utterly perplexed. He simply smiled enigmatically, his thoughts a mystery. She's then turned to Lana, confessing, "I'm never too busy for you." He seemed to have made up his mind. "I don't want to have any more regrets." Looking at his handsome, cunning face, suspicion bloomed within her. "Regrets." Lana walked for a while, unable to stop pondering his words. What could he possibly regret? He suddenly stopped. Before them stood a display overflowing with glittering jewels and a rack of luxurious evening gowns. She sat down, a smug look on his face, while beside him, Lana appeared bewildered by the elaborately wrapped gifts brought forth by a servant. The shopkeeper, upon seeing her distinguished customer, greeted him warmly. "It's an honor to be summoned here. Who is this man?" She couldn't help but feel curious about the woman before her. Was she the head of some mafia organization? And what was with the line of people? Lana glanced back at the smug-looking man beside her, confusion evident in her eyes. The shopkeeper continued, describing the unique design of the gown. "This dress has traveled across the ocean. Its highlight is a one-of-a-kind pink diamond." Her gaze then shifted to the matching shoes. These shoes are also enchanted, allowing the wearer to remain comfortable for extended periods. "And this dress is made of a special, non-waterproof fabric," she stated proudly. But when she moved on to the jewelry, she paused. Then, faced with the shopkeeper's question directed at She's, Lana grew tense. "So what do you think?" She gestured awkwardly at her own hand, turned to scold him. "What are you doing?" He simply grinned, his delight evident. "Since all your precious belongings were burned, I thought I'd get you some new ones." Seeing her distraction, She's asked anxiously, "Is something wrong?" Realizing his blunder, he quickly backtracked. "Oh no, there weren't any precious belongings were there." But Lana's gaze only intensified. She's pressed his trembling lips together, as if enduring a great injustice. A sudden flurry of activity startled her. Seeing the servants gathering the gowns and jewels, Lana whispered in confusion, "What are you doing?" "What are they doing?" He gently took her hand, replying calmly, "Throw them away. Because my beautiful sister said so. You can keep choosing until you find something you like. There's plenty here." She seemed taken aback by his almost threatening words. "What if I don't like anything?" "Don't worry. If you want it, I can bring every piece of gold and jewelry in the world before you." She hesitated, starting to back away. Then, changing her mind, Lana thought, "I can't show too much fear." With that, she raised her hand, pointing at the piles before her. "This is enough. This and that." Her expression blank, she stated flatly, "Give me all of those." She seemed immensely pleased by her demeanor. Hearing this, the shopkeeper rubbed her hands together, murmuring in awe, "Oh my goodness." She couldn't hide her delighted smile. "An excellent choice. All of our products are genuine." The shopkeeper then suggested Lana try on the dress. Would you like to try it on? She's readily agreed. Go ahead, go ahead. After a short while, Lana emerged, dressed with the help of the maids. An attendant combed through Lana's silky hair, but she remained unmoved, consumed by unease and worry. I don't know if I should accept all this, being she's sister. I don't know how much this will cost. Remembering the gifts he'd just given her, Lana thought, I said I want it all, but I really don't like wasting money. I feel bad for Ricardo, Lana. Then, the image of the boy from her dream flashed through her mind. The one who swayed him was the enemy's sister. It should be okay, since he'll be happy. Lana's thoughts were interrupted by the maid. As expected, it's an honor to be urgently summoned here while I was using the side entrance. It suits you perfectly. Side entrance. The maid explained that's the entrance used by the gatekeeper and our brand store manager. The main gate of the Domelite family has been closed recently. It's because the master doesn't seem to want to go out and no one is allowed to enter or leave. Hearing this, worry gnawed at her again. Why would that be? He had been waiting outside for her to finish trying on clothes for quite some time before she finally emerged. Cesar showered Lana with compliments on her exquisite beauty, and she held his gaze for a long moment. Cesar's next action surprised Lana. For the first time, he lowered his posture, bending down and speaking in a low, coaxing tone. I'm sorry, but all of this is nothing compared to the time that has already passed. I just wanted to do this. A bright smile spread across Cesare's face as he held Lana's slender hand. Don't feel too pressured. I just want to give you everything after you return from Cambercombe. She felt a little uncomfortable with him kissing the back of her hand and his compliments, though they were certainly pleasant. Seeming to notice the startled looks of the servants behind her, Lana urged Cesar, stand up. The servants are looking at me with surprised expressions. I understand. I'll accept it. He finally released her hand, saying proudly, good. If you want, I'll give you this whole mansion. There's no need. Cesare's expression turned thoughtful. Should I give it to you then? My sister is always so picky. As she was escorted near her bedroom, Lana spoke softly. I can walk by myself from here. He seemed to disagree, pouting. I don't want to leave you alone at all. Hearing this, she soothed him. I've always gone back to my prison alone. Cesar said self-deprecatingly, I know, but I'll never leave you alone again. The more he spoke, the more frightening and possessive the look in his eyes became. Never. Only after Cesar left did Lana stroll through the garden, carrying a small bag of something. Soon, she reached her destination. Is this the side door that servant mentioned before? Recalling Cesar's parting words, see you later, Lana, she couldn't help but get goosebumps. Lana looked down at the small bag filled with gold and jewels. These gold coins and gems are what I secretly took while changing clothes, just in case. She hesitated about her decision. 1 gold coin is enough for a commoner to live on for a month. Can I escape now? Lana looked around and sighed softly. Well, it's okay. There's no other way, and there's no one here. She pondered her future. I suppose it'll be a bit difficult now, but her thoughts were interrupted by the sound of footsteps. A maid spoke from afar in a youthful voice, causing Lana to freeze. Miss, hello. She introduced herself enthusiastically. I'm the maid in charge of security here. Do you need anything? Nothing. Lana turned her gaze to the path ahead. I was just curious. I wonder where this road leads. The maid replied, this is the road outside, connected to the side door. The information she received even helped solidify Lana's decision. As expected, I'm on the right track. The maid clutched her skirt tightly. Then, she stepped closer and asked softly, Miss, do you want to go out? The maid's eyes gleamed as she offered, if you want to go out, I can help you. Lana hesitated at the offer. She should also repay the maid who helped her get out. All right. The maid looked at Lana and, smiling, stated her request. Just give me 1 gold coin. She hesitated again and asked, what if there are knights here? I'll be caught again quickly. But the maid, unconcerned, quickly replied, there's also a small path that only the groomsmen use. Hearing the maid's words, Lana's hopes of leaving this place soared. After some negotiation, she gave the gold coin. All right. The maid took the money, then turned to leave, not forgetting to add, be careful on your way. People like you will encounter difficult times. You should try prison too. But the maid's next words were all hints about Lana's identity. This mansion is full of rumors about you. I feel like you become a completely different person. She instantly became tense, forcing a smile. Is that so? Do I look that different? Yes. The maid pointed to the path ahead and explained it's the time when food is delivered every 3 months, so no one dares to come near. Lana looked at the path the maid pointed to, suspicious. So that's why no one is here. Really? Then I'll go now. But on the other hand, wouldn't it be easy for strangers to come in from here? The maid's voice became increasingly stern and frightening. When I heard that Miss was coming back, I really prepared hard, but I was also a little disappointed. Why is the esteemed Miss so careless? She turned her face, eyes filled with killing intent, her voice turning colder as she mentioned Cheshire. Regarding that, it's quite annoying. Plus, your brother, the Duke, is too despicable. She shouted and quickly rushed towards Lana. He has no feelings. Your brother is too cruel, attracting countless hatred. In an instant, the maid pressed Lana's head forcefully to the ground with her hand. Before losing consciousness, Lana faintly heard her cruel words. You're too foolish, Mississippi. It's so painful. Ricardo Lana endured all of this too. The throbbing pain of waking up after fainting left Lana disoriented and unaware of her surroundings. Where am I? How long have I been asleep? She tried to sit up, only to find her hands tightly bound. In the old warehouse, she gritted her teeth, anger rising at the maid's actions. How much does she hate me? I was too careless. I thought the villain's revenge wouldn't be this intense, since it's already the latter half of the novel. Lana struggled against the ropes. They're too tight. Can I use my bracelet to undo them? After a long struggle, she finally broke free, letting out a small cheer of triumph. I did it. Lana then looked towards the closed door of the old warehouse. It must be locked, right? Should I use magic again, or wait for someone to come? She approached the door and gently touched it with her small hand. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed through the warehouse, causing Lana to flinch and cover her head. She looked back in confusion. What was that? Thick smoke billowed from the cracks in the door. Panic seized her. Smoke! Fire! It's on fire! Lana frantically covered her nose and quickly moved away from the source of the fire. Just then, the door burst open and the maid from before stumbled out, panicked and crying. And no, save me, it hurts. Lana immediately recognized her. It's the maid who brought me here. The maid was covered in bright red blood, her hand reaching desperately towards Lana, begging for help. Save me, help. Her cries intensified, turning into desperate screams. Please save me, and I'll give up all my hatred for you. Still unsure of what was happening, Lana asked in confusion, What are you talking about? You kidnapped me. The maid knelt down, hurriedly justifying her actions. Yes, but I truly don't hate you at all. I just went too far. They're gathering people who hate you. Please spare my life. The surprise on her face was unmistakable as she heard a familiar voice call out. Lana, you're here. In an instant, a sharp sword pierced through every inch of the maid's flesh, blood splattering with her desperate screams. Unable to process what had just happened, Lana stared blankly at the blood-soaked sword. In the flickering firelight, his twisted face looked terrifying, his voice low and menacing. It's a good thing it didn't take too long to find you. I was so worried. Cesar tightened his grip on the sword and slowly walked towards Lana. She instinctively recoiled in fear, her footsteps echoing in the space, accompanied by his chilling question. Why did you run away? Lana collapsed to the ground, trembling as she explained, I didn't. Cesar asked in mock surprise, Oh, then how do you explain this? He sat down beside her, continuing his interrogation. Why did you plan to escape? Were you planning to abandon me? Cesar placed his finger on Lana's plump lips, his voice a threat. That's betrayal, sister. Why are you trying to run away from me again? He lifted her face, his voice a low whisper. I don't want to make the same mistake again. I learned a lot when you left the first time. Then, Cesar turned his gaze to the corpse, his voice calm. Did they kidnap you? As he spoke, soft wings unfolded, as if preparing for another slaughter. There are a lot of people like this in the mansion, right? There's still a few survivors here. But don't worry. Cesar seemed to have made up his mind, his eyes bloodshot as he declared, I'll kill them all today. His gaze rested on her, filled with sorrow. I've been so disappointed, Lana. Cesar began to talk at length about his abilities. Ricardo Land's special ability is possessing physical strength that surpasses human limits, while his opponent, Cesar Loved Amalite, possesses the ability to control people's hearts just by looking into their eyes and hearing their voices. The ability to control people's hearts. The eyes of God. Cesar grew increasingly frantic, consumed by self-reproach. Why doesn't my ability work on you? What is going on? Ignoring her terrified face, he continued to caress her pink lips with his hand. So I thought about it. He leaned in close to her ear and whispered, "Could it be that you're hiding something from me? I wonder when you'll finally tell me." Cesar rested his chin on his hand, his expression arrogant and not at all uncomfortable as he looked at me. Lana felt a little helpless at Cesar's thoughts. That natural reaction. Does this guy know that I'm not the same Lana as before? Clutching her skirt, she bravely confessed, "That's right, I lost my memory." At her words, a satisfied smile spread across his face. "Oh, you're willing to tell me now?" Cesar stepped forward and grasped her hand tightly, his voice soft and reassuring. "Don't worry, you're still my sister." Lana couldn't hide her surprise at her brother's firm declaration. "I'll burn everything that hurts you, and I'll protect you forever." He reminisced about his thoughts mysteriously, saying, "I even wish there was a prison in this mansion, so you could never run away." Everything had come to a peaceful end, and it was still an ordinary, bright morning, with sunlight enveloping the entire mansion grounds. The only difference from usual was the sound of dragging chains on the ground. Lana, as always, was enjoying herself in her study. She hummed a melody, lost in memories of the past. A year had passed, and Lana suddenly remembered something very important. The appointed day with Ricardo was approaching. The mansion remained as magnificent as ever. Not much had changed in the past year. She walked towards the hall in her evening gown, the chains making a multitude of clinking sounds. At the maid's call, Lana suddenly turned around. "Miss," she bowed respectfully and invited, "dinner is ready." Lana, seeing the maid's surprised look, asked, "Haven't you seen this before?" The maid knelt before her and apologized, but Lana simply replied calmly, "I'm just in my own home. Isn't it amusing?" Even after Lana left, the maid continued to apologize. I'm so sorry." But Lana just hurried past, not pursuing the matter further. "There's nothing to apologize for. Just mind your eyes." Lana playfully raised a hand to her mouth, not forgetting to remind her, "or the terrible monster will bite you." Since the previous incident, there had been many rumors. Numerous rumors surrounded the Damalit mansion about the beautiful and sorrowful girl. "If anyone touches that girl," the red-haired girl knelt and pleaded, "I didn't do anything, no, I didn't do anything." Cesar remained indifferent to the pleas of "Please, spare me." He continued to eat in silence, but the sadness on his face was still undeniable. Lana recalled everything that had happened since that decisive day about a year ago. He even wished there was a prison in this mansion, so you could never escape. After being rescued by Cesar, he changed my room in her memory. She struggled and screamed incessantly, but it was all in vain. "What is this? A chain?" I was furious at his cruel methods, but he gave no thought to her feelings, only gently kissing that soft hand, an expression of satisfaction on his face. During that time, Lana could find no way out, so she accepted it, unable to resist. Afterward, terrible things happened one after another. The first occurred while she was dining, when a terrifying incident took place. Cesar immediately stood up to protect her, but the crazed maid still tried to hurt her. "That Damalit devil, you all have to die. The danger of being poisoned. I will reclaim the blood debt your fathers owe." Another time, a rogue broke into the room with a knife and restrained her, making her feel suffocated. Death awaited. Only a short time passed, and the person was quickly apprehended, but before dying, he still didn't forget to utter insulting words. "Devil's child, you must die. Pay for your father's sins." After all the terrifying incidents, Lana thought, I'd become too accustomed to such danger. Even if such a thing happened, Cesar would sweep them away like that every time. Cesar solved everything with force, and what remained in the end was regret. "I'm sorry, Lana." He guessed it wasn't clean enough, I suddenly realized. From then on, she gradually understood everything. All the hatred was directed at us because we were the children of the Damalit family. The sins committed by Duke Damalit piled up like a mountain, and even before Cesar became the villain, everything pointed to Damalit. Although this hatred wasn't caused by Cesar, he still had to bear it all alone. Lana thought again about the shackles that tightly bound her feet. Even so, I can't escape, Lana. I once tried to run away, but then I realized, after countless assassination attempts, my face had become numb. If I ran away, my death was certain. She thought about what had just happened while eating. What did that maid do wrong? Cesar, sitting opposite her, explained she approached the hair salon owner and made a deal. Sooner or later, they'll try to kidnap you again, but it's okay. I knew about that hair salon owner's betrayal about 2 months ago. The red-haired girl was dragged out but still loudly questioned, "Wait, what are you talking about? Why are you saying that about me?" In the face of the maid's helpless pleas, Lana's face clearly showed sadness. "Duke, I was wrong. I sincerely apologize, Duke." Before this, she had picked flowers to please her, saying in a cheerful tone, "The weather is so nice today, so I picked these flowers." "Miss, are you bored?" "Thank you." The red-haired girl had always expressed friendliness, saying, "I really like Miss." Whenever she recalled these things, Lana would often fall into deep thought for a long time. The luxurious room had everything, but it still couldn't hide her loneliness. Seeing Lana's gloomy face, Cesar asked with concern, "What are you thinking about?" But she looked bored and replied, "I'm not thinking about anything." He understood her worries and gently touched her ankle. Cesar lifted it, explaining casually, "Your ankle." He didn't finish his sentence, instead planting a soft kiss on her delicate foot. Lana flinched, pulling back. "Let go. It's uncomfortable." Memories flooded back, causing her to hesitate. "This time last year, I was still imprisoned. How am I supposed to feel about this? It's unexpectedly comfortable. All I needed to worry about was eating well." "Get dressed." A clue came to her. The chain on my ankle was uncomfortable at first. Wherever I went, Cesar could easily track my every move in case I was in danger. Lana pondered for a long time, finally consoling herself. "It's better than I thought. I can't live outside anyway, so what can crying change?" She looked up at the gentleman before her, thinking, "I just need to change my mindset. Just be the villain's little sister." Thinking this way, being restrained is quite comfortable. Once again, Lana sat in the study, resting her chin in her hand. Suddenly, a call came from afar. "Miss Marshmallow." He pointed ahead with his cane, reminding her, "Wake up, are you ready?" Marshmallow, Cesar's right-hand man, the dark magician. She turned her head, unsure who it was. As she recognized the situation, Lana smiled mysteriously. She playfully mimicked his voice, causing him to mutter angrily, "Are you ready?" "Don't mimic me." Lana looked at Marshmallow in front of her, a smile plastered on her face. "This is Marshmallow. He's a dark magician. Surprisingly, he's an adult, but because of a curse, he looks like a miniature child. He's also the one who put the magic chains on my ankles, the one Cesar trusts and entrusted me to as a mentor." Seeing that her joke had gone a bit too far, Lana smoothed things over. "Ah, sorry, Mr. Marshmallow." "It's Marshmallow." "Who's Mr. Marshmallow?" "Since it's a bit hard to pronounce, can I shorten it?" "That's not shortening it," he retorted, looking disapproving. Slip of the tongue, slip of the tongue." She lowered her voice, teasing him, "Don't be angry. It's just, why don't you grow taller?" "I'm tall, my body is growing." Lana rested her chin in her hand, asking calmly, Yes, it's fine." "More than that, I have a question." "What is it?" Marshmallow looked at her in surprise as she pointed at the spirit beast. Why are you interested in that?" "Isn't it the guardian deity of the Red Rose family?" "Really?" Lana lay on the bed, hugging a book. Even while lying down, she listened carefully to his explanation. "He's a guardian. Cesar must have something similar. Regarding the guardian deity of the Red Rose family, I think it no longer exists." "What does Marshmallow mean?" She rolled over, dangling her legs, thinking, I have to stop thinking about Ricardo Lawn. Occasionally, Lana would recall his figure. "How is he doing?" She unconsciously muttered two strange words. "Human." In an instant, a spirit beast with black spots on its skin and bright eyes appeared out of nowhere. A spatiale explosion sounded bong. It was no longer as ferocious as before, but had transformed into an adorable and endearing form. "Please help me." Lana cupped the spirit beast in her hands, wondering, what is this? It struggled and pleaded incessantly, "Human, please save me." For a moment, she hadn't had time to understand what was happening. "What on earth is this? How can it talk?" The spirit beast kept trying to escape. "Let go of me first." Lana turned around and complained, "Why do I have to study imperial history?" Marshmallow questioned, "Don't you want to live comfortably? Or do you want me to take care of you by patting your head like I'm raising a pig?" She retorted absent-mindedly, "Don't call me a pig with that face, it doesn't suit you." He sat with his arms crossed, advising her like an old man, "You should know your place." "Do I really need to know what my family is doing?" Upon hearing this, Lana asked suspiciously, as if struck by lightning, "Even if I don't know that, you won't let me eat?" Marshmallow cursed rudely, "You parasite." She said humorously, Yes, if you can, call me a beautiful parasite." He said sternly, "So what is this, miss? You don't even know the basic legends. Every rose has a guardian spirit. Also, you can call them spirit beasts. Perhaps Lana's naivete annoyed him. You're a genius. So, Mr. Egg Tart, what kind of animal is this, miss? Can't you get my name right just once? I see, Mr. Marshmallow. She held the spirit beast up to her face, staring at it. Before Marshmallow could speak, don't you know this is a snow leopard? He looked bored, complaining, honestly human. Do you think just anyone can summon me? Hearing this, she couldn't hide her surprise. I summoned it. The snow leopard spirit beast boasted unabashedly. I am the Red Rose Guardian, summoned after 89 years. Strong body. But this didn't seem to convince Lana. I don't think that suits you. She placed it on the ground before the spirit beast could panic. What? But that's okay, I understand. What? The snow leopard spirit beast got angry. The reason you woke me up, isn't it because you missed me so much and wanted to see me? Lana retorted at his words. I missed you. What? Even so, it remains self-absorbed. You're not honest at all. I understand your heart. You should look at yourself again. Just as Lana was pushed down, a hand grabbed her. That hand held her body tightly, preventing her from escaping, and then embraced Lana, warming her heart. More and more ripples spread in her heart. From some unknown point, Ricardo Lon, unable to hide his joy at being able to see her again, eagerly asked, It's you, right? It really is you, he said, gripping her hand tightly, making her flustered. This is a prison. Lana was somewhat lost in thought in the face of Ricardo Land's excitement. You really were still waiting for me. That's why you came here. That snow leopard. What did it do to you? She clutched her skirt tightly, reminding herself to calm down. This must be a dream, because I've never had a dream like this. Regaining her composure, Lana smiled and asked, Hello, Ricardo Lon, how have you been lately? He felt the warmth of her hand on his cheek. Gloomily, well, not so good. Ricardo Lon held Lana's hand tightly and confessed, Because I missed you. She had many thoughts about the person in front of her. How could he have grown so much in just a year? Lana looked at his expression and thought, maybe it's because I've never had a dream like this. He happily told her many things. I recently became an adult. The warden says I've grown tall. My birthday has also passed, and that's how my life has been. He had grown a lot. Lana sat on the cold ground and asked with concern, You won't turn into a monster again, will you? Ricardo Lon replied, puzzled, No. She held his hand tightly, smiling happily, and said sincerely, That's not good for you, but it's good for me. Because that person is Ricardo Lon, I quite like it that way. Hearing this, he blushed and asked back, What? You like me? Huh? Lana shyly turned her face away and replied, I quite like the way you looked when you turned into a monster. You were really cute then. After a while, the two talked about Ricardo Land's injury. You're not in pain anymore, right? Oh, it hurts. No, right? You'd be worried if I was sick. He bit his lip as if he had something difficult to say. After a long time, Ricardo Lon finally expressed his feelings. I hope you don't get sick either. I've decided, when I'm fully recovered, I'll come see you. Lana was a little taken aback by his question. You haven't forgotten your promise, have you? Faced with Ricardo Land's expectation, she just turned her face coldly in the other direction. He seemed to understand something and gently patted her hand with his own, comforting her. It's okay not to answer. It's a dream anyway. You're always like this. Because it's a dream, you let me do anything, right? In a dream, I'll do anything. Anything. Ricardo Lon showed a charming expression, leaned closer, and invited, Then let me kiss you. Lana had never faced this kind of situation, so she was a little embarrassed. Ricardo Lon, what's wrong? Isn't this my dream? He no longer cared about anything else and unbuttoned his shirt. Lana looked at the flushed face in front of her and said nervously, You want to do this because this is just... It should be okay, right? Ricardo Lon pressed down on her and whispered, Because it's just you and me here. He leaned closer and closer, his face against Lana's. I'm an adult too. Then Ricardo Lon placed a sweet kiss on her soft, luscious lips. He gradually reached for the knot of her shirt behind her, wanting to untie it. Lana remained calm, but for a moment, she gradually closed her eyes in acquiescence. Back in reality, she raised her hands, still unable to believe her eyes. What is going on? Lana's face showed a trace of confusion at the snow leopard spirit's question. You saw it, human. She imagined the scene where Ricardo Lon had just called her name, Lana. The more Lana thought about it, the more embarrassed she became. So she pinched its neck and questioned, What did you do to me? Let go of me. What are you doing? I said let go of me. Tell me. Seeing her intense reaction, the snow leopard spirit began to defend itself. I was just helping you, Meow. Stop acting like a cat. Creating illusions for others. Isn't that strange? When Lana calmed down, she suddenly realized something unusual. That wasn't an illusion. It was real. It continued. You saw the real person through the power of your dream body, Meow. She held her head in her hands, worried. If it was real, wouldn't that be even more troublesome? Didn't you know? Are you referring to the man in your dream? Yes, him. It seemed that Lana had been hit where it hurt by the snow leopard spirit. Didn't you see that person looking at you passionately and then kissing you, Meow? Don't pinch me so tight. Wasn't being dishonest in your dreams the reason you summoned me? So I just let you see him again, Meow. You'll do what you want to do, right? Hearing this, she hesitated for a moment. She's rushed into the room from somewhere and, seeing Lana holding the spirit beast, demanded, "What's wrong?" What? She hadn't yet recovered and was stunned. He didn't want to let her off the hook and asked smugly, "What's got you so flustered, Lana? So annoying." She's reminded her, something is lingering around you. After Lana was thrown off, it angrily said, "That humans sealed me." Lana asked in surprise, "What?" The spirit beast clutched her skirt, tears welling up in its eyes. "Human, please help me. If the red rose loses its body." Punta e vildi. Lana was struck dumb. Ricardo lan vildi. She remembered a passage about guardian deities in the original story, but she hadn't considered the plot point of Cesar sealing Ricardo's. Watching her warily hold it in her arms, he softly said, "That's the Hernheim family's spirit beast." She said seriously, "I know. I heard it speak. I heard you brought it here. Is this considered kidnapping?" He reached out, wanting the spirit beast back. His words pointed. "Kidnapping is a word used for others." Lana feigned ignorance. "Why should I give it to you?" A cold glint flashed in his eyes, but it quickly returned to gentleness. "Give it to me." She held it tighter, a sense of resistance in her heart. "I want to hear more of what the snow leopard just said." Furthermore, if she returned it to Cesar, that she worried about what would happen to Ricardo Lon. "I don't want to give it back," Lana said stubbornly. "Are you ordering me?" "What did you want to say?" Lana remembered his previous words. "What do you want to say?" She asked seriously. "For a whole year, you've habitually said that to me, right?" Unafraid, she began to voice her thoughts. "When I was in prison a year ago, I eventually accepted it. I had nothing to complain about." Lana was sure he was intelligent, so he would understand. She remained extremely wary, keeping her distance from him. "I never asked anything of him, so it's time I made him pay the price." Lana said bravely, "So I want it." Seeing that he couldn't persuade her, he compromised. "Fine, you can keep it, Lana." Cesare shrugged. "What else can I do?" Despite getting her way, Lana could still feel the undiminished pressure from him. She hesitated. "Thank you, Cesare." Suddenly, surprise flickered in her eyes. Lana now saw an image of him and herself on a rainy night. Fragments of memories invaded her mind. It was the memory of Cesare holding the collapsed female protagonist, affectionately calling out Lana's name. He said in a remorseful voice, "I'm sorry." "I'll do it." Cesare picked up the female protagonist and whispered, "Don't get sick anymore, okay? Promise me." She was surprised by his gentle demeanor. Seeing her silence, he called out, startling her. Lana, still flustered by the memory, she thought, what was that just now? Cesare and Lana in the past. Confused, she wondered, why did I see that? Cesare said with concern, "If you're not feeling well, I'll call a doctor." Lana refused. "No, I'm fine." He pondered. Cesare still hadn't left. He extended his hand towards her and asked, "Lana, can I ask you something?" "Okay." Cesari's eyes shimmered with anticipation for her answer. "Can we take a walk together?" The grand palace was filled with blooming flowers. Recalling the past scene, she was somewhat dazed. "It's only been a year, hasn't it?" Lana didn't spare her praise. "It's truly beautiful. Cesar is mild affectionati, because this is the path you walk." He supported her as they walked closer. "You'll be walking this path from now on." Looking at the brilliant flowers, Lana thought, this man, no matter what I do, he will strive for perfection. He began to speak. "Speaking of which, the warden of Cambucan is still in contact with me." Cesare recalled the heartfelt letters and then deduced, "I guess he still thinks I'm imprisoning you." She was puzzled. "Zikato lan." Looking at her unreadable expression, he asked, "Do you want to see him?" She shook her head, denying it. "No." Suddenly, the spirit beast flew out from the bushes. Human. It flapped its beautiful butterfly wings and asked innocently, "What's this?" "It's moving." Lana sighed. Whoever said this was a snow leopard. It's no different from a house cat. Looking at its less than imposing appearance, she put her hand to her mouth, as if stifling laughter, which caught his attention. She laughed heartily. Seeing her like that, he activated his older brother mode. He liked the way she laughed. Not hearing Cesar speak, she turned around blankly. He said softly, "Sister Lana, can I ask you something?" Cesar seemed to muster all his courage and asked, "Do you hate me?" Lana shook her head. "I don't hate you." She paused, as if reminding him. "Yes, I think this chain is crazy." Lana thought to herself, "I neither like nor hate him. The reason I accepted this chain is that it saved my life, but even if this chain can save my life, that man's actions are unpredictable." She had thought many times about what to do. Suddenly, she recalled the time he frantically asked, "If it wasn't for the chain, would you like it?" She trembled slightly. "He's someone who could stab me at any moment." Thinking of this, she continued her answer, "But no matter what, you're still my brother." Lana looked at him in surprise. Tears streamed down his face, leaving her confused. Why are you crying?" Shay extended his hand to her. "Lana," he said, pulling her into a tight embrace. "Even so, I want you to stay by my side forever." He pleaded, "Don't leave me. Will you stay by my side?" She pushed Shay away. Lana thought, Isn't this a little strange? Even though I don't remember anything, I feel like siblings shouldn't act like this. I just assumed we were close. I used to think kissing a woman's hand was normal between siblings." Shay replied calmly, "Why not?" Lana asked, bewildered, "We're siblings." He immediately denied it. "We're not." His words struck her like lightning. "You're adopted. Didn't you know?" He adjusted his badge. "I'm the Duke's son." He then looked at her. "You were adopted." Stunned, she could only manage what? He confirmed again, "I'm not lying to you." Shay explained, "It's just that while you had amnesia, I didn't have the time to tell you." He extended his hand towards Lana. "Is there a problem with that?" Whether you believe it or not, her image deeply etched in his mind. "Your place is forever by my side. Is there a problem with that?" She frowned at him, finding it increasingly difficult to suppress her nausea. Shay spoke cautiously, as if asking for permission. "If I'm not your real brother, could you see me in a different light?" He stood by the faucet, each smooth stream of water a stark contrast to the turmoil within her. His expression became unusually gentle, as if afraid she wouldn't be able to handle it. Shay took a step back. "This must be awkward. I can wait until you calm down." His voice was polite, but his intentions disgusted her. "If you wish, I'll still be your brother until then." He turned away, his eyes regaining their usual coldness. A figure came into view. Marshmallow called out, "Shay." He bowed respectfully. "That power is fluctuating." Shay asked in return, "You mean that child's power?" "My sister, Lana." At the mention of her name, her beautiful and elegant face invaded his mind once more. Marshmallow pondered for a moment, then cautiously asked, "But how long do you intend to keep her?" Lana's frightened face worried even the dark magician. Shay frowned, reminding Marshmallow, "I don't need you to question me about this." He too followed silently, his head bowed low. The sky had turned to dusk. Seeing how late it was, Shay quickly left. When Lana called him sweetly, his eyes filled with a multitude of emotions. Even he couldn't suppress his trembling. A violent tremor seemed to spill from the corners of his eyes. Back then, when she was in his arms, trying to confess her wrongdoing, "Father, take my power. I tried to kill you." Those words carved a dull ache in Shay's chest, but the happy memories were empty. Even if he didn't want to accept it, he knew. My sister is dead, leaving only me and the guilt she left behind. On that cold, rainy night, in his arms, after his sister's death, he received a summons from the prison. The letter clearly stated that she was to be hunted down. He leaned back in the armchair in his room. Marshmallow read the letter to him. They say the girl has awakened. Just hearing this, he couldn't remain calm. He quickly turned, unable to believe his ears. Really? Give it to me. He pushed the letter towards him, adding, she had another heart attack. Hearing the news of Lana's illness, a flicker of sadness crossed his eyes, remembering the girl in Cambacam. J'ai souffert remarqued, un remplacement, a replacement for my dead sister. Her hair was exactly the same as his sister's. He sighed, feeling a hollowness in his heart. Her eyes are the same too, but she's a different person. Shay confirmed, she's a completely different person. Marshmallow cautiously asked, do you want to see her? He shook his head. No. He then carelessly placed the letter on the table. Shay said, she's a replacement. He wanted to use her as a sacrifice, trading one life for a better one. He wondered aloud, when do you plan to begin? Shay paused, then replied, wait a little longer. Leaning against the railing, Shay said meaningfully, because there's still time. On an early morning, the sun already high in the sky. Sunlight bathed everything, each ray slipping through the cracks in the door. Shay sat in his chair and asked sternly, a letter from Cambacam. The letter began with a polite greeting. Hello, brother. He mused. It's clear they allowed her to send this letter. But the contents of the letter also puzzled him. Send me some alcohol. Shay couldn't help but freeze. What? Recalling that time, he chuckled softly. Then his expression returned to its usual calmness. He muttered to himself, You don't know, do you? About this between us. You don't remember anything. He told her, My name is Shay Loaf-Domelate. I am your brother, but not by blood. He looked at Lana warily, amused. Let's start over, he said, plucking a nearby flower. He brought the flower to his nose, inhaling its faint fragrance. You've always been interesting, she stated calmly. Then he crushed the vibrant bloom in his hand. I won't let you leave. Time began to flow, and each of us had our own story. By the 50th day, when Ricardo Lana woke, his blood-soaked hands were still pounding relentlessly against the formation on the ceiling. A woman was thrown heavily to the ground. He asked Lana, You said you wanted a friend, right? Lana was momentarily stunned. His actions left her unsure how to react. He ordered the girl, Say hello, White Rose.